Mr. President, thank you for giving me the floor. Madam Vice President, High Representative, great to see you here sitting in the plenary. As we have heard this morning, the reaction to the fall of Bashar al-Assad has been relief, also at yesterday's Foreign Affairs Council, and rightly so. This dictator and his regime are responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people, far more than ISIS and all other so-called rebels combined. And indeed, the fall of Mr. Assad represents a significant loss for Iran. Assad's Syria was, alongside Hezbollah, a key component of Iran's so-called axis of resistance. Through Assad, it was the Mullah regime that was able to project its power across the Middle East. And the same far-reaching consequences apply for Mr. Putin. Beyond the blow to this axis of terror, as my colleague Michael Gahler just named it, let us not underestimate the enormous new challenges the transition carries within Syria. The rebels are led by the jihadist militia, HTS, which is an extremist group that has its origins in the Islamic State and was allied with al-Qaeda. Mr. al-Jolani is now confronted with the enormous task of bringing peace to Syria in an inclusive process that respects the voices of all religious and ethnic minorities, whether it be Alawites, Christians, Druze, Shiites, or Kurds. Relief and concern are not a contradiction, but rather the foundation for a reasonable policy towards the realities and uncertainties of the entire region. There is also room for hope. The European Union should not allow a vacuum in Syria. Let us engage and try to stabilize the country and constructively reach out to other powers which have sway in the country. Madam Kallas, I am glad to see you are already working exactly to this end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear President of the AFET Committee, nuestra siguiente oradora es la señora Pajín. Tiene usted el...
The next speaker is Madam Pajín. You have 1.5 minutes.
Gracias, señor Presidente.
Thank you, President. Welcome, Madam Kallas. Now, we would like to go back, but we are afraid. And the question is, going back to what or to where? These are the words of a woman with her husband and 2 children who have disabilities and who left homes because of the brutal dictatorship in the country. Today, in their family, they are in a refugee camp in Lebanon, much like other millions of Syrians in the region. Again, anyone who is trying to use this debate for hate speech, just try to think for a second, where is your humanity? Now, we have seen that this is one of the worst crises that we've had in our times. We've had 13 million displaced. Half of the Syrian population has needed urgent humanitarian aid. In terms of the crisis that we have, the EU should be decisive with urgent humanitarian aid and not have a temptation to reduce in terms of quantity. Now, we have seen that the EU has made statements and commitments in these last few days, but we must sustain them over time. The EU and the international community shan't forget the Syrian people in just a couple weeks or months' time. The EU must work with all parties to guarantee the state and the future and the access to humanitarian aid. It is true that, as the High Representative said, this is a time of hope, but we have to make sure that we are up to the task of making that a reality, and we must place that at the core of our action, this humanitarian action. Let us stop speaking about figures and start talking about people. Madam Pajín, you have a blue card.
Del señor Tinkinen del Grupo ECR.
From Mr. Tinkinen from the ECR Group. Would you accept it?
Sí.
Mr. Tinkinen.
Yes.
30 seconds.
Kiitoksia puheenjohtaja.
Thank you, President, esteemed member. When the war began and people started fleeing Syria, it was said that it would be important to protect these people as long as the situation remains the same. Now that the al-Assad regime has been toppled, many are in a very well-founded way thinking that it would be the right time to go back home. You, on the other hand, were talking about the fact that we are using the situation the situation is being used to bring forward hate speech. How is it possible to build Syria from outside? I believe that the Syrians who go back to Syria will be able to reconstruct the country and that they are needed. Thank you.
Lo que yo defiendo.
Now, sir, today, in the past, and always, we need access to humanitarian aid for all individuals in an equal way. And we need to stop sowing hate and using human tragedy to sow hate in our society, as you have done in the past. And we should stop availing of situations that are so devastating for others. We must stand in solidarity and build new hope for the Syrian people, guarantee humanitarian aid, and guarantee a future of hope for the Syrian people.
The next speaker is Mr. Rago. You have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. High Representative. The fall of Assad's dictatorship could have represented hope for the Syrian people, but the risk is that it will enter even deeper chaos. We have seen Islamist militia start to take control. How can we not be horrified in the face of this situation? These men, women and children, religious minorities, especially Christians, are facing a dark future. The cultural heritage of Syria is being destroyed. But then what about Western powers? For example, France. They are celebrating the victory of rebels, but these are Islamists. And there is no such thing as moderate Islamism. Examples from Iraq, Iran and Libya. Perhaps if we looked at those and remembered those, we wouldn't be so naive. And we'll see mass migration as well and violence in Europe. Europe needs to react with a clear head and in a firm manner, but we also need to protect our external borders. And then coming back to the European Migration Pact, this wants to force automatic distribution of mass migration. It's a duty to our people to combat these threats. We also need to support the forces that fight Islam and protect persecuted minorities, and we need to ensure that asylum claims are dealt with outside the EU. This is our minimum security obligation in an international context of significant instability that the world is facing. Thank you.
Mr. Jihadi, you have the floor.
Things in Syria are chaotic. This is a very fragmented landscape. Therefore, Commissioner, we cannot be optimistic or complacent. We might have witnessed the fall of a dictatorship, but we might have another equally extremist, equally Islamist dictatorship. The HTS transitional government, let me remind you that it has been listed as a terrorist organization by the State Department since 2014. The fact that in many European cities we saw flags of the Free Syrian Army being brandished that is closely linked to the Islamist State is something that is very worrisome. And especially for my country, Cyprus, this is very worrying since Turkey is behind the new regime. So I would like to raise the alarm. Since the worries of so many Syrian immigrants here in Europe have stopped to exist, now they should return to the country. We need to be proactive. We cannot allow illegal migration to become a fifth column in our European countries.
Madame Strack-Zimmermann, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Hohe Vertreterin, es ist mir eine Freude.
High Representative, it's a great pleasure to see you here today. Well, we were happy when we heard that Assad had gone. Hopefully he'll be happy in Moscow. But I think we need to reflect on what Europe's done during recent years. How could we end up with this vacuum? How could we see Russia move in that way and support the brutal Assad. I mean, we know what Russia gets up to. We've seen it in Ukraine as well. So Europe now has an opportunity to help to achieve stability in Syria. I mean, that would be a good thing for Europe too. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see whether the Islamists genuinely want to work for the future of Syria rather than suppress people, as has taken place in Afghanistan. Europe can make a contribution, also a diplomatic one, and the Syrians who are in Europe could help to be a bridge between the two continents. But Europe needs to be present in Syria. And, High Representative, I'm sure that you're the right person to represent Europe on the world stage and in the Middle East. Thank you.
From Madame de Mirel from the left. Do you accept it?
Hier.
Madame de Mirel, you have the floor.
Wir können Deutsch sprechen. Das machen wir doch gerne.
Dankeschön, Frau Strack.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Strack-Zimmerman. Thank you for taking the blue card. Now, I would say that the Syrian people long for equality, democracy, peace and justice. They have been through too much suffering. For decades now, in Syria, it's not only large powers like Russia and the US who have been active, it's also Turkey that's sending in jihadis. Israel's been bombing various areas. And Germany has, with its government, been involved in delivering weapons to Israel for months now, and they're proud of it. And Germany is also the speaker is interrupted by the president. So how are you going to contribute to stability in the region by delivering weapons? Thank you very much. You've spoken for a long time, says Ms. Strack-Zimmerman, without asking a question. But the situation is very complex, and Europe needs to play an appropriate role, which it hasn't been doing during recent years. All of those involved need to sit down around a table. And when it comes to Israel, Israel suffered bombardment from Syria for decades, and has now been destroying chemical weapons supplies to ensure that they don't fall into the hands of Islamists, so that they can no longer be used for the purposes that Assad was using them for. I'm sure that Mrs. Callas is the right person to represent Europe and help to bring peace. And I think we agree on the fact that people need peace, they need security, and they need the opportunity to live in peace and freedom as we have in Europe, regardless of which religion they profess. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Madame Strick.
Hi, Representative, welcome. After 50 years of repression, escalated in a 13 years long brutal war, the Assad regime has fallen. Finally, Syrian citizens have a chance at building a safe and free country, and the EU must do everything in its power to help make that really happen, and also to hold the Assad regime accountable. But we're still far from true celebration. Look at the unstable situation, the unlawful attacks by regional actors, and the level of destruction. Yet EU countries who often take years to decide on asylum claims now rush to premature decisions, freezing asylum examinations and even announcing deportations of Syrians. This is harming Syrian people who cannot return in safety now and are still entitled to protection. But it also sends a dangerous signal to neighboring countries like Turkey and Lebanon. A sudden massive return now can only further destabilize the country. So what the Syrians need is full support, safety and protection wherever they are. They have suffered enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. Mr. Georgiou.
Kyria Kallas.
Ms. Kallas. Dictator Assad has finally fallen, and celebrations have erupted, like in Iraq and Libya. Of course, we saw the consequences for the peoples of those countries. So those who were considered to be terrorists until yesterday and cold-blooded murderers, and now they have been rebaptized, rechristened as guarantors of freedom and peace. But for years, the EU was silent. Of course, it was not Ukraine, it was a different country. But this is the stuff of nightmares. There is a clear risk of the country being torn into pieces. Russians, Americans, Turks that are striking targets, Kurdish targets. Israel that wants to invade and create the greater Israel. The EU, as usual, is absent. So you should do the minimum. You should assist the Syrian people by deciding themselves about the future.
You have the floor.
Colleagues, I don't know whether you've noticed this, but the state of Syria has died. In its place, there is a melting pot of militant jihadists, Kurds, Druze, and all sorts of agents of foreign interests. This explosive combo was created by the US, Turkey, Israel, and Great Britain. Generally, every time a so-called civilized country decides to mend the situation in what it calls uncivilized countries, we witness a total breakdown and many people die. 20 years ago, the US promised to democratize Iraq, but instead assisted the creation of ISIS. Then the West decided to democratize Libya, but instead opened Europe's gates for hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants. Today, the same Western civilizers took a jihadist, Mohammed al-Julani, removed his garments, cut his beard, and proclaimed him a liberal Mother Teresa. And they're telling us how civilized he's become. Once upon a time, the US treated Osama bin Laden in the same fatherly manner because the US was sure that he would always carry out their orders. We all know what that led to. I don't think it's going to be any different today.
Grazie.
Thank you. The voice that is rising out of this parliament is one that is obviously dreaming and hoping for rule of law in Syria, but we know that the path is extremely difficult. We have divisions, huge ones within the country, and huge division even amongst all of those who are outside of the country and who have chosen their interlocutor in that huge splintering of society. Now, it's true that everyone picks their preferred ally, and so that's going to be extremely difficult, dear Vice President. And when it comes to risks, there is a specific one: two stakeholders in Syria that have divided, and that is Russia and Turkey. But between the two, there's a huge difference. Russia is not our ally. It recently invaded a non-EU country, and Turkey is our ally in NATO and invaded an EU country, Cyprus. So we have to decide with whom shall we stand for peace in Syria, understanding that Russia and Turkey, divided on all things, have one point that they agree on: damage Europe. So that is the trickiest issue that we'll have to work on. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Assis.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. Madam Commissioner, Vice President, colleagues. Now, the images that we have seen from Syria show the worst evil that humans are capable of, from emerging from these prisons. Now, unfortunately, we don't necessarily move from evil to good. What is happening in Syria is extremely complex. So for the future of optimism, we have to look forward with hope. The paths are now dividing. That is clear. And one thing is improbable, is that there would be a tolerant, multi-ethnic country. Now, what is, however, possible, but that we don't want, is the descending into authoritarianism. Now, if we look at what is happening, we hope that the Syrian people will be able to freely choose what they would like, and no other people, no other states that are going to choose on behalf of the Syrian people, and that it would just be a pawn in the geopolitical chess table. Now, if we look at the rebels that have taken power, they have given statement for a managed transition, but we must support that and ask how exactly are they going to respect the religious minorities and lead to peaceful coexistence? Will they be able to do that? Will they be able to tame the war and not use chemical weapons against civilians without any defense? And how can we make sure that humanitarian aid gets to the civilian population? Lest we forget, Syria is destroyed, and so one of our major functions shall be to support Syria in its process for rebuilding. Thank you.
Speaker is Mr. Van der Riese.
Voorzitter, collega's, Syrië.
Thank you very much, President. Colleagues, Syria urgently needs doctors and engineers, those that came as asylum seekers to Europe. Syria needs its refugees. Right to asylum is not a permanent thing. Those who have sought asylum should return to their homes once it is possible. And it's time now for those people to return to their home country. And that's what Syria is asking for. Syria needs all of these people to rebuild the country. Tens of thousands of refugees who could return to Syria and who should return to Syria. Those who have come to Europe and who want to stay here benefit from our social security systems. These asylum seekers should understand what their role is in the reconstruction of their country. It's an essential role, and return these people is an obligation for us, but it's also a moral obligation for them. All of these asylum seekers who are undergoing ongoing procedures should have these procedures stopped. It's the time for them to return, and this should be done without discussions, no excuses, no exceptions.
Speaker is Mr. Tinnikkinen. You have the floor.
Mr. President, after years of war in Syria, Assad's criminal regime collapsed in just 11 days. The years have been devastating. Since the start of the civil war, around 4.5 million Syrians have fled to Europe. We have witnessed a massive wave of people making their way to this continent, but now we are in a new situation. Many European countries have already ceased processing asylum applications from Syrians. Some are offering money to Syrian refugees to encourage voluntary returns. Times are changing. Syria might not be anymore a country to flee from. When this is confirmed, what's next? It is time for returns. I encourage you Syrians in Europe, return with pride and build a brighter tomorrow for your own country. Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleague. Mr. Barna, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will speak in Romanian. Căderea regimului Assad în Siria reprezintă un moment.
The fall of the Assad regime in Syria is an extremely important moment for the country and the region. For the victims of this brutal dictatorship, we need to recognize the immense suffering that they have experienced. I myself was born in a dictatorship, and I respect and admire the will of this people in the face of difficulties which are impossible to imagine for those who live in democracy. However, at this time, we must recognize that Syria's future is very fragile, and examples in the region don't give cause for much hope. This is the first step towards peace and stability, which are very much needed, but it's a very difficult path. The European Union has a crucial role to play in this process. We must be involved in smart regional diplomacy, promoting dialogue and cooperation to help rebuild Syria. We also need to commit to providing humanitarian aid to Syria. There are many examples from recent history which show us how important it is that Syria must not slide back into chaos. Together, we can help build a society based on justice, democracy, and human rights, even though this may appear to be a utopia. This is the first test for new European diplomacy, and the President has interrupted the Speaker.
Thank you, President, High Representative. Efter al-Assad-familjens järngrepp i 50 år har regimen äntligen fallit. En stor glädje för världen.
We have had the Assad regime in place for a long time, but it's now fallen, and that leads to a great deal of uncertainty as well as hope. Many Syrians came to Europe. They've been coming for 15 years now, and many of them now have friends, a job, their children are in school, and now they're supposed to leave their new life behind to go back to a country in which Islamists are in power. And that's unthinkable. I mean, certainly some of them will want to go home to their country of origin. Many people, though, have understood what it means to live in freedom in Europe, and they want to do the same thing in Syria. Refugees, however, who are going to go back to Syria are going to have to make a contribution to rebuilding the country during a very uncertain time. We're also going to have to make sure that the funding is available to rebuild the country. But the most important thing is to build democracy so that people can be safe. Thank you.
Arvoisa puhemies,
President, the fall of dictator al-Assad and his regime brings joy and relief for all Syrians and the whole world. However, the future of Syria remains a matter of great concern. Hayat Tahrir al-Sham's commitment to women's rights and democracy are big question marks. Turkey and Israel are exploiting the situation for illegal territorial gains. Turkey is now attacking Kurds in the self-governing region of Rojava and arming Islamist groups for this purpose. The EU must put pressure on these countries to immediately stop their illegal activities in Syria. Now, as it appears that the EU is in formal contact with the new Syrian regime, recognition of Rojava's self-government must be a condition. When discussing the future of Syria, Kurds should be involved as a party both nationally and internationally. The international community must not turn its back on the Kurds, who have fought with great sacrifice in the region for equality against ISIS terrorism.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Next speaker, Mr. Fröhlich.
Die Ära Assad ist beendet.
So the era of Assad has come to an end, and there's a reason to be happy. But if we look at al-Jolani, he is an Islamist, and the fact that people are celebrating this shows just how morally bankrupt our elites are. And this is somebody with millions of dollars of bounty on his head. And in the worst case scenario, this could be a second Libya with another civil war. This could be a nightmare, especially for our Christian brothers in the Levant. But for us, it means even more mass migration. Europe is geopolitically impotent, and here we could see more conflict, and it's therefore a catastrophe. And what we need to do is deport Syrians. Their homeland needs them. Our boat is full. We can't deal with this. And otherwise, we will have a Syrian civil war here right in Europe. Thank you.
Mr. Papadakis, you have the floor.
The imperialist invasion and the planned partition of the sovereign state of Syria has all been planned in the Middle East by the U.S., the EU, NATO, Turkey, and Israel, and it comes. It's closely linked to the genocide in Palestine by the State of Israel. Attacks against Lebanon and threats against Iran. The U.S., the EU, and the Greek government have welcomed the toppling of the Syrian regime by the jihadists and are now calling them rebels and guarantors of democratic transition. There is a lot separating us, of course, from the capitalist regime of Assad, but from the first moment, we condemned this invasion and revisionist tendencies, but you only speak against Russia while you're turning a blind eye when it comes to the U.S., Turkey, and Israel that have invaded Syria. So we need to stand in solidarity with the Syrian people and against imperialism.
Pascual de la Parte tiene la palabra.
You have the floor, sir.
Muchas gracias, presidente. Bienvenido.
Thank you, President. Welcome, High Representative. Now, we can welcome the falling of a dictator and the toppling of al-Assad, who had crimes, torture, displaced people. And the first thing would be to obviously congratulate all European Democrats. The second thing is that we're seeing that there's a redefining of the geopolitical, geostrategic map in the Middle East. Now, nothing that seems to be the truth is the truth in the Middle East, and with friends and enemies switching on a daily basis. Moreover, many world powers have clear interests in the area. In the face of this, the EU, we can see, obviously, the uncertainty that persists there now with the toppling and with the Salafist Islamism and violation of human rights. We must be very cautious and prudent as we approach the situation. We must demand, as the High Representative stated, the territorial integrity of Syria, respect for human rights, guarantee the independence and sovereignty of the territory, and assist those who have been displaced that are suffering the most by increasing our humanitarian aid. We should not open a debate within 24 hours' time following the toppling of how the individuals should be returned to the country. What we should look at now is a democratic regime that respects religious and racial minorities as we wait for further events to unfold. Thank you.
You have the floor.
Thank you, President. High Representative, colleagues. Well, we don't yet know what's going to happen in Syria after the fall of the butcher Assad, but we know the scope of the crisis that was already underway. It's a devastated country that needs to be rebuilt. 16 million people, two-thirds of them children, who need humanitarian assistance. There's a mosaic of ethnic and religious minorities that require respect and would like autonomy, like the Kurds, who, having helped us fight Islamic State, now risk being targeted by Turks and radical groups at the same time. From the start of the civil war, half the Syrian population have had to leave their homes, and 7 million of them are internally displaced, and 6 million of them are refugees or asylum seekers abroad. Are they all in Europe? Absolutely not. 3/4 of the refugees are in countries that border Syria, 3 million just in Turkey, and during recent months, 500,000 Syrians have been forced to go back home from Lebanon, fleeing bombs, a crisis within a crisis. In Europe, according to the European Asylum Agency, in September of this year, asylum requests from Syrians were fewer than 180,000. Now, we don't know what's going to happen, but many European countries have already decided. They've suspended the assessment of asylum requests. Austria is already thinking of sending people back. In addition, this is a trend we're seeing everywhere in Europe relating to asylum in general. Warsaw, first and foremost, is about to take on board the presidency of the Council, and the Commission doesn't seem to mind this development. Now, we don't know what's going to happen in Syria, but what we do know is that it's time to protect and support the Syrian people, not leave them to their own devices or kick them out? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the Assad regime has fallen, and it's now time for 100,000 from Syrian refugees and millions across Europe to pack their suitcases and go home, and do so now, because we've seen 30,000 Syrians marching on the parliament. We've seen calls for violence from Syrians in Germany as well, and they should leave the country as soon as possible. This is a clear security risk for those people who want to close their eyes to this in Europe. Assad is history, and therefore there is no basis for any protection status in Europe. We should not for one day longer finance these people with taxpayers' money, and it's an absolute disgrace that Mr. Brunner, an Austrian citizen, is warning against deportation. His own party, the ÖVP, called for deportations and promised this. This is hypocrisy, and we all know these methods. Patriots are clear. It is time to act. Now what we need is to return these people, and we should stop this migration to Europe. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Mr. Madison.
Tere hommikust. Õnneks proua Kallasega saab eesti keeles rääkida.
Good morning, everyone. Luckily enough, I can use my mother tongue and speak in Estonian to Madam Kallas. We are very happy that the regime of Abdul Assad has fallen. It could have been more democratic. We hope that the future will be more beautiful, bright, democratic. But historically, this extreme Islamist movement has not been the most peaceful. But let's talk about democracy. Everyone, every society will choose their own way, make their own decisions. It's their decision. But I am interested in the concrete actions. We say that we want to support Syrian future. But what will we do when the new regime will start killing Christians? We want to support them in words, but in actions, what will we do? What will we do when millions of Syrians are fleeing the new regime because it's not as nice as we hope? Will we protect our borders? Will we do like we did with Turkey before, paying Turkey for closing the borders? What are our plans, B, C, D, if everything is not as bright as we talk about and hope today?
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear High Representative, good to see you here in our plenary, Kaja Kallas. De val van het Assad-regime brengt zowel opluchting.
Assad's regime has fallen, and many are relieved, but there's much uncertainty for the Syrians. Will the country be in a period of instability? Will it be a time of rebuilding and stability? Will it mean that people can come back to Syria safely? New Syria has some benefits. They have now lost the Russian influence that kept Assad in power. And last week, the European Union requested a peaceful transfer of power. Meanwhile, the UK, the US, Israel, and Turkey continue to act, and they're talking with the rebels that brought down the regime. In Russia and in China, well, we cannot let them decide the future of Syria. The European Union must assume its responsibilities, discuss with Syria so that the real rebuilding can begin, not just for stability and safety, security in Syria and for the whole region, but for Europe's safety and security as well. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Orlando.
Grazie, Presidente. Thank you, President. High Representative. The sudden fall of the dictator in Syria, after so many years in power has taken place, and the European Union now needs to support civil society in Syria and also civil society in the diaspora. We need to push for a democratic transition, guaranteeing the rights of minorities and women. Turkey has played an important role in this phase, but we need to call on them to stop attacking the Kurds. We need to make sure we have a presence on the ground to ensure that civil society can be properly involved in the transition. They're the only ones who can move the country towards democracy. We also need to look out for the rights of Syrians in Europe. We need to maintain their guarantees. There's also a UN resolution which needs to be respected. And we need to do that so that the Syrian people can decide their future. Syria has been the arena for much conflict, and that has nothing to do with the rights of the Syrian people. Thank you.
Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, President. The 8th of December 2024 marked the end of the reign of the Assad family. Syrian refugees, for the first time, are contemplating and dreaming about returning to their country, a country with the scene of so much torture. Syrian territory has been a scene of clashes, interventionism, and we need to support the Syrian people in aspirations for freedom, dignity and justice, respecting all of the diversity and religious minorities in the country. Many people are seeking to divide. But with a neighbor, Israel, which we have a neighbor, Israel, which is bombing Syria. And how can this be taking place? How can we dream of a future when so many Western countries are trying to define their priorities and prepare Syrian refugees to return to their country? We need to support Syria in this fight. Thank you.
Firmenich, you have the floor.
Die Berichte aus Syrien sind
Reports from Syria are alarming. HTS, the branch of Al-Qaeda, together with other terror groups, has taken power, and there is a threat of Sharia law there. Europe is looking to these Islamists with sympathy, and that's a pretty bad thing. International law is important, and everyone's talking about international law, but it doesn't seem to go for Western allies or Western states. Israel is bombarding many areas of Syria and has occupied a buffer zone in Syria. NATO member Turkey, together with IS militias, is bombarding the Kurds. The EU constantly talks about the values of our community, but we have lost all credibility. Our foreign policy is a bloody farce. Thank you.
El señor Burgallo.
Mr. Bugallo.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, President.
Representative, este Parlamento y este...
This Parliament and this EU frequently is just a talking shop. And when Bashar al-Assad fell, we knew precisely what needed to be done. Stability, multilateralism that is realistic, that doesn't abdicate rights. Europe is the best in terms of humanitarian aid in the world. And now the Syrian people deserve more than just hope. Having a future does not mean just waiting. We cannot just consider this a moral or geopolitical imperative. It is an imperative for the EU and our values. Now, what is happening in the region, we can see that there is not peace in this land, but it's also a question of security for us of Europe. The High Representative yesterday presided over the Council, and what we've seen is that the crisis there increases fundamentalism. The region has victims on a daily basis, and this European Parliament stands with those victims. But we also need to be clear-sighted in terms of the threat globally that could involve European lives. And the European Parliament must be attentive to this as well. In international policy, we cannot... I would like to just give a quote.
To let it be. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Glucksmann, you have the floor.
Merci. Madame la Haute Représentante.
Thank you. High Representative, colleagues, Aleppo, Homs, Damascus, the Syrians are celebrating the end of a brutal regime. Yes, the future is uncertain. I share some of the concerns that we've heard here. But let's be honest, colleagues. Who was listening to the Syrians when they were dying under the bombs of Putin or under the yoke of Assad? Just a few people tried to support their demonstrations in foreign offices across Europe and across the West. People were talking about re-establishing relations with Syria. People were having their photos taken next to the butchers in Syria, and the left seemed not to disagree. Everything was done to prevent the Syrian rebels being visible, but I want to ensure that their voices are heard. Since 2011, given the enormous crimes that were committed by Assad, Putin, and Hezbollah, and the Iranian regime, Syrians felt abandoned. The country is devastated. There are constantly mass graves being discovered. Hundreds of thousands disappeared in Assad's jails. Syria needs massive support to rebuild its country. Let's be there for them this time. Colleagues, this call needs to be heard. We weren't there to help Syrians in the war that they fought, but we have to be there for them as they build peace. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Mr. Tioni.
L'horreur et la noirceur.
The horrors of the Assad regime are giving place to another regime with significant repression. How could we not want this country with all its religious minorities? How can we not wish long-lasting peace and harmony for them? And we need to focus on that hope. But I am significantly worried about our continent with the threats that surround us and that are also here on the ground, because of jihadists. It's possible that we may see an opening up of Syria, and we should encourage that, but we should remain clear-minded. Now, we have a devastated Middle East, and this is something that we need to take into consideration.
Very much. Our colleague Kanko is the next speaker.
Thank you, President. Madam High Representative, we all agree that Assad was bad news. Bad news for Europe and certainly bad news for the people in Syria and in the region. We should all know that the HTS is no better news. Not for us and not for them. The fall of Assad means less fuel for Hamas and Hezbollah, less power for Iran, a new balance with Russia in the region, and an opportunity for something else. That good news is only one side of the coin, because the tyrant is replaced by Islamist jihadists. That remains a threat. So while we can indeed rejoice in the fall of Assad, we cannot see any promising future for Syria, and even less so for women, Christians, religious minorities, and Kurds today. We must be vigilant. How will you navigate between optimism and realism in this situation? How will you work with our transatlantic allies? The danger of European jihadists who went to fight us always try to come back to Europe. For that, we must protect our borders and be clear they must stay there. Madam Kallas, your Christmas menu doesn't look very good. When we look at the situation in Ukraine, at the crisis in the Middle East, at the situation in Africa, you really have a lot on your plate. But in this Parliament, we stand ready to work for you, for security, and for a better future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Mr. Guetta, you have the floor.
Ce n'est malheureusement pas impossible.
Unfortunately, it's not impossible that new Syrian leaders could end up repopulating the prisons and imposing the hijab. But how can we be certain about that? Why should we rule out the idea that they want to rebuild their country rather than plunge it into further bloodshed? Why should we believe that they aspire to impose in Damascus the theocracy that is falling apart in Tehran? We've got these people who are opening up the doors of the prisons, and Syrian men and women are supporting them because their victory has marked the end of the rule of brutality in Syria. Nothing can be excluded. But for the moment, we're seeing that Putin is not invincible. And there is a suspicion that the strange levels of concern that have accompanied the freeing up of Syria are just an effort to forget the shameful alliance that brought the Kremlin, Iran and the far right together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President. In Syria, with the fall of tyranny, the dreams have come true for many people who protested during the Arab Spring, a democratic movement in Egypt, in Libya, in Syria, but also in Europe, in Spain, where many of us mobilized on the 15th of March in that same year. We've seen so many missing people, so many people tortured. Now we see a stage of hope. But there are also risks. What can we do here in Europe? First of all, we should not turn our back on Syrian refugees, as the far right are calling for. We should also demand that the Islamists respect minorities and women, but also from Turkey we need to have respect for the Kurdish people. And also Netanyahu's expansionist plans. They've even talked about reaching Damascus in their government, a violent plan, bombing. We cannot stifle the dreams of freedom, and we need to respect Syria's territorial integrity, and that's also our responsibility because Europe, this continent, is supporting Netanyahu. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Gomar.
Monsieur le Président,
President, High Representative, colleagues, the consequences of the fall of the Assad regime are geopolitical, but they are also of a human nature. There is a real risk of this country continuing to splinter. The West with the Russian, the Kurdish in the northeast, and so on and so forth, with the Christians in the main cities. And of course, then there are the Daesh fighters throughout the country. Now, there is a calm transition, at least in appearance thereof, and yet the country is in chaos. Tension is all over. On the ex-Syrian army, the pro-Turks are fighting in the north. Murders continue. Pillage continues. And then the Americans are bombing Daesh bases. We shan't be disingenuous. We must be prudent. HTS has done nothing to prove that they have taken distance with the Islamist terrorism. And we know that there is the imperialist issue related to Turkey. All you have to do is speak with our Cypriot friends. Children, women, minorities will be the main victims of this regime that has not yet stated its name. Now, the High Representative must have a strong voice, an observation mission to remain calm in the country until we know better what precisely is taking place there. Thank you.
Give the floor to Ms. Insir for 1 minute and a half.
Madam High Representative, colleagues, at last the brutal regime of Assad has been consigned to the dustbin of history, and the dream of democracy that sparked 2011 revolution is emerging. For a democratic Syria to thrive, it must embrace diversity and equality, accommodating the hope of all its people, whether it is Arabs, Kurds, Christians, Sunni, Shia, women or men. And foreign powers like Turkey and Israel must cease their unlawful actions that violate Syria's sovereignty and territorial integrity. International law must apply equally to all. I urge the EU to raise its voice against this violation, particularly as the upcoming US under Trump may disregard established global rules in this process. As we speak right now, Turkey, alongside its SNA terrorist allies, is attempting to invade the Kurdish city of Kobane, a site pivotal in defending ISIS, defeating ISIS. The international community's understanding of the situation in Syria is being tested right now. It is unacceptable for a NATO member and an EU candidate to engage in such behavior. A united front from the EU and NATO can send a clear message to Turkey about the limits of tolerance. To avoid missteps, the EU must support democratic allies, particularly the Kurdish-led autonomous administration of North and East Syria, which has fought for freedom and played a crucial role in combating ISIS. High Representative Kallas. Syria stands at a crossroad. Dialogue among all factions, especially democratic ones, is essential, and Turkey and Israel must halt any violation of Syria's sovereignty and territorial integrity.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Mr. Holvenji for 1 minute.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Chair. Dear High Representative, dear colleagues, something great has happened in Syria. However, many experiences, personal meeting on the spot with Syrians warn me caution. What's next? We must have a clear picture. Any decision influences millions, whether they return or leave the country. No room for false promises. Return of Syrians to their homeland is essential for all. But the country is in ruins, and the leadership, will say, is more than uncertain. The EU needs to be aware of what is its own capacity to do and what not to do. Concrete, it is essential to have a dedicated summit to take a general overview of realistic possibilities. Currently, we have pressing humanitarian appeals to answer. EU sanction of Syria cannot anymore be the barrier of delivering aid. Guarantees are needed for the Christians, as well as Kurds and others will enjoy the full freedom of existence. Dear colleagues, we have to stand up for the rights of Christians, Kurds and other minorities. It is not a religious, but it's a humanitarian rights question. Respect of the rights of all parts of the Syrian society is absolutely a key. As soon as the conditions are there, dialogue is needed together with the regional actors for reconstruction. There is no return otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Mr. Weimers for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. High Representative Kallas. Millions came from Syria to Europe. Now the regime has fallen, and countries want to return migrants there. But their hands are tied by the EU court, which is legislating from the bench, overruling democracy. The EU court makes it virtually impossible to send back migrants. They require the entire country to be safe, no degrading treatment, no risk of suffering serious harm. Colleagues, do we meet these conditions ourselves? Sweden, with its bombings, shootings, and humiliation crime by migrant gangs, sure doesn't. Take back control. Member states must change the legal framework. If left-wing governments block reform, don't be surprised if member states start ignoring the EU court. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I will give the floor to Ms. Yar for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Vice President, dear colleagues, the fall of Assad's regime not only shows that the oppressed do not give in to the lack of freedom in Syria, in Ukraine, anywhere. It has also delivered a significant blow to Russia and Iran, and within 2 weeks reshaped the dynamics in the region. However, this is no guarantee of stability. As we know, the direction of HTS remains uncertain, and the EU needs to stay vigilant. Madam Kallas certainly knows. It must lead with principles, values, but also pragmatism, including insisting on closing Russian bases. The EU should explore diplomatic channels, but must urge the new leadership to prioritize security, the base of all negotiations, and then build upon it, upholding the minority rights, gender equality, and freedom of belief. Because this is more than geopolitics. Syrians deserve freedom, they deserve stability, and a chance to rebuild their own country without fear and oppression. Stable and free Syria is the goal for Europe as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Ms. Zovko for 1 minute and a half.
Thank you, dear President, Madam Vice President. Despite the joy that can be expressed in celebrating the toppling of barbaric and cruel regime, the current situation in Syria gives us no reason to rejoice. Indeed, we should refrain from giving benefits of doubt to the individuals that overthrown the Assad regime. A lot of them are war criminals and represent a major threat to minorities, especially Christians, Druze, and Yazidis. There should be no whitewashing, and we should not suddenly change our stance only because the Assad regime fell. Radicalism will not be solved with radicalism. The current promises made by the rebels towards minority will not be kept for long. The meeting of the new Minister for Religious Affairs in Syria with Christian leaders to promise them protection should not divert our attentions. Many years ago in Bosnia, Ottomans came and gave them the same permit. And then in the meantime, they were burning churches, expelling people, and this is what is happening in Bosnia and Herzegovina with Christians, and let alone in Syria. So don't be naive. Finally, appoint somebody who will treat in an External Action Service and in a commission, who will be a full-fledged commissioner or a representative who will go and protect Christian minorities wherever they live and not make just some symbolic role in the External Action Service. We have to take care of the religious minorities, or either we cannot be fully responsible for what is going on in the Middle East. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Mr. Kremer for 1 minute.
Dear colleagues, dear High Representative Kaja Kallas, the fall of Bashar al-Assad was one of those rare occasions of unexpected good news these days. Good news because nobody will miss this bloody dictator, and good news because his fate sends a clear message to despots all around the world that suppressing your own people while relying on Vladimir Putin will land you nowhere but in Russian exile. But there is a problem with this unexpected good news, namely that it was exactly that, unexpected. Once again, like in Afghanistan, we found ourselves fully taken by surprise, fully unprepared to deal with the situation. And we are lacking the presence on the ground. We are lacking the local expertise. We are lacking diplomatic contacts. And yet, what do we hear from the Commission? Are rumours about cutting down funding to the European External Action Service, cutting down on our diplomatic muscle. And I'm sorry, but that's like a milk farmer selling all his cows to make space for more milk. What we need is more diplomatic muscle, more diplomatic presence in the ground, not less. We need more EAS also to support you in your task over the next years. I'm a big fan of good news, but I don't want them to come unexpectedly ever again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Ms. Thysint for 1 minute.
Alto rappresentante.
High Representative, colleagues. The jihadist groups have toppled the dictatorship, the brutal regime of Assad. This is a further worsening of the already delicate situation in the Middle East. And again, Europe is at risk of losing its soul. They have conquered Syria with their Islam domination, but we know that Islam wants to expand, infiltrate, and oppress. Now, we know this is not a faraway risk. It is currently being imported, and it's already been imported, the cultural model that is incompatible with our Christian roots, but not only. It also threatens our security and our identity. We want a free Europe, or one that is succube to Sharia. Without this control, without a control to play, our civilization is under threat. There is no future without identity. Thank you.
Much. Now I give the floor to Mr. Bondra for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. So let me start by commending the High Commissioner statement for calling the stability and territorial integrity in Syria. Indeed, it is in our interest to see a stable Syrian government that brings an end to the civil war and halts the migration wave to Europe. While the EU is, and I would say rightly, not engaged militarily in Syria, our diplomacy must work to prevent the new government from forming the alliances with the Iranian regime. Iran, along with its proxies, is becoming notably weaker, which is a positive development for the region. And Syrian government that distance itself from any collaboration with terrorist organization would be a critical test to achieving the stable Middle East. Finally, religious and ethnic minorities in the region, like Yazidis, Kurds, and Syriacs, have faced a terrible persecution in the past. The EU must therefore ensure that any serious recognition of the new Syrian government is contingent upon its rigorous respect for the right and protection of those minorities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Mr. Eroglu for 1 minute.
Ja, sehr geehrter Herr Vizepräsident.
Well, yes, thank you, President. Thank you, High Representative. Well, I think it's good news for the European Union that Syria has been freed from its murderous dictator. He was also the biggest drug producer and drug dealer that the Middle East has ever seen. Now, we've got more good news. The militias are going to be dissolved and they're going to become part of the Syrian army. We want to see that the Syrians are doing what they say. So that's good. I think we need to be very clear about what we want in Europe, in Syria as well. We need to help. We need to ensure that medicines are supplied, schools are rebuilt, agriculture is rebuilt, and we need to help Syrians to rebuild their army as well so that they can defend their borders. And then once we have the rule of law in place, then we'll be able to see what comes next. I mean, that's what we should be doing rather than all this nonsense that we've heard today in Parliament. Thank you.
Por 1 minuto y medio.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. López Istúriz.
13 años de guerra civil.
Thank you very much. 13 years of civil war, a bloody regime. But we need to see what happens with the new government in Syria. Now, you understand, I have my suspicions and I have my doubts vis-à-vis the rebel groups that form part of the new government. And also, Europeans are at the origin of this problem. People don't talk about that, but, you know, this is how the lines were traced. If you look at the Kurds, for example, the main problem is us. So I'm very happy to see what the High Representative is saying, to see that we have been present in meetings with Arab ministers, sending diplomats to Damascus, it really looks like we are taking the responsibility that we have had over this for the past 200 years. Now, unfortunately, in this parliament, we have those we always hear the far right talking about immigration from the very first second and the far left talking about Israel. Can you just stop focusing on these obsessions? And Israel is defending itself, and it's in the south of Syria as well. It's incomprehensible, these ridiculous obsessions that these two sides of the House have. Syria needs solutions, and Europeans need to be there for the Syrians. So the thousands of people of whom the far right are talking about, to help those people because they're being persecuted. Sorry, you have a blue card from Mr. Gadi. Would you accept it?
I will speak Greek. Dear colleague, this is not just an obsession. If you go to Cyprus, you will see what is actually going on the island. There is a huge problem. Hundreds of Syrians have waved the flag of the Free Russian Army in all Cypriot cities, and this could convince you about the real issue at hand.
Sin quitarle ni un segundo del problema que usted está mencionando.
Well, you mentioned this problem. What I am saying, the priority is to solve the problems in Syria so that this does not happen again, and not wasting time with these issues. And we also need to resolve the issue of immigration. And we also look at what's happening in Syria and how the people are suffering. And we've had 13 years of civil war and persecution as well. That's what I've been talking about, and not focusing so much on the issue of immigration.
Now I will give the floor to Mr. Di Rupo for 1 minute.
Madame Kallas, Mrs. Kallas, I'm sure you've seen the images on CNN. The journalist Kalissa Walt went into an Assad prison and frees a prisoner who had been closed in total darkness for 3 months. Now, the man initially was clearly frightened, but then when he saw the light of day, he realized that he was getting his freedom back. But the fact is, nothing has been concluded in Syria. However, we as Europeans have a great interest in supporting the transition. It's crucial to neutralize the Islamic State, and we need to ensure a fair and stable transition for everyone, including ethnic and religious minorities. We need to ensure that women are truly free. And whatever the skeptics say, we need to open up a constructive dialogue with Ahmed al-Shara and his Prime Minister. That's in our interests as the free world. This is a challenge, but it's an obligation that we face. And it's a heavy and difficult task for you, Madam High Representative.
Now I will give the floor to Mr. Laszlo for 1 minute.
In Syria, the forces of the Assad regime have been defeated. He himself fled the country. Nonetheless, the situation is fragile. The outcome of the power struggle is unpredictable, and we must be prepared for every scenario. In this situation, the EU has 3 main interests and responsibilities. First, I ask the European Commission and the External Action Service to keep a very close and direct line of communication with the leaders of the Christian community. They may become a target very quickly and very easily. If they are targeted, they can only count on Western help, and we need to stand ready. Second, aid sent to Syria should not end up in the hands of radical groups. It would be indefensible towards European citizens if we helped the consolidation of yet another oppressive regime. And third, Our aid should aim to create the circumstances that make the swift and safe return of refugees possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we'll give the floor to Mr. Rausen for 1 minute.
Dank u wel, voorzitter. Beste collega's.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, now, we wish the troubled Syrian people a future of hope. The big question really is, will the new rulers ensure this? The HTS rebels promised to protect the rights of minorities. Meanwhile, they would like to introduce Sharia law. So this is all extremely contradictory, and it's difficult to reconcile it. Now, Sharia generally shows very little mercy to those who think differently. Christians in Syria are therefore extremely afraid, very afraid, and the situation is highly uncertain for them. So it should be our priority to care for the minorities and make sure that that is the case in our new interactions with the new rulers, because there is only a hope for Syria if there will be room for the church to continue to spread its words, its good news. So the message of Christmas is that that God sent his son to earth for the forgiveness of sins.
Andrews for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Callas and colleagues. I'm just so pleased that Assad is gone. I campaigned against the policy of normalization. Just last July, 8 EU member states proposed that we would reopen the Syrian embassy in Brussels. That initiative now looks embarrassing. But at its core was the mistake of trying to put EU migration management policy ahead of what might be in the interests of the wider Syrian people. And the reality is that we turned our back on the Syrian opposition. We turned our back on those who fought for justice and against impunity. We turned our back on those who are haunted by the gulags and the prisons and the torture centres. Now, for once, we have an opportunity to invest in reconciliation, in reconstruction of this wonderful country. And for the first time, we have an opportunity to really prioritise the interests of the people of Syria in all their diversity. A lot of analysis has focused on Iraq and Syria, but the better example is Sudan. There was a change of leadership there in 2019, and we failed to invest in reconciliation, the growth of democracy, in development. We turned our back on Syrians before. Let's not repeat that mistake. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I will give the floor to Mr. Lopatka for 1 minute.
It is positive to see the end of this brutal terror regime in Syria. Now we must support Syrians in an orderly transition to a stable, functioning and democratic state. We must maintain continuous dialogue and keep the channels of communication open with the provisional government. And therefore, it was absolutely the right step of the new High Representative, Kaja Kallas, to send a high-ranking diplomat immediately to Damascus. We can assist in the rebuilding of institutions and democratic state structures. And we need there an inclusive government and a peaceful transition in order to support the rebuilding of society and the economy and to reunite families and communities. We must encourage and assist Syrians in Europe to return to their homeland. 98,000 of them are in Austria. The majority are young men. They are needed in the country to rebuild the society and the economy.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Ms. Temido for 1 minute.
Colleagues, High Representative, following more than 50 years of the Assad's control of Syria, Syria was jubilant with the end of this regime that used chemical weapons against its people. And I'd like to say there is no but when it comes to the end of a cruel dictatorship. However, With the fall of the regime, the HTS movement, which is prescribed by the United Nations, is a cause for concern. Syria has a new transition government, and we know that the risks of violence remain. There are opposition movements, and there are many vulnerable religious minorities. Israel has bolstered its presence in the Golan Heights, and Turkey has established an advantage over Kurdistan. Now, the Syrians that are outside of the country, the diaspora hope to come back. But it's not possible to think of this in the short term to put an end to asylum policy. And in the EU, we know there's 1 million Syrians. The Portuguese President Sampaio established in 2014 the Global Platform for Syrio Students. It's a program of bursaries that meant that many children were able to come to Europe and have a future. Now, we know that there have been crimes. We have to protect human rights, establish the institutions, make sure that the peace process is inclusive. Without any of this, there will not be a new phase of hope.
Thank you very much. Now I will give the floor to Mr. Baraut for 1 minute.
Le renversement du régime syrien.
The Syrian regime has fallen, and that has produced chaos in the region. A militia led by a former Al-Qaeda and IS leader has imposed itself. Christians may well end up being victims here under the indifferent eye of the international community. There's a new wave of migration being prepared, and Europe, already weakened, won't be able to deal with it. I've heard the colleagues say that we're obsessed by immigration rather than trying to help Syrians, but migration is something that causes problems. We should be obsessed with it. I'm worried about the future of Syria and the Syrian people, but I've been elected to defend the French people and also the people of Europe. Ankara is ready to manipulate this new power, which the Turks have helped to put in place. And they're going to once again use migration and use all the threats that they've got. We need to protect our borders, and also we need to protect persecuted minorities in situ before it's too late. So what is the European plan here? Because the European Union has a remit in foreign policy. So we're listening and we wait to hear what you have to say. Thank you.
Now I give the floor to Mr. Bruczynski for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. Szanowna Pani Komisarz.
Ma'am, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, most of the previous speakers have expressed their joy and satisfaction at the downfall of the Assad's regime. Of course, any fall of a brutal dictatorship should bring happiness and joy. However, what we see today in Damascus, in Aleppo, and in other regions of Syria should infuse us with joy and relief. I will refer to one of the priests of the Christian churches, a Malachite priest, who said that the feelings that the Syrians feel today is fear and joy. Joy because something new is coming, but also fear of chaos. Christians have been in that region from the times of St. Paul, and they account for 7% of the total population. In total, there were 1.5 million Christians there. Today, there are barely 300,000 Christians. I hope that the Assad's downfall will not be an end of Christianity in Syria. And I hope that the gullibility that I have heard in many speeches today, this feeling of being naive and hopeful about the change that the Arab Spring would bring to Northern Africa and to the Middle East, I hope that this will not result in Christians disappearing from the Middle East and it will not lead to the appearance of Islam extremists in Europe.
I will give the floor to Mr. Beke for 1 minute.
Dank u wel, voorzitter. Mevrouw de hoge commissaris.
Thank you very much, President. Madam Commissioner, 1 week in the job and an authoritarian regime has already fallen. I think we can only be happy about that. We are happy that Assad's regime has fallen. But we have some hesitations as well. And, you can see the images of the Sednaya prison or listen to the witness testimony from the torture chambers and slaughterhouses under the Assad regime. And perhaps there were other threats. We need to avoid a situation like we had in Iraq after the fall of Saddam, or what happened in Libya after Gaddafi fell. And we don't want to see another Afghanistan either. This means that the EU needs to take on its responsibility. Iran, Turkey and Russia must not benefit from a vacuum of power to impose their influence. We need to help Syria. There are millions of Syrians in the diaspora, and they have a huge amount of hope. And the EU needs to guarantee stability and dialogue. It's not about sending them back today, but we need to put in place a program together, and that's what we are counting on you for. Thank you.
Mr. Mavridis, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. The toppling of the brutal Assad regime is a historical opportunity for peace and stability in Syria and beyond. But what are our clear priorities with overwhelming consensus of this House? First, the protection of minorities, ethnic and religious, particularly Christians and Kurds. Second, jihadists cannot be our partners. To nominate a wanted terrorist as a moderate political opposition cannot fool EU citizens, neither this House. Regarding Turkey, Madam High Representative, after meeting recently the Turkish Foreign Minister, you nominated Turkey as a strategic partner. This is wrong, but fortunately there is time to reconsider. In our campaign against the Islamic State and jihadists, Kurds were our brave partner, while Turkish intelligence under Fidan's orders supply arms and logistics to these jihadists. The Erdogan regime, the occupier of EU territory in Cyprus, is connected with terrorist organizations in the areas, from Hamas to Muslim Brotherhood, from Libya to Syria, while now the attack on Kurds in Kobani is imminent. High Representative, silence is not just morally wrong, but a tragic geopolitical mistake.
Thank you very much. Now we are running a little bit late, and I will want to announce that we are going to close the Catch the Eye first, and secondly, ask to the members to stick to the time. And we continue, and I will give the floor to Mr. Siriani for 1 minute.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President, High Representative, colleagues. The regime fell, and that surprised the major powers in the world. These same powers, with the Hamas terrorist attack, that shows how unstable the intelligence and diplomatic services are because of all of these surprises. Now, it is true that Assad was a dictator, but I think Europe needs to take more distance to what is happening before it celebrates a huge shift to pluralism, specifically when it comes to the role. We need to have prudence when it comes to Turkey, to Putin, and its withdrawal from Syria. That could be shifted to Libya with the Russian fleet in the Sicilian Peninsula, along the Sicilian coast. Now, we should fight, or should make sure that there isn't a fight against all and a migratory flow. Requests for asylum and the policy that has been adopted by many member states, that requires coordination. There is a hope to have a virtuous cycle in Syria. Let us hope it's sincere. We must respect the territorial sovereignty and independence. Our aid should reject any extremism, respect for for international law, as well as the protection of minorities. Thank you.
Floor to Mr. Stier for 1 minute.
Hvala predsjedniče, kolegice I kolege. Pad Asadovog režima je u geopolitičkom smislu snažan udarac Iranu. Naravno da je Rusija također strateški oslabljena.
The fall of Assad is a serious blow for Iran, and Russia is also strategically weakened. Now, whether Syrians remain in Europe will depend on negotiations with the new Syrian regime and also on negotiations with Erdogan. Turkey seems to be one of the big winners from this new situation, and the withdrawal of Russia has caused a vacuum that Erdogan is going to try and exploit. The United States are not going to get more engaged in Syria, and Israel is doing everything to guarantee its security. Now, the European Union needs to act, of course, and I welcome what the EU High Representative said when she talked about doing everything to protect our values and our interests. So that's obviously Christians and European citizens. Thank you.
Por un minuto.
Thank you very much. Now, Madam Jalul Muro.
Thank you very much, President. We are witnessing historic events. Assad's dictatorship, especially that of Bashar al-Assad, has ended after so many years. And this has led to many people being mistreated, being isolated, and being tortured. We thought it was impossible. People have been released from prisons, and seeing this must be intolerable for any country in the world. And the protests were oppressed in the Arab Spring in 2011. I call on you. We need to be united, we need to be responsible, and we need to be up to the challenge and focusing on facts and data. Now, if we look at what's happened in Syria and what Israel is doing, this is a breach of international law, which is jeopardizing security in the region. But we also need to focus on what happens in the future, question of security, and we need to see improvements there. And Syria needs to have the right to decide and to put in place a democratic system. We need to also respect the dignity of human lives and not focusing on the return of asylum seekers as some countries are promoting in Europe. Now, we need to protect minorities as well, majorities and women. That's another very important issue. This parliament should not be selective. And also the opposition are secular forces. Not everybody is an extreme Islamist. And we need to have an inclusive government. That's what's most important, and including a focus on women. And Kaja Kallas is doing a huge amount of work at diplomatic level, which are very positive for the European Union, and the EU should be focusing on the Middle East in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
To Mr. Altola for 1 minute.
Arvoisa puheenjohtaja,
Chair, High Representative Kallas, the Syrian people have been suffering for decades. The Assad atrocities have claimed hundreds of thousands of victims, millions have fled. Now we need to allow Syrians to resolve their issues while playing an active role in the creation of a stable and broad regime. The challenge is considerable. Power will be reallocated. It is likely that there will be bloodshed and conflicts having to do with power struggles and territorial claims. It is clear that the third parties that supported the al-Assad regime have been exposed as being weak. They have an interest in meddling with the event. It is essential that we are more aware of what is going on, as with Hezbollah and Hamas. The EU needs to support. What is sure is that Syria will remain under geostrategic pressure for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Mr. Furlas for 1 minute.
Thank you, President. The situation in Syria is not just a matter of geopolitical concern. It's a humanitarian disaster with unprecedented consequences. Millions have fled the country. Hundreds of thousands have lost their lives. This is a very shameful situation. And it's a country very close to my homeland, Cyprus. Of course, as the EU, we welcomed the fall of Assad, but we didn't say how we can protect Christians and other minorities that are endangered and targeted. Russia, Turkey, and Iran are the major actors in a great geopolitical game, but the EU needs to be present. We need to take the lead in this. We need to tackle this crisis from a European perspective. So, dear Commissioner, we will stand by your side in this effort. Just one word of advice. Do not really trust Erdogan and Turkey because they are an occupying force in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Mr. Kelly for 1 minute.
Thank you, President and Commissioner.
Dictatorship was one of the most vicious and most brutal regimes the world has experienced over the last 50 years. Now, as the country is still reeling from the events that have taken place there, the stories of the cruelty that Assad and his father imposed on their own people come to light. The international community should reflect on their actions in Sudan, where limited support for the civilian government played a role in the country's descent into civil war. A vacuum of power now exists in Syria, where the different rebel factions may want to grab as much land and power as they can. It is the time for the UN, the EU and the Arab League to step up and assist the Syrian state in actualising a peaceful transition with fair and free elections where all minorities and religions can be equal. I urge our European partners to demonstrate dignity and compassion towards Syrian refugees. There is still a long journey ahead for Syria, but a great step forward has been taken by the ending of the Russian-backed Assad's reign of terror.
Thank you very much. Now I will give the floor to Mr. Mandel for 1 minute.
Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen,
colleagues, High Representative Kaja Kallas, welcome to the European Parliament, and I look forward to working closely with you to deal with foreign affairs situations and also the situation of refugees, because these are joined. I mean, I was in Syria a couple of years ago. I've been there several times, and it was clear back then that refugees might want to go home, but there are many armed groups in the region, and people don't really know who they can trust and whether they'll be safe. But clearly, we do have to reassess the migration situation. The Austrian government have done that. Other governments have followed. And we'll see how things go. I mean, what we're seeing in Syria is the fall of a brutal dictatorship, but we don't yet know what's going to happen in the future. We need to support them in spite of the fact that they potentially are Islamists, so that they can rebuild Syria. We have the responsibility, though, to ensure that everyone goes home who can contribute to rebuilding Syria. Thank you.
Now I give the floor to Ms. Bentele for 1 minute.
Dear Vice President Kallas, many important and true things have already been said by my colleagues, and I would like, therefore, concentrate on a topic which was maybe not yet highlighted that much in the debate. I was very pleased to hear that you proposed to the Council to convene an Association Council meeting with Israel. This shows that you are focusing rather on dialogue with Israel and not on ousting Israel, which was lately the very wrong policy of your predecessor. For me, it is shocking to see that the relations between an EU member state like Ireland and Israel can deteriorate to such a point that an ambassador is being recalled. It is high time that the EU set straight its position towards the only stable democracy in the region and to motivate Israel to play a constructive role in the upcoming process, helping to establish a new political authorities in Syria. In this regard, I also very much welcome your announcement to restart a high-level dialogue with the Palestinian Authority. There is currently a big opportunity for the EU in the Middle East to become more than just a donor of humanitarian aid. For example, an enabler for institution and democracy building. I'm strongly convinced that parliamentarian engagement and diplomacy can be beneficial to your efforts. Also, as a former German diplomat, I'm very much looking forward to a close cooperation with you in the next 5 years.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Mr. Tonin for 1 minute.
President, Madam Commissioner, no dictator is eternal. A dictator who killed and gassed his own people ran away like a biggest coward. This is the true face of dictators. They take care only for themselves and they destroy the country. Islamists are clearly taking over the Syria. The experience of Afghanistan teaches us that we should never ever trust the words of the Islamists. We will judge them by their actions. So there are 3 possibilities. First, further fighting and fragmentation as in Libya. Second, one dictator replaced by another as in Iraq. Or we finally get a new and inclusive Syria. I expect from the EU to tie all our financial and diplomatic assistance to new Syrian authorities strictly to the fulfillment of our core values. This is to resolve conflicts through the dialogue, to establish institutions of state, and to protect religious minorities, especially Christians. The real strength of authorities is not in the number of guns, but in sincere support of the people.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Mr. Sokol for 1 minute.
Poštovani potpredsjedniče, povjerenice, kolege.
Thank you. Madam Vice President, High Representative, colleagues. The regime fell more quickly than we thought. Now, it does not necessarily mean that the new regime will be democratic. We have the rebels have taken control, but they can be described as Islamists. 1.5 million Christians have left the country, and 300,000 are still there, and there are various groups. And this shows that we shouldn't just be euphoric about this. We should use all means we have to put pressure on the new government, but also, via Ankara, protect minorities. If the new government shows that they are democratic, we should support refugees to return to support their country.
Just to have catch the eye, but we are running out of time, and as you know, we have at 12 the Sakharov Prize. Then we will do only 4 catch the eyes. It will be people who was present all the time during the debate, and especially once per group, per political group. The first one, it will be Milan Sver from the EPP.
Hvala za besedo, gospod predsedujoči. S padcem al-Assada se je zgodil pozitivni.
Thank you very much. Well, we've seen the fall of Assad, and that's a positive thing for the region. It means the end of repression on Syria and the end of links with Hezbollah and the Iranian regime. It was also a defeat for Russia. And also the plan to destroy Israel is less likely to happen as well. So what should the European Union be doing? Well, first and foremost, it should exclude those countries that brought Syria to its current situation from Syria's new era. All democratic forces should be included, the European Union, the United States as well, of course. So that's the first thing. And then secondly, we need to do everything possible to prevent the Afghan model being repeated. The European Union needs to be involved in rebuilding Syria. High Representative, we place great hopes in you to ensure that the European Union can play a greater role. Thank you.
Thank you, President, and welcome, High Representative Kallas. Listening to the whole debate, I must say one thing. I am disgusted by the way some people here talk about people. It's dehumanizing. And I want to have noted that from the far right, the word deportations has been used several times, and I do not want to normalize that. We will only get one chance to get this right. The fall of the Assad regime is not a guarantee for stability, in particular because Turkey and Israel are vigorously pushing their own agendas. So how to convert this situation into an opportunity? Adding to the useful ideas that have been raised by my colleagues, I want to say to the High Representative to consider investing in our very diverse and knowledgeable Syrian communities in our societies. They are very knowledgeable and they can be of help. Also promote and support initiatives to transitional justice, offer direct and indirect peace building and dialogue, and work on the protection of minorities, in particular the Kurds in the north. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I will give the floor to Ms. Langet-Siepen. Katrin.
Ja, thank you. Ich werde Deutsch sprechen.
I'll be speaking in German. Now, to throw a figure into the room, 54, and then another one, 48. 54 years of an Assad dictatorship. The father of Bashar and Bashar al-Assad. The regime has fallen, but and if we hadn't seen such a swift fall, it wouldn't have been possible to call for deportation so quickly. I echo what my colleague in the S&D Tice was saying. It's incredible how inhumanely people speak about humans, as if they don't have their own free will, as if they have to just fall into chaos straight away. It's as if there would be no opposition, nothing in Washington, Paris and Berlin. People are there. We have a democratic plan. And Ms. Kallas, I call upon you, contact the new movements with the experienced activists and speak to people. They don't want things to be decided on their bodies. They don't want to be decided for them what is bad or good. That's my appeal to you, Ms. Kallas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I will give the floor for Mr. Dostal.
Vážení kolegové, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as a citizen of a country that, as Czechoslovakia, was supporting Syria, I have to say that I'm very sorry how things turned out. Under both Assads, the regime wasn't ideal, but it was secular, it was stable, and it provided for the functioning of the country. Already in 2009, the International Monetary Fund was praising Syria for growing GDP, lowering debt, and reforms. If we interfere, if we support jihadists, if we support coup d'etats, if we have sanctions, it only leads to hundreds of thousands of deaths and a ruined economy. Israel and Turkey have turned Israeli sovereignty into a joke. What have we done to Syria? And when we say we, I mean the EU and NATO member states. We have our share of blame in how things turned out in Syria and in the region. No wonder people are going to hate us. Mrs. Kallas, let us help them. Let us not support coup d'etat and terrorism. Let's support peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With this, we end the Catch the Eye. Again, I reiterate that we are running out of time and we are having a short list of Catch of the Eye. And I appreciate the passions of the High Representative. Now I will give the floor to Kaja Kallas, Vice President of the Commission and High Representative.
Dear President, honourable members, thank you for this debate. I think it was very, very useful. And it is true, and I agree with you, that we can't leave a vacuum in Syria, and we have to avoid the mistakes that we did with Libya, with Afghanistan, and we have to be also there. The future of the country must be Syria-led and Syria-owned and reflect the Syrian people in all all their diversity. Yes, we know that Syria is very diverse, and I agree with those that we don't talk about protection of minorities, but we talk about inclusivity of the government, that, you know, all the groups that you also mentioned in the plenary would be sitting around that table. I agree with those who said that the European Union must be present. And we have already started to have a process to engage cautiously with Damascus, pushing for inclusive and tolerant approach. I see we have a chance here to really impact the region, and we need to follow closely the next steps in the short term. And I've asked the head of delegation to go to Damascus yesterday to have constructive first contacts with the new leadership and various other groups, also the civil society. And we are ready to reopen our delegation, which is the European Embassy, and we want this to be fully operational again. I think this is a very important step that we will reopen the delegation in Syria to have, like many of you said, really constructive engagement, and to have the input and information from the ground as well. In parallel, EU remains the biggest donor of humanitarian aid to Syrian people, and we stand with the Syrian people through this transition, as we did during Assad's brutal rule. Like I've said, Syria faces positive but uncertain future, and we have to work together with the regional actors. That's why meeting with the Arab countries, the United Nations, United States, but also Turkey, and having the same principles in mind is extremely important to deliver the same messages also to the new leadership, what we want to see. So thank you very much for this debate, and we will continue to cooperate also with the European Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much, High Representative. I'm informing you that the vote about the resolution will be in the future, in the coming seasons. With this, we end the debate about the toppling of the Syrian regime and its geopolitical implications and the humanitarian situation on the country. With that, we will pass to the next point on the agenda. As you know, it's a point about the repression against peaceful demonstrations, pro-European peaceful demonstrations in Georgia. I would like you to inform that it will be one round, one speakers per group. Then we will not have catch the eye or blue card during this debate. First of all, I will give the floor to the Vice President Šuica of the Commission. Commissioner Šuica.
Good morning. Thank you, dear Chair. Honourable members of the European Parliament. For almost 3 weeks, the Georgian people have been protesting across country to defend their democratic and European future. The unprecedented protests followed the announcement by the Georgian authorities of their decision not to seek the opening of accession negotiations until 2028. This step is a clear shift from the policies of previous Georgian governments and the aspirations of the vast majority of the population. It is also the first time ever we see a country that was granted candidate status immediately and markedly shifting away from its European path. The situation in Georgia keeps deteriorating. Over the past 2 weeks, more than 450 individuals have been detained. Around 300 have reportedly suffered violence and ill treatment, many requiring urgent medical care. The police charged over 400 individuals with administrative and over 30 with criminal offence, while no one from the law enforcement or informal violent groups has been held accountable for the excessive use of force. These events are not isolated incidents, but part of a broader pattern of Georgia's democratic decline. Prior to the parliamentary elections on 26 October, they were marked by serious irregularities. The authorities adopted the Foreign Influence Law and so-called Family Values Legislative Package. Both these legislative initiatives go against European norms and values. In June, we responded by adopting a number of measures, including downgrading political contacts and suspension of assistance. 30 million euros under the European Peace Facility assistance and 121 million euros in direct assistance to the government. Georgia's accession process has been effectively halted. The authorities have not reversed their course of action. Honourable members, it was time for the European Union to react in a decisive and unified manner. This is what the Georgian people expect us to do. Those responsible for the violence need to be held accountable, and the authorities need to take urgent steps to stop the repression, release the protesters arbitrarily detained, and re-engage in the accession process. Yesterday, at the Foreign Affairs Council, we agreed to halt the visa-free regime for diplomatic and service passport holders. And we also discussed sanctioning under the European Union Global Human Rights Sanctions regime those Georgian officials responsible for, involved in, or associated with serious human rights violations. At the same time, we will continue to stand with the Georgian people, including by redirecting funding away from the authorities towards the civil society and towards independent media, so they can continue their work during this crucial period. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Šuica, who was speaking in the name of the Vice President of the Commission and the High Representative of the Union for Foreign Affairs. Now we will start the round of the groups. I will give the floor to Ms. Yuknevichiene in the name of the group of the European People's Party for 2 minutes.
Sakartvelo President Salome Zurabišvili, the leader of the European Georgia, is now on her way to Strasbourg to address us at the heart of the EU democracy. Is there any hope? The most frequent question about Georgia for me in Lithuania. Yes, it is. When I was in Tbilisi last week, I saw hopeful people with European Union flags. They are raising those flags not just in the capital, but all over the country, in small villages, including 500 detained, hundreds beaten, tortured, journalists including. But more and more people are coming to the demonstrations. Georgia is becoming a textbook case of how Russian influence can transform a democratic system into an authoritarian regime without firing a shot. But Georgia is an EU candidate. The EU institutions cannot therefore be left behind. My group, EPP, position is clear. The parliamentary elections were stolen. We see no other way to help Georgia than new elections. Salome Zurabišvili is the only president legitimately elected by the people until the new elections are held. We call on member states to implement sanctions on individuals responsible for rigged elections and violence against peaceful protesters. We urge heads of states, ministers of member states, not to wait to go to Tbilisi on European Georgia mission, our Commission including. I urge the EU to take the lead and not let Putin and his proxies win the battle against freedom and democracy on the European continent. It is the same battle for real peace and freedom that the Ukrainians are fighting for.
Thank you very much. Now I will give the floor to Mr. Kremer for 2 minutes in the name of the group of the SD.
Dear colleagues, I too just got back from Tbilisi, and what I saw there was honestly bone-chilling. A government that, after rigging the elections, is cracking down on its own population and trying to turn a European democracy into a Belarusian-style authoritarian regime under the shadow of the Kremlin. It is a Russian playbook, all too familiar by now, a playbook of disinformation, manipulation, intimidation, violence, and even torture. But colleagues, what I saw in Georgia also gave me hope. Hope because tens, perhaps hundreds of thousands of Georgians are taking to the streets every day and every night right now, across the country, in the cities, in the villages. Georgians are fighting for their country. They're fighting for their democracy. They're fighting for their freedom. And these people are fighting in Georgia, but they do so under a blue banner with golden stars. The banner of Europe is for Georgians the banner of freedom. And Georgians are risking their lives for this blue banner. And wherever we went as MEPs, people came up to us, waving this European banner, cheering us, but also asking us, where is Europe in this hour of truth? Colleagues, the eyes of the Georgians are on us right now. And not just of the Georgians, also Ukrainians, Moldovans, and so many others who yearn for freedom. They are looking to us here in Strasbourg right now. So let us show to them that in the hour of need, Europe is capable of acting. Let us impose real sanctions on those suppressing their own population. Let us welcome here on this floor President Salome Zurabishvili to address the plenary. And let us support the Georgian people in their wish for new and fair elections on their path to Europe, on their path to freedom. Georgians are acting right now to defend the values that this banner represents. So let us do the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Ms. Mariani in the name of Patriots for Europe group.
In Georgia and in Romania, the EU refuses to acknowledge the choice of the people. Georgia is the theatre of an insurrection. We see that you're trying to destabilize from abroad against the legitimate powers of Georgia. There were protests in Tbilisi, and you are encouraging these protests against the Georgian state. You are trying to make things spiral out of control, a la Maidan. Yet Georgia and its institutions are holding on. They are withstanding the violence of those who lost the elections. They lost the elections, and despite what you're doing, Georgia Dream's victory has been acknowledged by the Central Powers, and the president was elected. The prime minister was elected in line with the laws. The people in Romania and Georgia don't want their sovereignty taken from them. We say that we're in favour of wealth, prosperity, and democracy, but in Georgia we are encouraging a coup d'état which could cause instability in the country.
I will give the floor to Ms. Gosiewska in the name of ECR Group.
Od tygodni tysiące Gruzinów wychodzi na ulicę w sprzeciwie.
For weeks, thousands of Georgians have been taken to the streets in opposition to the policies of the Georgian Dream, a pro-Russian party that is directly pushing the country into the arms of Russia. Arrests, violence, and the freezing of relations with the EU. This is the response of those in power, a response aimed at Georgian society. The Georgian demonstrations are taking place under the slogan, "Wake up Georgia." What I would say is wake up Europe and stand with the protesters. Ms. Kallas, what does it mean that a lot can still happen before the 29th of December? What are you waiting for? For blood to be shed? For President Zurabishvili to be imprisoned like they did with President Saakashvili? You said that the list of people subject to sanctions is already ready. Then do it. At least do that. You slept through the 2008 war. Georgia's independence and Europe's honour were saved by then Polish President Lech Kaczynski. You wanted not to act then. We need to take action without waiting. Georgians are fighting for their future. Let us help them. Sakarvelo Gamardziu.
Thanks. Now I will give the floor to Ms. Loiseau for 1 minute and a half, representing Renew Europe Group.
Chers collègues,
Dear colleagues, have we become deaf? Do we not hear what is cried out every night by the demonstrators in Tbilisi and in Georgia? Let me tell you what they're saying. I went to meet with them. The elections were stolen from them. They were rigged. And their freedom is being stolen from them. They dream of Europe. And the Georgian dream, what a name, who is in power. They only look to Russia. They constantly repeat that Georgia is European. It is not Russia. Dear colleagues, have we become blind? Do we not see the repression on these peaceful demonstrators, the arrests, the beatings, journalists and opposition members thrown in prison? We see that a cloud is over the country, an alignment with Moscow. Are we impotent? Will we not apply sanctions to donors of Georgia Dream who want to turn Georgia into a new Russia? Salome Zurabishvili has been invited to the European Parliament by President Metsola, as many of us wanted. Ms. Zurabishvili is fighting tooth and nail for the democratic future of her country. Georgia belongs in our house of European democracy, and she must speak in plenary. Those who believe in the power of Europe and in us, we have to prove that they are right to believe in us.
Very much. Now I will give the floor to Mr. Van Lanschot from the group of Greens for 1 minute and a half.
The party Georgian Dream has turned it into a Russian nightmare. The leaders of this nightmare stole the people's voice in an election that was not free nor fair. And by blocking the roads to the EU, they stole the people's hope. They are illegitimate, unconstitutional, but the masks are off, and they reveal their true face, a face the Georgian people know too well, a face of Russian oppression. Peaceful protesters arrested, hundreds assaulted by the police, civil society intimidated, journalists hunted and beaten, political opponents imprisoned, like Nika Gvaramia, who we met here in the European Parliament just 3 weeks ago. Yet, the Georgian people don't flinch. 7% of the population protests daily in the freezing cold. Students, civil servants, winemakers, lawyers, ravers, mothers, grandparents gathering from Tbilisi Square to the mountains of Svaneti and farmlands of Kakheti. I walked with these protesters last Thursday. They demand new elections. A year ago, Georgia received EU candidate status, not because of its government, but because of its people. And those people look at us for action. So how can we help? Sanction leaders of Georgian Dreams. All they care about is their wealth. Fund independent media and other defenders for democracy, and support Salome Zurabishvili, the people's president, the only legitimate leader, also after the 29th of December. As one of the protesters told me, the real dream of Georgia is European. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I will give the floor to Mr. De La Valle for 1 minute, representing the Left Group.
Mentre il mondo scivola nella terza guerra.
As we slowly slip into the Third World War, we've had 8 consecutive comments on elections and protests in Georgia, but we're not voting on a resolution condemning Netanyahu's massacre of Palestinian people. We're wasting time. But what we don't want to recognize is that the citizens in Georgia are voting in accordance with their own interests rather than what Kallas or von der Leyen say or want. These protests, people going into the street, are being claimed ownership of them is being claimed by others. But there are students all around Europe calling for more rights. There are young people who are going out onto the streets to call for Palestinian rights in France, Italy and elsewhere. The EU is focusing on Georgia. The recently elected government is encouraging other interests, and those who care more about NATO are protesting. But we need to look at reciprocal relationships rather than threatening and exerting pressure on others.
Now I will give the floor to Mr. Neuhoff for 1 minute, representing Europe of Sovereign Nations Group.
Sehr geehrter Herr
Honourable Members, President, if in the Georgian Parliament, as in the German Parliament, the opposition were excluded from all parliamentary offices, if opposition politicians were actually attacked, their homes smeared and their cars damaged, if in Georgia, as in Germany, there were a state-run programme entitled Fight Against Evil, funding voluntary associations to fight the opposition, if the state-run media were discrediting the opposition, if the opposition were excluded from all political debate, if businesses were threatened and their premises damaged whenever they leased those premises to the opposition, if in Georgia, as in Germany, there were a domestic secret service bearing the name Constitutional Protection, that spied on the opposition and deemed it a danger to the state. In that case, ladies and gentlemen, this House would quite rightly come to the view that Georgia cannot join the European Union. Thank you.
Thanks. With this, we are at the end of the one round of speakers per group, and we will give the floor to Ms. Šuica, Commissioner Šuica, who is speaking in the name of the Vice President of the Commission and the High Representative.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable members, I was listening carefully to all your remarks. For months, the people of Georgia have been demonstrating their undeniable attachment to democratic values and European future. The European Union will not abandon them on their journey. We will further step up our support to civil society and independent media so they can continue their work during this crucial period. We will also further improve our communication. What we are doing today is sending a message from this plenary. To the Georgian people, we must send a strong message of support and of the European Union's continued commitment. To the Georgian dream, we need to highlight the cost of these actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we will close the debate about the crackdown on peaceful pro-European demonstrators in Georgia, and we will suspend for 5 minutes the session to prepare us to have at 12 o'clock the Sakharov Prize that we will restart our session. We will have to check the technical issues to ensure that everything is all right for the Sakharov Prize. Thank you very much.
Not here. Dear colleagues, can I ask you to take your seats? The sitting is resumed for a very important moment. The next item on the agenda is the award of the Sakharov Prize. So, dear laureates of the 2024 Sakharov Prize for Freedom of Thought, dear Ms. Maria Corina Machado, represented here by her daughter, Ms. Ana Corina Sosa, dear President-elect Edmundo González Urrutia, dear 2024 Dear 2024 Sakharov Prize finalists, dear colleagues, it is my privilege to welcome you all to the European Parliament for the 2024 Sakharov Prize Awards ceremony. For over 35 years, the Sakharov Prize for Freedom of Thought has paid tribute to persons and organizations that stand up for the values of freedom and democracy around the world, speaking up for what is right at any cost, even putting their lives at risk. Andrei Sakharov firmly believed in a world of open, free, and democratic societies. Despite constant threats and even in exile, he never stopped fighting for human rights and democracy. Over the years, this prize has honored many heroic champions of freedom of thought who have continued their struggle around the world, including Jina Mahsa Amini and the Women Life Freedom Movement of Iran, the brave people of Ukraine, Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny, and the Belarusian democratic opposition whose fight for the soul of their nation's democracy, whilst in exile, is echoed in the work of this year's laureates. This Parliament continues to stand with all laureates in their struggle against injustice. Today, more champions will join this illustrious list. The 2024 Sakharov Prize will be awarded to Maria Corina Machado and President-elect Edmundo González Urrutia for their brave fight to restore freedom and democracy in Venezuela. I warmly welcome you, and I also warmly welcome the finalists and their representatives who sit in the diplomatic gallery. The House thanks you all for your brave efforts. And now, those are the laureates. I will mention this is very chaotic because this is supposed to happen late. We will have a moment to also salute all of you in the gallery in a few moments. I first invite you all to watch a short video on the laureates of the 2024 Sakharov Prize for the Freedom of Thought.
They underestimated the will of the people.
In every possible situation, we will be there fighting as one.
Sakharov Prize for Freedom of Thought, the European Parliament stands with those who defend human rights and democracy against authoritarian regimes. July 2024. Venezuelans protest against a rigged presidential election after Nicolas Maduro is declared a winner by the regime. The European Parliament denounces electoral fraud, recognizing Maria Corina Machado as leader of the opposition forces and Edmundo González Urrutia as the legitimate and democratically elected president.
Many people were detained and remain imprisoned. In some cases, there was torture and degrading treatment, actions prohibited by most international human rights agreements.
Thousands of people were arrested during the protests following the July 28th presidential election. More than 20 reported dead. Parliament condemned the murders, harassment and violations carried out against the Venezuelan people.
The Sakharov Prize, the European Parliament, represents the most strong, important recognition we've received to every single Venezuelan that is fighting for freedom and justice, here and abroad.
This Parliament stands with the people of Venezuela and with Maria and Edmundo in their struggle for the democratic future of their country. This award is for them.
With the 2024 Sakharov Prize, Parliament honors Maria Corina Machado, Edmundo González Urrutia, and all Venezuelans fighting to restore democracy.
Dear colleagues, today we honour the laureates of the 2024 Sakharov Prize for Freedom of Thought, Maria Corina Machado and President-elect Edmundo González Urrutia. This prize is for you, in recognition of your tireless efforts to restore freedom and democracy in Venezuela and ensure a fair, free and peaceful transition of power, risking everything for the values that millions of Venezuelans and this Parliament hold so dear: justice, democracy and the rule of law. My heartfelt congratulations to you both. Thank you for being with us today. I know there are also many Venezuelans joining us today in the visitors' gallery. Let me speak directly to you. This Parliament stands with you, the Venezuelan people, in your struggle for democracy. Thank you for being here. Mr. González Urrutia, this House supports you as the democratic leader of Venezuela. We condemn the Maduro regime for the many brutal and cruel attempts to silence the democratic voices of millions of Venezuelans. We condemn the issuing of an arrest warrant for the president-elect, and we condemn the illegal imprisonment of thousands of political prisoners in inhumane conditions, and we call for these prisoners to be released. The iron fist of Maduro cannot crush the spirit and the voices of the Venezuelan people who are marching on the streets to demand justice and democracy. This is the very essence of freedom of thought. And we see this freedom also in this year's other Sakharov Prize finalists and their representatives who join us today in the visitors' gallery. I would like to welcome Pascal Chen and Reem Al-Hayra from the Israeli and Palestinian peace organizations. Women organizations called Women Wage Peace and Women of the Sun. These feminist, pacifist, non-partisan movements unite Israeli and Palestinian women to call for peace and spread hope, and this Parliament shares your noble goals. I also welcome Zala Bayramova, the daughter of Azerbaijani anti-corruption activist Dr. Gubad Ibadoglu. Dr. Ibadoglu's health is deteriorating following his arbitrary and unjust detainment under house arrest. I take this opportunity to call on Azerbaijani authorities to drop all charges against Dr. Ibadoglu, lift the travel ban, and give him the care that he urgently needs. The European Parliament thanks you and stands with you in solidarity for a world where freedom and equality are not just ideals, but realities for us all. Maria Corina Machado and President-elect Edmundo González Urrutia, your courage and your dedication to the cause of Venezuelan democracy is in equal parts inspiring and galvanizing. Your efforts remind us that it is up to every one of us to fight for democracy, because freedom must and will prevail everywhere, always. So it is now a true pleasure and an honor to hand over to you, dear President-elect, and the 2024 Sakharov Prize laureate Edmundo González Urrutia. The floor is yours.
Señora Presidenta.
Madam President of the European Parliament, Roberta Metsola. Members of the European Parliament, Excellencies, I accept with gratitude, but above all, with immense responsibility, the European Parliament's decision to award the Sakharov Prize to the tireless leader Maria Corina Machado and myself. This prize carries with it a rich historical legacy. I personally feel that this distinction commits me in a very special way to the memory of those who have preceded me in receiving it. I'm referring to notable leaders such as Nelson Mandela, Alexander Dubček, Alexei Navalny, or the Cuban dissidents Osvaldo Payá and Guillermo Fariñas. And, of course, many of those who accompany us in the struggle in Venezuela, and the inspiration and namesake of this award, physicist and Nobel Peace Prize winner Andrei Sakharov. Allow me, however, to accept it with humility on behalf of the people of Venezuela. It is those people who truly embody the spirit of this prize, in recognition of their courageous struggle to restore freedom and democracy in Venezuela. Despite the clarity of the sovereign and popular mandate that we Venezuelans issued in the elections of 28th July last, those who still occupy the highest positions of state have decided to openly ignore it. This has not taken us by surprise. We as Venezuelans, very well know what we are up against. We are facing a regime which has seriously undermined human rights, democratic institutions, and the system of freedoms. It is, in short, an autocratic state that wants us to act against what our consciences dictate. Those who seek to hijack what belongs to all Venezuelans know that sooner rather than later our country will return to the course and direction already set by our people. Abuse and violence are simply a clumsy instrument today to postpone the inevitable.
Our political numbers have tragically exponentially increased at the hands of dictatorship in recent months, understand this better than anyone. As the experience of those who have received this award in previous years have shown, the long road to freedom has always been fought with challenge. Therefore, I wish to highlight two important insights. First, this is not the first time that Venezuelans have faced similar hardships. Decades ago, our country have already overcame great antagonism, reaching the necessary maturity for a healthy coexistence among political adversaries. Although the difficult moments presented throughout our history have been numerous, we have emerged strengthened from each, more resilient, wiser, and more patient.
Secondly, we can conclude from our own history that no government sustained by violence is stable. The underlying reality is that we, Venezuelans, want to advance along paths of freedom, democracy, and understanding between all of us. Those who today usurp the institutions of the state know that many of their own and many of their former supporters share this desire to advance along new paths. That is why we won the 28 July elections so resoundingly. This demonstrated that Venezuela is not divided, as some would claim. Rather, we are united in a single desire for change and prosperity, in Spanish. That is why my personal commitment since I stood as presidential candidate for the Democratic Forces has always been to reach out to all those parties willing to come together to advance along this path of harmony and national unity. The fact that this award has been given to Maria Corina and myself today not only reinforces that commitment, it also symbolizes unity among Democrats of the world who today, more than ever, need one another. Venezuela counts on you, because the struggle for freedom and democracy in our country is also the struggle for those values all over the world. Long live free Venezuela.
I give the floor now to Maria Corina Machado, leader of the Democratic Forces of Venezuela. Very nice to see you, Maria, you will take the floor remotely. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much, Honourable Roberta Metsola, honourable members of the European Parliament. Thank you so much for honouring the Venezuelan people with this award that invokes the memory of the great true fighter, Andrei Sakharov, a prize that friends of mine received years ago in this long fight for freedom in Venezuela. Today, you recognize the tireless struggle of millions of Venezuelans for more than 25 years, fighting inside and outside our country for freedom and democracy. President-elect Edmundo González and I, we accept this prize with great emotion on the behalf of the Venezuelan people. After years of systematic aggression by one of the most destructive regimes on this planet, the brave Venezuelan people have shown courage, intelligence, resilience, and love, time and time again. Love for our children, for our land, and for our freedom. Venezuela used to be the most prosperous and stable democracy in Latin America, and yet it fell into the hands of a criminal regime 25 years ago, allied with the worst autocrats on the planet. This country boasts the largest oil reserves in the world, but it has been plundered by the enemies of freedom, who've transformed it into an enclave to destabilize the West, and they plunged it into poverty, misery, and sadness. For a quarter of a century, they have tried to separate us, to weaken us and subdue us. They applied the doctrine of the internal enemy. They systematically preached hate to try to pit us against each other, people against people, dividing us between rich and poor, left and right, white and black, those who emigrate and those who don't. And then also, because of our religious beliefs, they even sought to weaken the family, the very core of society, by pitting parents against children and brother against sister. They also undertook to destroy every single democratic institution of our country, from the autonomous judiciary to the popular vote. The suffocation of the economy by a corrupt and criminal state, as well as the worst hyperinflation in history. All that made millions dependent on aid, tied to political loyalty, without dignity or future. Hence the mass emigration that we suffer today. More than a quarter of our people have left our country. We are living the worst migrant and refugee crisis on the planet. And yet, Venezuela, beaten down, has risen up. Against all odds, this divided society has decided to come together and rise from the ashes. By confronting pain with nobility and dignity, and in strict adherence to the truth that dissolves lies, we have seen the emergence of a genuine movement of redemption to unite and liberate our people. There is a vital yearning to have our children back at home, to meet our grandchildren in person, to embrace our brothers and sisters, to reunite our family in our beloved land. That has become a powerful social and cultural movement. That is why what we achieved on July 28, 2024 is more than a mere electoral event. To see it as a simple election would be to ignore the magnitude of the forces that have been unleashed in our country, and today those forces are unstoppable. What Venezuela is experiencing today is genuine cultural change, a deep, rational and spiritual identification with the deepest roots of our common beliefs. Belief in human dignity as a sacred value, equality before the law, respect for property as a requirement for individuals, individual autonomy, productive and rewarding work, and of course freedom. We are facing up to evil in the only way, the right way. We have broken down the walls that they tried to put between us. When there are dark interests and disbelieving friends, and when they asked us to resign ourselves to the situation, we recognized ourselves as the people we are. We rediscovered our love for ourselves and our belief in ourselves as individuals and as citizens and among citizens. That is why what is happening today in Venezuela transcends our generation and our borders. That is why I show all my solidarity to those who have been imprisoned, particularly those in Cuba and Nicaragua. We will free them too. We will emancipate them too. And so the global implications of this struggle are not limited to our borders, and they are not limited to the geopolitical tentacles that today operate in and from Venezuela to destabilize the West. Our struggle today demonstrates what a deeply abused society can achieve when we row back against the current and when we overcome obstacles and when we decide to move forward, united on the path of good. Venezuela has changed. We will never be the same again. We know, because of the nature of this epic movement, that we will succeed. Our history is a universal testimony to the triumph of conscience, organization, intelligence, and above all, love for our own. The triumph of Venezuela will be the triumph of humanity, of each individual and each society that decides to jointly carve out a future in freedom. Today, in this dark and dangerous time, in this dark and dangerous hour, you are recognizing the Venezuelans, and you are demonstrating your trust and confidence in us and in our destiny. This award is a tribute to each and every Venezuelan who has decided to be free, especially those who are hidden, exiled, or in prison, to those children who have been accused of terrorism, who have attempted suicide, to my besieged comrades who, for 9 months, have been in an embassy without water or light, but they continue to raise their voice for what they believe in. Today, you show us that we are not alone, and that never, never, ever will the struggle for freedom be in vain. This is the moment to act firmly, parliaments and governments together. We need you at this moment in time. Venezuela will be free. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear Maria. Thank you, dear President-elect Edmundo. Thank you for representing your mother here. You must be very, very proud. We will resume in a couple of minutes for the votes. Okay, dear colleagues, I'll start by saying that in agreement with the political groups and in accordance with Rule 1642, I wish to put to the House the following addition to the agenda. Tomorrow's sitting will now start at 8:30 in the morning with a formal sitting with Salome Zurabishvili, President of Georgia. I would also like to inform the House that I have received a request for a point of order, and I will give the floor to Mr. Dario Nardella. Please, colleagues, quote the rule that you are going to make the point on. Vai.
Grazie signora Presidente. La scorsa settimana.
Thank you, Madam President. Last week, an appalling event took place in my hometown. A gas facility exploded, it caught fire, and unfortunately 6 people lost their lives, 19 were injured, 2 seriously. This is yet another blow to my country. A workplace accident, the kind that you see every day in our cities, regions, member states across the European Union.
We're just not doing enough about this, and I think it's entirely unacceptable that even today, in a continent like ours, we should have people who get up in the morning, go off to work, and just don't come back home again. We should be fighting not only for workers' rights, but also for workers' safety in our country.
Floor to Mr. Bardella.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. I would quote Rule 133. We read a Figaro article on the 1st of December and read about the roadmap of the Commissioner for Energy. That roadmap was amended after the hearing. The share of renewables in the energy mix by 2040 is to be increased and nuclear energy's share reduced. The Commissioner for Energy opposes nuclear. I believe that she should explain herself. She has betrayed us, the good faith shown by members of this Parliament and the Commission. She has betrayed the member states, those that seek to build up nuclear energy, and she has betrayed citizens and companies struggling in the current energy crisis. The Commission must be held accountable as a result of this renewed attack on nuclear energy.
Noted. Now, the next item on the agenda is the election of the European Ombudsman. The election will be held in a... Is there another point of order? Oh, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Excuse me, there's one more point of order. Ms. Garcia Perez.
Thank you, President. It's only 1 minute to tell you that we received info about the situation with one of the recognizing the Sakharov Prize, MW, and we received the info that he was in a very bad circumstances. They cut the internet, and I will ask the President of the Parliament to take in contact with the authorities and try to guarantee that he will be safe, and we are taking into account his situation. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Garcia Perez. We are in contact also with his daughter, who is present here in the Parliament, to see whether it is true and how we can reconnect the internet for his possibility to address. I know a number of groups have asked for a connection to be restored, so we are working on it. Is there anyone else? Mr. Bloss, you wanted, was it the same point? Same point. All right. So we will vote on the European Ombudsman. This will be held in accordance with Rule 237 of our Rules of Procedure. I remind you that pursuant to this rule, the Ombudsman shall be elected by a majority of the votes cast. If no candidate is elected after the first 2 ballots, only the 2 candidates obtaining the largest number of votes in the second ballot may continue to stand. I have received the following nominations: Ms. Teresa Anhinio, Mr. Emilio De Capitani, Mr. Marino Fardelli, Ms. Julia Lafranc, Ms. Claudia Mahler, Mr. Rainier van Zutphen. I'd like to remind you that the vote is taken by electronic secret ballot and that in accordance with Rule 2377 of the Rules of Procedure, in order to be elected, a candidate must obtain a majority of the votes cast. Abstentions are not regarded as votes cast, and you can only vote for one candidate. As it is a secret ballot, you will only see a blue light on your terminal, so regardless of the way you vote, pursuant to Rule 2378, we would need to ensure that at least half of Parliament's component members are present. We can do this visually, no need to do it electronically, so we can proceed. The information, and this is important, concerning the electronic voting system has been sent to you by email, and you also have it on your desk. Once the vote has been declared open, you will see on your screen, first of all, the subject of the vote, secondly, the list of candidates. Position the cursor on the name of the candidate of your choice by activating the blue keys located on the bottom right-hand side of the screen and cast your vote by pressing the plus button, the left-hand button. The blue voting light will come on and an asterisk will appear against the name. To safeguard voting confidentiality, move the cursor to make the asterisk disappear from the screen. If you wish to indicate your presence in the ballot without voting for a candidate, just press the 0 button, in other words, the central button. You can change your choice until the vote has been declared closed by repositioning the cursor on the name of the candidate and pressing the plus button again to cancel your vote. Then, position the cursor on the name of another candidate and press the plus button. Okay? Do you all get that? I hope so. Let's see. The vote is open. Few left to vote. Has everyone voted? All right, then the vote is closed. So we have 653 members voting, 105 blank, 548 votes cast. Absolute majority is 275. I will now read out in the order of the votes the results. Teresa Anhinio, 225. Rainier van Zutphen, 122. Julia Lafranc, 81. Marino Fardelli, 52. Emilio De Capitani, 42. Claudia Mahler, 26. Since no candidate has obtained a majority of the votes cast, a second ballot must be held. We will pause now. You will be given a few minutes. Please don't leave the room until you tell me via your political group leaders that we are ready to proceed. Few minutes. Look. Do I understand that we can vote? We can proceed? You want a little bit more time? Okay, 1 more minute. Yeah, but the whip told me no. All right, can we go now? Yes. So we hold the second ballot. I will check whether anyone has withdrawn. No candidate has withdrawn, and therefore, same candidates as before. Mr. Reza Anhigno, Emilia De Capitani, Marino Fardelli, Giulia Lafranc, Claudia Mahler, Rainier van Zutphen. The vote is open. Has everyone voted? Has everybody who wanted to vote voted? The vote is closed. So I'll read it out as I did before. We have 654 members voting, 51 blank, 603 therefore votes cast. Absolute majority is 302. Teresa Anhigno has received 344 votes, and therefore is elected. Rainier van Zutphen, 177, Giulia Lafranc, 47, Claudia Mahler, 15, Marino Fardelli, 14, Emilio De Capitani, 6. Therefore, Mr. Reza Anhigno has obtained a majority of the votes cast, and I declare her elected European Ombudsman, and I congratulate her on her election. Congratulations. We now come to the votes. We're going to switch the system to normal voting. Okay, we can go. Now, we move to the report by Ms. Ballarin Cereza on the discontinuation of the European ODR platform. I have received no amendments or motions to reject the Council position. The Council position is therefore deemed approved and the Act is deemed adopted. The Deforestation Regulation, provisions relating to the date of application, provisional agreement by roll call vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 16. Amendment 16. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. The first reading of Parliament is closed. We move to the report by Mr. Boua, Mr. Omarjee on the regional emergency support Restore. Amendment 1. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 3. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 4. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 2. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. We vote on the Commission proposal by roll call vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted, and the first reading of Parliament is closed. Congratulations. We move to the report by Ms. Vretonova on specific measures under the European Agricultural Fund for Rural Development for member states affected by natural disasters. It's a single vote by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. It's adopted. First reading of Parliament is closed. Another report by Ms. Vretonova on the forest reproductive material of the tested category. There's a proposal to reject the Commission proposal. Amendment 2. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. We move to the draft legislative act. Amendment 1. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. We move to the vote on the Commission proposal by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it's adopted. First reading of Parliament is closed. We go now to the report by Mr. Nemetz on the mobilisation of the European Globalisation Adjustment Fund, application Limburg Machinery and Paper, Belgium. Amendment 1. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 2. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. We move to vote on the resolution as a whole by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Move to the report by Mr. Raju Saliba on activities of the European Ombudsman Annual Report 2023. Amendment 4 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is rejected. We vote on the original text. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 7 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 5 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. We vote on the original text in two parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Let's check this. Second part. Vote is closed. And it is rejected. Amendment 1 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 6 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Paragraph 16. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Check. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 2 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 3 by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. We vote on the resolution as a whole by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Have a good afternoon. 5 minutes with it.
Dear colleagues, who wants to leave the room can proceed, and so we can start with the debate. Thank you. Riprendiamo la seduta.
Let us resume. The minutes and text approved at yesterday's session have been distributed. If there aren't any remarks, the minutes are deemed adopted.
Ordine del giorno.
On the agenda, we have a Commission statement on misinformation and disinformation on social media platforms such as X and TikTok and related risks to the integrity of elections in Europe. Commissioner Virkkunen, on behalf of the Commission, you have the floor.
Dear President, honourable members, free and fair elections are the cornerstone of democracy. And democracy is a fundamental European value according to Article 2 of the Treaty of the European Union. Democracies today face many vulnerabilities, as recently witnessed during the Romanian presidential elections. Democracies face threats from the hostile actors, both within the EU and also from abroad. The Commission actively supports democracy in the EU. Protecting elections is at the heart of our work. Electoral matters are competence and the responsibility also of the Member States. However, the Commission can support Member States in many ways. Ahead of 2019 European elections, the Commission established the European Cooperation Network on Elections to support exchanges between Member State authorities. The network has been activated following recent events. In 2020, the first comprehensive framework to protect democracy in Europe, the European Democracy Action Plan, was adopted. In 2021, a package strengthening the integrity of elections, including a regulation on the transparency of political advertising, was proposed. This regulation will become fully applicable in October 2025. It will give us more tools to address disinformation, manipulation of information, and foreign intervention in electoral campaigns. And finally, last year the Commission adopted the Defence of Democracy package. It includes recommendations on inclusive and resilient elections. The recommendations include encouraging election integrity and fair campaigning, protecting election-related infrastructure and information, and minimizing the risk of interference from the third countries. As election campaigning happens more and more online, we need to make full use of the Digital Services Act adopted during the last mandate. It's important to note that the DSA does not regulate content. Instead, it established a risk management framework for very large online platforms and for very large online search engines. The DSA fully respects the freedom of speech. Under the DSA, ahead of the many elections taking place this year across EU, April 2024, the Commission issued guidelines for electoral processes. These guidelines recommend measures which the platform and search engines can take to protect elections in accordance to DSA. These recommendations are, for example, recommender systems, integrity of services, third-party research and data access, cooperation with national authorities, independent experts and civil society. The Commission also works closely with the digital service coordinators, the national DSA enforcement authorities, especially when elections are scheduled or underway in any of the Member States. Regarding the recent elections in Romania, the Commission expressed concerns when there started to be signs of coordinated online influence operations targeting the elections, especially on TikTok. We took swift action under the DSA. We have now sent 3 requests for information to TikTok on its management of the risks of information manipulation during elections, including on risks of inauthentic or automated exploitation of its service, its recommender systems, and also political advertising. The Commission has also issued data retention order. It orders TikTok to preserve data related to the management of systematic risks that the design, functioning of or of use of its service could pose on electoral processes and civic discourse in the context of national elections in the EU member states. Thanks to this order, we will be able to request and assess relevant evidence concerning the management of risks related to national elections in the member states of the EU taking place between 24th of November 24 and to the 31st of March 25. Now we have carefully reviewed the evidence provided by TikTok on the measures taken in the context of the Romanian elections. On this basis, we have sufficient grounds to suspect that TikTok may have been in breach of their obligations under the DSA to properly assess and mitigate risks related to electoral processes and civic discourse. Therefore, today, the Commission decided to open an investigation. This concerns in particular the issues of political ads and the manipulation of TikTok's recommender system. At the same time, signatories of the Code of Practice on Disinformation, including both online platforms and civil society organizations, they have activated the rapid response system for the Romanian elections. The system ensures good cooperation ensuring electoral periods and quick exchange of information between civil society organizations, fact-checkers and online platforms. The Romanian case has also been discussed with the European Board of Digital Services, and there have been exchanges with the Romanian authorities. Honourable members, moving beyond elections in Romania, the Commission has previously opened also 3 investigations, notably against X, Facebook and Instagram. Regarding X, the investigation focuses on the measures to tackle risks following from the actual and foreseeable negative effects on civic discourse and electoral processes stemming from the design and functioning of X in the EU, including also the effectiveness of its user-driven moderation. Also, risks linked to dissemination of illegal content, such as illegal hate speech and terrorist content, and also the measures to mitigate inauthentic platform manipulation, such as the use of fake accounts and bots. Regarding Facebook and Instagram, the investigation focuses on their practices related to deceptive ads, disinformation campaigns, and the visibility of political content. The Commission is also investigating Meta's election monitoring tool. The Commission is carrying out in-depth investigation on the cases as a matter of priority, respecting all procedural and legal obligations. In cooperation with national digital service coordinators, the Commission is very closely monitoring the platform's compliance with DSA ahead of upcoming elections in the EU member states. We have also stepped out of alert level on cyber threats, and we are ready to coordinate our actions to enhance cybersecurity around electoral campaigns. We are ready to use all tools available if needed. Honourable members, as President von der Leyen has said, our democracy is a constant work in progress. We have started work on new European Democracy Shield under the leadership of Commissioner Macron by bringing together contributions from across many policy areas. The Shield will aim to combat foreign information manipulation, interference and disinformation. We need to become better at detecting, analysing and proactively also countering threats. We will increase efforts to strengthen media freedom and the safety of journalists. We will reinforce also resilience of societies and preparedness. And we will better equip our citizens with skills to navigate the information space, especially online. I would like to thank you, honourable members of the European Parliament, for supporting democracy in your work, including with the new special committee you are setting up. We are looking very much forward to cooperating with you with the new committee. I want to assure that the Commission is very committed to protecting democracy. I remain fully available to hear your views as we work together to achieve this common goal. Thank you for your attention.
Grazie, Commissario.
Thank you, Commissioner. The title of today's debate is Misinformation and disinformation on social media platforms such as TikTok and related risks to the integrity of elections in Europe. That's the correct title. Mr. Mureşan, you have the floor.
The reality is simple, clear, and we have to recognize it. Russia and other autocracies are attacking the rule of law, they are attacking human rights, and they are attacking democracies around the world, but they are also attacking democracies in EU candidate countries and also in EU member states. We may not like it, but it is happening. Not recognizing it does not mean that we're stronger, it means that we're weaker, and it would mean that we are not well prepared to tackle it. So denying it doesn't help. We have to recognize it. They want to weaken democracies, also in EU member states. They want to weaken our institutions at national level, and they want to weaken European institutions. This is a challenge to us, and we have to tackle it. We have to understand what happens. We saw electoral interference in elections in Moldova and in Georgia. The Republic of Moldova resisted because we have a committed pro-European government there, which was resilient, which strengthened the institutions and applied the law. In Georgia, the situation is worse because the government pretended to be pro-European, but in fact it allowed for Russian interference. And we saw that interference in Romania, an EU member state, in recent presidential elections. What have we seen there? We saw thousands of accounts linked to Russia, linked to Russian media, linked to Russian financing being created, artificial accounts. We saw electoral legislation broken, we saw illegal and illicit funding, all to help a candidate which is anti-European, who is pro-Russian, anti-Ukraine, who is an admirer of Vladimir Putin, and he is anti-NATO. In order to weaken realities there, what do we have to do? Firstly, apply legislation. We very much welcome the decision of the European Commission to start investigations. Secondly, inform citizens about dangers. Thirdly, think about needed electoral change, think about needed legislative changes. We have to evaluate if our laws are strong enough. The profiling which platforms are doing for political purposes is a danger. While citizens believe they are informed, in fact they are disinformed and misinformed, and they are manipulated, and that is used to weaken democracies. We have to think about toughening legislation. We have to be aware, we have to be alert, we have to inform citizens, we have to defend our values and institutions, we have to cooperate as politicians of the Centre committed to the rule of law, and we have to change and strengthen and improve our rules and adapt them to this new threat which exists around us. Thank you very much.
Grazie, onorevole. Prego.
Thank you. Ms. Mendes.
Muito obrigada, Sra. Presidente, Sr. Comissário.
President, Commissioner, dear colleagues, let me stress the importance and the pertinence of this debate in these current times, particularly in the aftermath of recent events in an EU member state, namely Romania. Let us all be reminded of what's at stake, the very survival of our democracy as a collective project. This is about the public arena and freedom of speech as well. There are no doubts that there have been major changes thanks to social media. There is greater proliferation of information. The public social media give voice to many more. But also, at the same time, these social media are powerful instruments which could weaken the very basis of our democracy. These social media are owned and run by private individuals and could undermine the individuals. Too often we give too much power to these social media outlets which defend their own interests and their own shareholders. The aim of many of these platforms is to get citizens to use the platforms for as long as possible, and so they focus on what sells: violence, inflammatory speech, hate speech, xenophobia, disinformation. Basically, these platforms lead to greater polarization. They feed populism with simple responses to serious and complex problems. For all these reasons, it's important for us in this chamber to remember the following, and the commissioners must remember that we do have the DSA, we do have the DMA, we also have the AI Act. We urgently need to implement the AI Act. And I think that what the Parliament can do is be there side by side with the Commission to ensure that in the Member States there is a true regulation of these platforms so that we're not just saving human rights, but we're strengthening human rights and thereby strengthening our democracy. Thank you.
Grazie, onorevole. Prego, onorevole.
Thank you. Mr. Bouchardet for the Patriots Group.
Thank you, President. You talk about disinformation. Is it a joke? The data supervisor recently criticised the Commission for using private data for an information campaign. Messages were sent to individuals without their know-how. Brussels uses funds to support the opposition, but refused funding for the Polish government when needed. What about Romania? The Constitutional Court is staffed by judges appointed by the opposition, and they throw out the election result because one candidate had more TikTok followers than anyone else. This was seen as illegitimate, anti-democratic. You talk about a blow to democracy at the heart of the European Union. There was a massive campaign of lies carried out to destabilise Ceuta and Melilla in Spain. The Muslim community was attacked, and this is all being carried out from Morocco, and yet you continue to channel funds to Morocco. In Spain, people died in Valencia, but Sanchez paid out millions of institutional funding to spread his lies. The institutions are no better. Most of this money is taxpayers' money channeled to private companies. Public and private entities interfere within elections. You don't like social media because you don't control it. You don't like X because you cannot control it. For years, you have lied and manipulated information. Social media is gaining ground. TikTok is popular with young people. More young people are voting for the new right in... Thank you.
Grazie, onorevole. Prego, onorevole.
Thank you. Mr. Tarju.
Dear colleagues, freedom of expression is non-negotiable. Whatever the risks, we must take them on behalf of the freedom for which many of our fellow people have lost their lives. The fear of disinformation and manipulation does not justify censorship in any way, because it always leads to dictatorship. Censorship goes hand in hand with propaganda. Therefore, by establishing censorship, we do not fight against propaganda, but we actually stimulate the propaganda of those who have the power to censure. For 28 years, I was a journalist. And all my work was motivated by the freedom to tell the truth. Throughout the 35 years since the last dictatorship in Romania fell, I've seen closely how the freedom of expression is being restricted through political pressure, through corruption, and eventually through censorship. Because of the restriction of the freedom of expression, the written media in Romania has almost disappeared, and TV stations have become hosts of teleshopping shows paid from public money, which severely distorts reality. The only space for free expression that we still have is the internet. But here as well, the restriction is becoming greater. Do we want to place full censorship on the internet? Do we want a dictatorship? The solution to disinformation is not censorship, but telling the truth. Manipulation cannot be countered with censorship, but by nurturing the freedom of thought. And for people to have this freedom of thought, one needs education and culture, which will only prosper in an environment of freedom. I'm telling you this as someone who was born during the communism dictatorship in Romania, who experienced the lack of freedom, including the lack of freedom of expression. Thank you.
Grazie, onorevole.
Thank you. Mr. Gozzi.
Grazie Presidente. Manipulation.
Thank you, President. Manipulation, opacity, foreign interference, annulling elections. Looking at the recent presidential elections in Romania, what you actually see is a concentrated essence of everything which we're fighting against. And this has become easier thanks to digital platforms who believe themselves above the law. TikTok played a vital role in this massive manipulation campaign. Measures had already been taken. New rules had already been put in place to protect our citizens and democracies. On the basis of the Digital Services Act, the Commission should be imposing severe penalties on TikTok. But the Georgescu campaign also managed to circumvent the rules using disguised sponsors and undeclared funding, with manipulation of public opinion, redirecting of public opinion. Now, a lot of this would not have been possible if we'd already had rules to combat them. And there should have been a better legal justification for the decision taken by the Romanian court. We need to protect rule of law and transparency. Evermore, we need to ensure that financing and sponsoring of candidates is transparent too. It is within our rights not to be manipulated, targeted, or subject to this information. Thank you.
Grazie, onorevole.
Thank you. Ms. Geza.
Grazie Presidente, Frau Kommissarin, Frau Vizepräsidentin.
Commissioner, Vice President, colleagues. Democracy is in danger if there are algorithms, misinformation, and if all those lies can be spread so much more quickly than truth. If you reward mistruths, and if there's a jungle of mistruths that we get lost in, if all of that happens, then there is no way for citizens to engage in good politics because they need facts, they need the truth. If we look at this situation, today social media stands side by side with extremists. We see that in Russia. We see that with bots spreading lies in Romania, allowing their preferred candidate to achieve victory. We in Europe can and must deal with this at the root. Because of what's happened, we've had to rerun an election, and that entails risks for the country. But that shows that one-sided algorithms are a danger to public discourse and elections. And this has been laid down in European law, in the Digital Services Act. Based on the DSA, the European Commission must now take action, hard action, in order to safeguard elections so that on social media all political opinions have a chance, not just those who spread hate and lies. Thank you so much.
Grazie, grazie onorevole.
Thank you. Mr. Shirdowan.
Vielen Dank, Frau.
Thank you, President. The Romanian elections were manipulated by TikTok. We saw that with Brexit and the first Trump victory, social media platforms are used for election manipulation and disinformation. Hacker groups use X and TikTok to destabilize, spread conspiracy theories, hate speech and misogynistic speech. They are exploiting our private data. People like Elon Musk are using this, and as our far-right authoritarian dictators, they are using useful idiots like Musk to divide and undermine democracy. That risk is in place in Germany. I don't want our elections next year decided from Russia. We need clear rules governing social media platform. The US is considering banning TikTok. We should turn X into an open European public platform. Thank you.
Onorevole, prego, onorevole Urik.
Thank you. Urik.
Vaši liberálni vojnoví kandidáti prehrávajú.
Thank you very much. Your liberal candidate has lost out, and you say that young people are to blame and that TikTok is to blame. But look at your own agenda. Blame your own agenda. That's the reason why people don't want you anymore. That's why they won't cast their votes in your favour anymore. And your pro-green strategy is to be blamed for this. The fact is that housing is too expensive for people to afford them. That's the reason why you're not getting elected anymore. So it's not dictators or social networks who are to blame. You are far from reality. You don't listen to normal citizens. You dictate from top down what they should think. You tell them how they should decide on their own lives. Allow them to shape their own futures in their own countries as they see fit. With or without TikTok, people will finally decide on their own decisions and the truth will win out.
Thank you, Mr. Schwab.
Grazie, Presidente, Commissioners, colleagues. We are observing since a while some sort of interference of foreign social media platforms in the European Union. In the case of Romania, colleagues, the Constitutional Court of Romania has taken a decision that is surely based on facts, and I can only congratulate the court of having taken the decision. This morning, the European Commission has taken the decision to investigate the displaying of information during the campaign in Romania, and I also would like to thank you for this. We don't know yet the result, but we know that there is a risk of algorithms that drive information not in the manner that normal people would allow it to happen, that normal people would expect it to do, but for the money behind, they drive the algorithms in a very special way. Now, we know in a free market economy, you can drive the money, your decisions. That's allowed. But what is not allowed, and it's not news with the DSA, is that the money drives also democracy, or that there is at least the risk that your money can drive democracy. And for that reason, we have to be very clear. Freedom of speech is a principle in the European Union, but freedom of speech is not what these social media platforms do with the information that trigger content that creates more tension in societies at the detriment of normal content. And therefore, we look forward for the results of your investigation. Thank you so much.
Grazie, onorevole. Prego.
Thank you. Mr. Agius.
In recent years, TikTok has been transformed from a simple app into a fast-growing social network in the world, particularly amongst young people. It has become a space where millions of voices are heard. Still, it has also been a breeding ground for anti-democratic and anti-EU narratives, a place to instigate disinformation campaigns and political opinions that undermine the very foundations of our democracies. What happened in Romania is another example of how malicious actors can easily manipulate social media platforms, such as TikTok or X, to distort public perceptions and undermine the democratic processes within our member states. If not addressed now, this will not be an isolated case. It could happen at any moment. It can happen anywhere, and will have a lasting impact on the health of our democracies, not just in Romania, but across Europe and across the rest of the world. TikTok itself does not allow for paid political advertising, yet someone was paying for the political ads in Romania, not to mention that their ownership and close coordinated with third country governments and politicians raises serious concerns about their political affiliations. How TikTok will handle the issues of disinformation, fake accounts, data privacy, and manipulation of young people on their network is no trivial matter. They have a legal and a moral obligation to comply with the DSA, preserve the integrity of elections, and protect democratic values. While the Commission's efforts are commendable, they are not sufficient. The urgency of the situation demands immediate and decisive action. If we want TikTok and X to take the responsibilities under the DSA seriously, the Commission should immediately use all the available tools under the DSA. If this is not enough, then we need to discuss whether platforms that don't follow our rules should be allowed or not to offer their services in a union that they don't respect. There is no time to waste. The future of social media, and indeed the future of democracy itself, hangs in balance. The consequences of inaction are too grave to ignore. Thanks a lot.
Grazie onorevole. Prego onorevole.
Thank you. Ms. Latinopoulou.
Thank you, Chair. We are talking here today about disinformation and fake news in the social media. Maybe they can affect elections in the EU. Seriously? Are we going to talk about this and avoid the elephant in the room? The elephant in the room is that huge companies, platforms, are silencing every voice of reason that tries to tell the truth. Organized minorities such as LGBT, gypsies, or obsessed left-wingers are organizing and reporting people in order to silence every dissenting opinion. My personal account on TikTok has been shut down, Facebook has been shut down, and I have problems all over social media. The same thing happens all over the countries of the EU. About anyone who talks about the fall of the EU to illegal immigration and how we need to put an end to that. So it happens to everyone who reacts to this Paranian of professionals and to people who react against open borders and an Islamicized Europe. And instead of trying to protect the freedom of speech, which is one of the first basics in every democracy, we are talking about obsessive left-wing nonsense that are trying once more to tell us that citizens are not mad about the high prices or illegal immigration or bureaucracy or criminality, but they keep voting to the right because they have received fake news. That is all very nice, but it is not the truth. As long as the EU is moving towards self-destruction, we, the ones who want the Europe of nations, a Christian Europe, a Europe of men and women, will keep winning in the elections in every country. And this is our only hope.
Grazie onorevole. Prego onorevole Iacchi.
Thank you. Mr. Iacchi.
Thank you so much, President. I need to admit, Georgescu is a candidate I would never vote for. However, just because we don't like him is not a reason to cancel election. What exactly you are accusing him of? Let's read. That he hired an agency to help him share content online. Let anyone whose group have never done this raise their hand. Just like I thought. Or that an algorithm on TikTok promote the candidate. Have you forgotten how Facebook algorithms promote your content while blocking the right-wing content? In fact, if you were to cancel election based on support of specific media that are in Europe 80% leftist, then we should cancel almost all governments in Europe. And finally, you say because he had help from outside. putting aside the fact that there is no evidence for this, have you forgotten how you illegally engaged in election in Poland and other countries to support your candidate? You even went so far to illegally block European funds to support your candidates. And you want to hold others accountable for interfering in national elections? Come on, it is preposterous. That the truth is different. It doesn't matter how many times you repeat the word democracy in every possible way. You hate democracy, you hate people, you hate dissenting views, you hate freedom, and you love tyranny. That's why this is the fight for something much greater. This is the fight for European citizens' freedom, and we must stop it.
Grazie onorevole, prego onorevole.
Thank you.
This is a catch the eye. Blue card, sorry, if you want to catch. Okay. Onorevole Nuta, prego per 30 secondi.
30 seconds.
No,
for sophistic argument in a very patient way. I want to ask you one thing. Does it matter when millions are pumped from somewhere that is not disclosed, that we don't know, that is potentially foreign interference of grave impact, or does it not matter? Because you said all the groups here use financing for online content. Does it matter when it comes from Putin? Does it matter when it comes from Maduro? Does it matter when it comes from Xi or not?
Prego, onorevole, per 30 secondi la sua replica.
30 seconds to respond.
Of course, it does matter. However, from my perspective, it's important if you have clear evidence. Because I don't see this kind of evidence. What I see that you like censorship. And if you like censorship and you don't like internet, because in internet we still have a freedom, some kind of freedom, of course, we have still in internet. That's why you don't like internet. In your media, leftist media, you can do whatever you want. In internet, it's much difficult. So that's why you try to cancel election.
Grazie, onorevole. Prego, onorevole.
Thank you. Mr. Barna.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll speak Romanian. Alegerile recente din România.
The recent elections in Romania have highlighted a huge and real peril to our European democracy. The non-regulated, non-secure use of social networks like TikTok, mainly TikTok, but also Facebook and Instagram. And now we see that these platforms, when left unsupervised, become fertile ground for disinformation and manipulation, and are a threat to the integrity of fair elections. This real interference that Romania has had to deal with is a double warning about the vulnerabilities of our digital environment. The idea that this is a one-off event, a happenstance, some algorithms that were smartly used for which there should be no accountability and no consequences is unacceptable. Romania is still waiting for this accountability. The European Union needs to act swiftly and decisively, and I salute the announcement that the Commission made that is open formal proceedings. We cannot let such interference spread to other European countries. What is at stake is our democracy and our democratic institutions and the trust of our citizens. We need to apply the DSA rigorously in order to ensure the transparency and accountability of social networks, and we need to invest in robust measures of cybersecurity in order to protect the future of European democracy.
Onorevole Barna, is there a blue card, if you can accept? Okay. Onorevole please, for 30 seconds.
De la mine este domnule Barna,
Luis Lazarus, I'm the one with the blue card. I noticed that Mr. Ștefănuță, who's here in this room, also noticed that we're talking about Russian interference. I would like a clear, short, clear answer from you. Is there any proof, even the slightest proof, that this so-called financial backing of Mr. Georgescu comes from Russia? Give me a concrete, clear answer. Thank you. So, the authorities showed data that is very similar to what happened in the Republic of Moldova. It's not very hard to join the dots. A candidate that says our future lies in Russian wisdom, and of course that's where he gets his influence.
Onorevole Van Sparentak.
Ms. Van Sparentak.
For the first time in Europe, in Romania, elections were annulled because of online foreign interference via TikTok. We need to wake up. Hyper-personalized recommender systems based on clicks and interaction are a threat to our democracy and national security. Whoever knows how to play them can manipulate the information people get to see online. Pick fear-mongering or extreme narratives, and platforms will spread them to as many people as possible because people will respond, and that makes platforms the most profit. Then use bot networks to interact with your account, because with more clicks, the algorithms will spread your message like a wildfire. And then pay influencers to spread your messages to new audiences without being transparent about it, and you can spread messages to an entire population. This is how pro-Russian forces and Georgescu manipulated an entire election via TikTok. The way big tech's recommender systems currently work is the perfect handshake between tech capitalism, populism, and foreign actors. And the Commission needs to make the DSA election-proof before the German elections in February. Enforcement after foreign interference has already happened and is simply too late. The Commission needs to make crystal clear and binding recommender systems based on clicks and interaction are a direct threat to our democracy, and we should stop using them in the EU. Thank you.
Grazie, onorevole.
Thank you. Ms. Yedin.
Igår så kallade den svenska regeringen till press.
Yesterday, the Swedish government invited and convened a press conference involving young people to talk about social media. And it's believed that young people are addicted to screens. And we hear that, and we talk about young people and their sleep being disturbed because they're so addicted to screens. And yes, admittedly so, maybe, yes, but many companies across the world don't just control our private lives, but also the economy and the public sphere. The fact is that we are becoming addicted to these platforms. As a result, we see hate and we see division. But that means a lot of profits for these companies. More needs to be done. Their dominance needs to be broken up. The member states and the Commission have the instruments at their fingertips, but use them, do that so that these tech companies don't manage our lives anymore.
Ms. Anderson.
Thank you. In a democracy,
power is rooted in the people. What have we seen in Romania? Elections are being taken to the courts and counter to the constitution being cancelled. In Thuringia in 2020, a democratically elected prime minister was put under pressure by Angela Merkel and driven out of office. These elections were cancelled, overturned, and the individuals replaced by the powers that be. That is how arrogant you are in your power. That can be seen here in this House. Once Bertolt Brecht asked sarcastically, would it not be easier for the government to dissolve the people and elect a new people? We don't need pretend democracy. You are being shown up as anti-democratic forces. If I had any say in it, you would be scarlet with embarrassment.
Blue card for you, madam. Onorevole Anderson, do you accept? Okay. Onorevole Corner, please, for 30 seconds.
Ja, Frau Kollegin. Colleague, thank you for accepting my blue card. You just said that the elections in Thüringen were cancelled, but wasn't it the fact that an FDP colleague stood down? And why would this person be listening to Angela Merkel and doing what she said? That was the first question. And then, what are you talking about? This bad smell, I don't know what it smells like in your office. I haven't smelled any sulphur in this house. Perhaps you can say what you're on about.
Prego, onorevole Anderson, 30
Zunächst erstmal
30 seconds.
einen kleinen
Firstly, I welcome your sense of humour in your blue card question. You're quite right. Kemmerich was elected regional prime minister, and a few days after his election, he stood down, not willingly, but as a result of the pressure brought to bear on him. Another democratically elected party in Thuringia had supported him, and no one wanted that to prevail, and that clearly flouted the wishes of voters. Now, I talked about embarrassment and a stench of sulphur. It was a figure of speech and not to be taken seriously, but really you need to take a look at yourself and consider whether you are serving the interests of the people or other powers that be in your job here. Thank you.
Lazarus.
Mr. Lazarus.
Thank you, Chair, dear colleagues. I would like to give you a few details that might enlighten you. In Romania, there was this presidential electoral campaign that was cancelled or terminated. And among the candidates, there were other candidates as well, including the Prime Minister of Romania. The Prime Minister of Romania has more views and more likes on TikTok than the candidate who actually won the elections and made it to the first position in the runoff. Nobody wondered why the Prime Minister was not elected, although he has more likes and more views on TikTok. Maybe the Prime Minister is also fueled by Russia, because no evidence has been found, but there have been arrests in Romania, hearings were conducted in Romania, people were taken from the streets in Romania, but nobody is thinking what happened, because these people cast 2 million votes for this candidate. Why didn't they elect the Prime Minister of Romania if he had more views and more likes on TikTok? Thank you.
Card for you, Honorable Lazarus. Is there a blue card for you if you accept? Of course. Mr. Grappini, please, for 30 seconds. Thank you.
Mr. Lazarus, as a former journalist, you've just disinformed the Parliament. The candidate you are talking about that had more likes respected the electoral law in Romania, that of tagging the political campaign. So we cannot compare the two situations. I'm asking you, can you declare in front of the Parliament that someone may run a campaign with zero expenses? Can you say that there is evidence that the internet users who promoted that candidate declared they were paid? Why are you disinforming the Parliament? Can you please answer these questions? I'd love to, Madam. The situation is as follows. I did not say that he put that code for funding. I said there is no evidence that he is connected to Russia. So you moved the center of interest from what is of interest to us, namely whether he was financed by Russia or not. And you shifted the discussion and said that he did not use any money in the campaign, but he was helped by the influencers. Whether the influencers were paid for it or whether they did it because they liked the way he talks, that's their business. Our preoccupation is whether there were any foreign interferences in Romania, and the bodies having investigated this could not produce any evidence.
Mr. Tor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to speak in Hungarian. Kedves kollégák, a politikai kommunikáció.
Colleagues, we're talking about political communication, which is changing. It's being upended. On social media, people's attention lasts between 5 and 10 seconds. We have to start changing. We could have bans, we could have strict rules, but it won't really work. We also know that when politics meets money, at that intersection, we need rules. If we lack rules, then those who have more money will flood politics and policy making, and that is a form of manipulation. And this is something that we bear witness to in Hungary every single day. The government has a fake news factory building on people's fears, and they slander the opposition. We also saw something similar in the Romanian elections, where democratic processes were brought into danger. They were jeopardized. The burning question is, how do we ensure that we have funding of campaigns that is transparent, and we ensure that no one misuses their own financial clout? If we make progress, then we'll be able to guarantee that the next elections ensure freedom of speech. Thank you very much. Mr. Nica.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam Vice President, Executive Vice President of the Commission announced today that it calls for an investigation on TikTok's interference in Romania's elections. I congratulate it. But when the European Commission does this, it's clear that there is proof about foul play in the elections. Now, people listening to us are wondering, whatever happened with TikTok in Romania? Let's see what TikTok says. 115,000 fake accounts, 45 million accounts that were prevented. They couldn't be opened. 7 million fake likes, over 11 million fake followers. 1,100 accounts that imitated election candidates. These are the data that TikTok gave us. This is how big this interference was from a platform in the elections. And the elections mean that we elect the best candidate with the best electoral program. We don't elect the candidate that manipulates algorithms with fake accounts and fake likes, because this distorts the democracy and the election campaign. The elections campaign rely on actual appreciation, actual likes, not on algorithms that no one knows how they work, or fake likes to create the image of a person that's liked and appreciated, because all of this leads to what? Leads to very dangerous phenomena. People that can become TikTok candidates foreign powers that can manipulate democracy, like what happened in Romania. Madam Vice President, when will you apply the decisions of this investigation? What calendar are we talking about? We will have elections again in Romania, and so will Germany. Will you take steps to make sure that this distortion of the electoral process and democracy doesn't happen again in other EU countries? And Madam Vice President, are you brave enough to swiftly apply the 6% fine for TikTok, the turnover, for this manipulation of democratic elections? Thank you.
Is there a blue card for you, if you want to accept? Okay. Mrs. Jovanovici, please, for 30 seconds.
Domnule Nica.
Thank you. Mr. Nica, I was also a TikTok candidate, and before Mr. Georgescu, I held the record of...
Thank you so much. Well, I had thousands of likes, and that was before the elections, the presidential elections. And you said, during a TV broadcast, you said that I was going to withdraw. I was no longer going to stand. And then 3 days later, it's been the Constitutional Court which has completely withdrawn my candidacy. That is a totally anti-democratic procedure because you've been fraudulent. The elections have been fraudulent in Romania. And how did you know that I was not going to stand for these presidential elections? Because half...
This is exactly what we are talking about when I'm talking about manipulation. This is the
Thank you.
This is the manipulation that we have to fight. Every man should be responsible for what they say, and they should be appreciated for what they say. As far as you're concerned, the people in your campaign the people in your campaign team retired.
Face parte tot dintr-un grup din partea aceasta a sălii.
And again, this is just an internal matter, that an internal problem that, as far as you're appreciated, Romanians have had their say. Go to the poubelle.
Prego, onorevole Ioron.
Mr. Ioron.
Thank you, Madam President. Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. Democracy Shield, information, disinformation. You should look in the mirror. In less than a year, you've transformed the DSA in a tool of censure, rape of democracy. Thierry Breton was looking at X, and now Ursula von der Leyen is looking at TikTok. You are interfering in processing democratic processes, and you're accusing TikTok. You withdrew the candidacy of the opposition in Moldova. You are anti-democratic. You are thwarting your own internal rules. You are afraid of democracy, actually. You're afraid of losing your indemnities. You're afraid of those giving the word to the speaker. And you want to kill people politically. Salvini in Italy, Le Pen in France. When you refuse the referendum results in France and the Netherlands, your vision of democracy is a one-way street. Let's be honest, you're dreaming of a dictatorship, of one way of thinking. You be aware of your hypocrisy and accept that the people have no confidence in you and want a different type of future for Europe. Be sure of one thing. Everybody will come out and support the Romanian people.
Honourable Member Gavdania, you have the floor.
Grazie, Presidente. Ma per anni abbiamo sentito parlare.
Thank you so much. Well, we've been listening about Chinese hackers and trolls, Russian trolls, but today we hear that the Commission has trolls as well, according to the reports. The previous Commission has promoted campaigns for progressive users, excluding Giorgia Meloni and Viktor Orban and other names, to make everyone aware of their political proposals. This happens in the Netherlands and probably in other 7 countries. As Fratelli d'Italia, we've put a question to shed light on this situation and to impose sanctions on those that have behaved in this manner. We will not accept the invasion of our freedom, of our individual freedom and personal freedom. But how can you tell us that we're talking about violation of democracy when it is precisely the European Commission that has violated this under certain circumstances? Our response is very clear. Long live freedom. Freedom of information, freedom of being able to speak our minds and making political choices which you may not like. But let us remember to take care of our minors and ask the European Commission to take on a draft law taken on by the Italian Parliament, especially to ban TikTok and other platforms to minors of less than 15. Thank you. Mr. Hahn. Ms. Hahn.
Social media ist doch längst zur Waffe.
Social media has become a weapon of war of China and Russia, autocratic propaganda and disinformation, and poisoning our societies, troll factories, etc. Russia is been playing this game of disinformation for many years, and TikTok, and that's the most popular media for young people. It comes direct from China, and it has extreme content non-stop on our phones. That isn't a chance, as in the same way as the far right and far left spread the narrative of autocrats, also in social media, in Parliament. There's no chance that these extreme forces, when it's about implementing extreme views online, complain. Freedom of opinion is one of the most important achievements of democracy. That's what's different from autocrats. Those who are imprisoned or even murdered for expressing their views. But broad campaigns for undermining our liberal democracy isn't freedom of opinion. Our society and our democracy must be resilient and must unite us against the attacks of autocrats.
Grazie, onorevole. Is there a blue card for you?
Thank you. A blue card.
Onorevole Jovanovici, for 30 seconds.
Mr. Jovanovici, 30 seconds.
Vreau să vă întreb.
I would like to ask you, why do you only talk about TikTok? Why do you not talk about Facebook as well? Because the greatest manipulation takes place on Facebook. Why do you not mention all the social media that even the European Parliament is using? Why do you not talk about the influence of Ursula von der Leyen in the internal politics of Romania, where she ordered the annulment of the elections, and that of Laura Codruța Kövesi, the European prosecutor who destroyed Romanian entrepreneurship and who blackmailed politicians with fake files? Why do you not tell the truth?
Every social media platform is accountable for incorporating law. Every social media platform needs to be held accountable to ensure that only rightful content, legal content is happening on their platform. And therefore we have several legislation in place, and we need to ensure that illegal content online is treated as illegal content offline. And that is the responsibility for all platforms, and we need to hold them accountable for accepting our laws.
Grazie, onorevole. Prego, onorevole Stefano.
Thank you.
Dragi colegi, cum ne explicăm că
Dear colleagues, how does it happen that a candidate that had less than 7% in the opinion polls a few days before the elections all of a sudden is discovered by millions of Romanians and ends up the first candidate in the presidential election? Are we talking about an enlightenment process of an awakening? No, of course not. Journalists in Romania proved that you can create a fake politician's profile based on bots and fake likes, and in a few hours you can turn that into a highly successful profile. When you see hundreds of thousands of comments below your favorite video clips, you may start thinking that maybe there's a wave that you need to get on with the program, so to speak. So do not forget this. What happened in Romania should be a lesson for the whole of Europe. This can happen again in other countries, and I request TikTok and other social networks, other social platforms, to answer to the European Parliament or risk measures similar to the ones taken in the United States. Europe is not a village without dogs, so to speak. Europe has clear laws, and elections must be guaranteed and must be protected. And this is our job. Romanians expect from us to see that we can guarantee the integrity of democracy throughout Europe. And I would like to say something else, Mrs. Jovanovic, because you mentioned Mrs. Kövesi. Mrs. Kövesi is worth to Romania even when she's not in this room, even when she has no connection with whatever we're discussing today. She is a guarantor for the rightful use of European money and of justice on this continent. Thank you so much.
Onorevole Stefanuta, is there a blue card for you? Mrs. Jovanovic, please.
Grazie. Domnule Ștefănuță,
Mr. Stefanuta, before you took part in the Euro parliamentarian elections, you were a nobody in Romania. Nobody knew who you were in Romania. You used TikTok and you used the LGBT movement in order to promote your image, and you promoted LGBT culture. You were elected in the European Parliament as an independent by using the TikTok platform, which you flooded with millions of views in order to be elected. Second, if Mrs. Kövesi is so valuable and important, why doesn't she investigate Ursula von der Leyen for the vaccine acquisitions that killed people? Thank you.
Poate nu ați văzut sutele de mii de tineri.
Mrs. Shoshaka, maybe you failed to see the hundreds of thousands of young people who felt not represented by politicians in Romania. Those are the people who voted for me, young people on the street. And as far as LGBT culture you are talking, this is the culture of our fellow citizens. We are talking about the rights of our fellow citizens. You hate what you do not understand. If you call yourself a patriot and you love Romanians, maybe you should also love Romanians who have a different sexual orientation. You should also love and respect people who have a different choice than you. Please don't interrupt me. This category of Romanians were never listened to. They are the target of a wave of hatred at this moment because of statements that you make. There are young people who are being attacked on the street because they are part of the LGBTQ community. And it is irresponsible of you to make such statements.
Onorevole, prego, onorevole Della Valle.
Thank you so much, honourable colleagues. Can you please keep order in the room?
The right to information, democratic information, it's a fundamental right of European citizens. And we see this particular threat. Right now we're focusing on TikTok, but it's not the only threat that exists out there. Now, I think we've reached a very critical level as far as the dissemination of information goes, or misinformation as well. What's the limit between propaganda, misinformation, information? We've seen the developments in Romania, millions that have been spent on TikTok as well. And this is enough for us to speak about misinformation. Open Secret, an organization, has looked at this particular phenomena and the billions that have been spent by Trump in order to fuel this particular engine of misinformation is another example. 80% of the information that's disseminated in the West is disseminated by large press and media enterprises. But then there is this extremely influential niche which has to be taken into consideration as well. We have to understand the threats.
Thank you so much. Mrs. Sajakowska, you have the floor.
Dziękuję, Pani Przewodnicząca. Nikt z nas nie chce, aby obce państwa...
Thank you so much. I think none of us can tolerate the involvement of a third party in our countries, but very often we have an external threat. Europeans understand their national governments and parties, which may have an impact on classic press. Well, millions are being pumped into publicity, which is going to promote politicians, which will then be recruited by the managers of these companies. And this is really, it's social media that really put forward truths which the leaders don't like. So you say that you would like to protect freedom, but you would like to manipulate the social media. It is Orwell, it's Big Brother watching us. You can't possibly proceed to censor, to introduce censorship on the internet. We'll find other ways of talking to the electorate because Orwell's stake will not win. Honourable Member Panayiotou.
I'm one of the most qualified members of the European Parliament to talk about the use of social media platforms in elections, as they were the only tool I used to get elected and be here today. Throughout the history of representative democracy, the people that were running for office were usually the ones that had access to the traditional media of their time. Now, for the first time in history, everybody has the power to convince the people about their ideas and become a politician, only by using their phone. And of course, if anyone can use social media, there will be some voices we will not like. But freedom of speech is about allowing all voices to be heard, and sometimes here in Europe, we censor voices we don't like just by labeling them disinformation. Freedom of speech is the bedrock of integrity of elections and of democracy itself, and we need to fight to preserve it. Let's return to Voltaire's idea. I disapprove what you say, but I will defend to death your right to say it.
Thank you. Is there a blue card for you? Onorevole Boeselager, please, for 30 seconds.
Please? Okay. So thank you, Fidias. I have a couple of questions because, as you said, you have a lot of experience in this field. The first one is, do you really believe the quality of politics has improved with all these extreme things? I mean, the videos you make, they need to have a hook, they need to be somehow engaging, but it feels like they're also often quite limiting and simplistic. And when I listen to what the colleagues, Mrs. Disinformation here, has been saying, I have heard that von der Leyen is blackmailing politicians, that she has ordered somehow the courts in Romania to act a certain way, that we smell like sulfide, I don't know where that came from, that the LGBTQI community has been weaponized. I mean, these all, that we are in an Orwell state, and this seems to be disinformation. So how would you improve the quality of information on social media? Thank you.
By the way, thank you. It's my first blue card. I'm very excited to answer it. Yes, social media, I think, like every evolution, it takes some adaptation. So we need to adapt to the new current system. So, and this is what I'm doing, adapting to the new system. But I think, yes, there is some problems, but we need to find different tools. Labeling everything as disinformation, it's not going to, where do you draw the line on disinformation and truth? Because a lot of the times in the past, like it was, we assumed something is disinformation, it was wrong. But maybe some new techniques of AI advancements and all this stuff to use on social media to, in a way, explore all the content and label something as wrong, in a way, but not to be able not to say something. But thank you. I love you all.
It's another blue card for you.
Wow.
Honorable Corner, please, for 30 seconds.
So you didn't get a blue card until now, and now you get two at the same time. So because it's about social media, and you very well, I think you do it well. You know, you convince people, and nothing is wrong about that. But the problem here, and that's what we're discussing about, is if there's a foreign actor putting lots of money to influence the whole discussion. That is what is happening there. And there's also a difference to the past, and there are new developments here. So can we agree together that we want to protect free speech, that we want to have transparency what's happening on the platform and fair rules? That is what we're talking about.
Well, we agree on this, first of all, but also Mr. Stefanuța said before about in the polls, it was not showing the president of Romania. Also, the polls 1 week before my elections were showing me 2%, and I received 20% of the votes. So the new methods that we have doing polls and all this stuff is kind of in the old-fashioned way, and it doesn't represent the current state of also social media. So I think democracy needs to evolve to the new state of this online social media. Yeah. I love you all again. It's very exciting to have 2 blue cards.
It's another blue card. If you accept.
I accept.
Onorevole Saramo, please stay in the times because we are a little bit late with the times, okay? Please, Onorevole Saramo, for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Orwell was mentioned here before, and I think, what if the popular medias are in the hands of the oligarchs, super rich, or authoritarian leaders? As we know that the algorithms in X and TikTok, they are not open. So do you think that these algorithms should be open, that everybody can know if they are brainwashed or not? Because we know that X, TikTok, maybe some others are brainwashing us.
You again. So I think you are making a mistake because X has a part of the algorithm open source, so you can see what is actually happening. And I think this is what social media need to look like, because we need to understand how the algorithm is working. They need to be transparent on how the algorithm is working. So we, the citizens and everyone, or the coders would tell us if something was misused, so we will know. So having transparency over the coding, I think, is very important, and I agree with you. But some of the platforms are doing that already, and we need to encourage them to do more. I love you all again.
Grazie, onorevole. Prego, onorevole Majdel.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, Mrs. Majdel.
Chair, уважаеми колеги.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm wondering, how would you respond as elected representatives of European citizens if during the June European elections your party received more votes than, rather fewer votes than it actually had? How would you take it if your compatriots decided that they wanted to abandon the EU tomorrow? How would you react if your compatriots decided they no longer wanted democracy? I'm saying this because there is an internet company that, when supported by Russia, can take a candidate to victory in presidential elections in an EU country. If it can do so, this means it can do anything. Thus, the fundamental questions we have to ask are the following. How is it that we were unprepared for such an attack, for instance? We have long been talking about Russian interference and electoral manipulation. What happened in Romania can happen in Bulgaria, it can happen in Austria, or even Germany. We know what foreign interference using social media looks like. This is why I welcome the Commission's investigation, but I do urge the Commission to go further. Please assess whether the current legislation can indeed stop such attacks. And if changes are needed, do make these changes. The Kremlin and Georgescu are capable of adapting, but so are we. It is our responsibility to protect European citizens and our democracy. Thank you.
Grazie. Is there a blue card for you? If you accept. Onorevole Stefanuta. Please, for 30 seconds. Thank you.
Vreau să o întreb pe doamna Majdel.
I want to pose a question to
among the people who actually worked on the file. Do you think it has teeth right now? What does it need to do? And what would you do in the case that we are discussing right now? Is a fine going to solve democracy? Is simply putting a money fine retribution for what happened? Or what should we actually do here?
important things. First of all, we see that the way the laws we have passed are acting, they're retroactive. We would like them to be able to prevent what we see happening. And this is why we need to think very carefully whether just posing a fine is enough. In my opinion, it is not. We need to make those laws actionable. Secondly, we have to make sure that those laws work hand in hand with national authorities, whether these are the intelligence services, whether these are the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Defense, Interior Affairs, whether these are the attorney generals that have to be working together. We need the type of disinformation war rooms or election interference war rooms working together with the enforcers of the DSA and similar legislations. Thank you.
Grazie onorevole. Prego onorevole Bayarin.
Thank you so much. Mrs. Bayarin, please.
¿Cuánto valen nuestras...
Now, how much are our democracies worth? We're experiencing a misinformation pandemic with these various networks and these various information systems which are being propelled by the far right. European citizens has been bombarded with millions of posts, TikToks, articles on digital press with false content. And recently we've seen how Elon Musk put on his network all sorts of intoxicating information, toxic information, and he, with those algorithms of lie and hate, he did succeed considerable harm as well. Manipulation, political manipulation from abroad, from third parties, is also made possible. Influencers. And this, unfortunately, is going to be repeated over and over. What we need is a vaccination in the form of a law on digital dissemination of information. We need those types of implements in order to stop the dissemination of illicit content, misinformation as well. This digital impunity has to come to an end. We need good ideas now, and the procedure now, which has been initiated against TikTok, is a good start. We need to investigate these issues very carefully because we have numerous elections coming up, and the possibility of disinformation and meddling in elections is very possible. We need a system, public and private. Unfortunately, Europe has been a simple spectator and nothing more. We have to fight against these types of dissemination of information which are terrible and undermining the democracies in Europe. The far right has been complicit as well. We have now to fight against these algorithms promoting the macho style, hatred, misinformation. This all has to be fought immediately.
Which groups? ESN and PPA. Only Mr. Smith, please, for 30 seconds.
Voorzitter, I'll speak in Dutch. Voorzitter,
Madam President, I'd like to ask Mrs. Ballarin, what does she think about the fact that the European Commission has, because of its beliefs infringing the existing legislation, has carried out campaign on Dutch citizens on its own legislation? So don't you think it is a bad thing that the European Commission is doing the same thing in the Netherlands as it is complaining about other countries doing? I mean, you need to take account of your own legislation before pointing a finger at other parties. Thank you.
30 secondi.
I'm sorry, I don't know this case in the Netherlands. I just want that the European Commission applies and enforces the Digital Service Act all across Europe and ensure the truth and information in all countries and to fight against foreign interferences. Thank you.
Grazie, onorevole. Prego, onorevole Stiger.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stiger.
Damen und Herren.
Ladies and gentlemen, if the EU speaks about the fight against disinformation and fake news, the alarm bell should ring. The EU isn't a freedom project since the decision of the DSA, which is nothing more than a tool for censure. But if you go so far and applaud, if in a country, under the pretext of disinformation because of TikTok, and a whole election is cancelled and there's a state crisis triggered, that's going too far. You want to remove this election because you don't like the result, because an anti-EU candidate won. A liberal democracy is shown to be the opposite of real democracy. And don't pretend that elections are only affected from the outside. Disinformation also exists in the EU states through governments and also by the EU itself. Many so-called democratic governments in the EU use methods which has nothing to do with a free democracy. They repress opposition opinions and media and gives this to private countries. That includes e-banking. Anti-government forces see their accounts deleted, including in Austria. And we have the head editor of the German Courier, or bans on journalists like that on the Compact magazine are terrible examples. If you should do your own homework first. A democracy which doesn't tolerate other opinions isn't a democracy. It's nothing more than a democracy which has been steered.
2 blue cards from Mrs. Gese and Mrs. Grappini, S&D and Bertz. S&D. Mr. Grappini for 30 seconds, please.
Stimată doamnă, ați folosit...
Dear colleague, you said, you used the word "it seems that," dear colleague. I'm trying to make sure that you can hear the translation.
Ați folosit în exprimare cuvântul pare se. Asta înseamnă că nu știți și nu cunoașteți.
You used the word "it seems that" in your speech. This shows me that you do not really know what the situation in Romania is. I ask you, would you use a car that has no brakes and no driver? Do you agree that platforms can work without any rules? We function with rules and within rules. This is what we are talking about. This is not censorship. This is applying the rules that exist. Could you please give me an answer to that?
The translation doesn't work. Can you repeat, please?
It didn't work.
Doesn't work.
Ok, încerc să repet. Ați folosit în
So, again, I will repeat my question. You use the word "it seems that." This shows me that you are not certain of what you are stating and that you do not really know the situation in Romania. My question for you is, would you drive in a car that has no driver and no brakes? Don't you think that democracy should have rules? Don't you think that platforms should follow certain rules and regulations that we have voted here democratically in the European Parliament? What kind of censorship are you talking about? Please give us a definition. Thank you.
Colleagues, thank you very much for the question. It's obvious that there's always disinformation. Nobody denies that. And there are lies on social media, and there are all sorts of campaigns. No one's doubting that. The question is, what you're not thinking about, our citizens are so manipulable. Can't they form their own opinion? Are they not able to decide themselves how to vote in election? And your opinion goes against that ability. I believe in citizens. I think that they can put their cross against what they think. And what you're saying here is censorship against freedom of opinion. I'm always in favour of freedom of information, including in social media.
Vajsik.
Thank you very much. Colleague Vajsik.
Microphone, please. Microphone.
The microphone. Okay.
Okay.
Please.
Uczciwość wyborów w Europie jest zagrożona, ale głównym źródłem zagrożenia nie jest dezinformacja płynąca z mediów społecznościowych, lecz działalność.
Thank you very much. Well, the main problem is not the social media. It's the European Commission, which is trying to have influence on the situation in member states. And the most striking example is Commissioner Reinders. Remember the report against Poland when it was criticizing the Pegasus system. He was afraid that the impunity was going to be made very clear. And when he came to Poland, he didn't criticize the fact that the opposition is being attacked and that the office of the president is not being respected. His activities in Poland and in Europe are totally illegal. And today the Electoral Committee in Poland has withdrawn funding to the largest opposition party. That is illegal too. This is done by Mr. Kalisz, who is the tool for the use of propaganda. He was a representative of certain bodies which are being sanctioned by the government.
Lager, Bertz. And Honorable Brown from...
Colleague Brown, non-attached.
Please, no. Honorable Boselager for 30 seconds.
Dear colleague, you used your 1 minute to speak about the evil von der Leyen not doing the right things in Poland. And sometimes I wonder, we're here talking about a situation where Putin is heavily influencing elections in our continent, actually also within your proximity. So I'm just wondering, why did you choose to rather focus on Ursula von der Leyen and potential situations in Poland rather than on our common big enemy, Putin, who is influencing right now elections in Europe? Can you answer that question? Thank you.
Putin zagraża demokracji europejskiej, zgadzam się, ale demokracja europejska...
Well, Putin threatens the European democracy, but this democracy is also being threatened by its own dangers. Let us not close our eyes to this, and I talked about Commissioner Reinders. He attacked individuals who didn't agree with him. He attacked conservative governments. And when powers have changed hands, he stopped criticizing Poland. Well, so if you see that Reinders has laundered money, well, he must have had a lot of money to launder. Where did this money come from? Where did he get this money from? I mean, this is key information, and we need to focus on that, clearly, to judge what the threats against democracy are. Who has paid Reinders? I think those monies came from corruption.
Card from Mr. Brown, unattached. Okay, no. No, doesn't accept. So please, I give the floor to Madame Loiseau.
Quand le sage montre la lune, l'imbécile...
Imbeciles look at TikTok. We should... people are making themselves available to all sorts of manipulation, personal data. No, there's no protection. Respect to the DSA. Nope. Freedom of expression. It depends who you're talking about. As shown by the presidential election in Romania, TikTok could do the worst thing by boosting a right-wing candidate who's in favor of Putin. Romania isn't the only reason in Romania. Influencers who ran away onto other platforms serving the same course. In Moldova, Russia has spent 1% of the Moldovan GDP to buy 10% of votes. It's Telegram, but there's also all sorts of deep fakes. In Europe, Elon Musk has doubts about the UK or the future of Ukraine, and it changes what we're thinking about it, and the democratic space is manipulated. I'd like to ask you, colleagues, to support the creation of a special committee on the democratic shield. It's more than high time that we do that.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is colleague Gregorova.
Dear colleagues, Commissioner,
How much benefit of the doubt should we extend towards social media platforms? While this House banned TikTok use internally last mandate, we still pretend that it's just a harmless entertainment app. The United States will ban the distribution of TikTok through app stores in 25 days. Australia has banned all social media for teenagers already. I don't say I agree with all of this, but major democracies are waking up to the poison that is unregulated social media occupying our digital space and freedoms. It can even be poison for our elections and poison for our children's developing minds, as every major study shows. And where are we? Europe doesn't have mass-scale indigenous social media companies. We don't have access to the recommended algorithms of either Chinese or American apps in the single market either. We are literally blind. And thus, we at least need stronger enforcement of the Digital Services Act and a clear roadmap for when these companies do not oblige, be it fines or end of their service on European soil. Thank you.
You have 3 blue cards. Non-attached, from Mr. Mazurek, Dostal and Sieper. All of them. Okay. Mazurek first for 30 seconds.
Pani poslankyňa, dovolte. Madam Member, let me ask you, why haven't you rang the alarm bell when the account of Donald Trump was cancelled? And I think your party has applauded when in Czech Republic and Slovakia, the governments have turned off alternative media without any rational reasoning. Why haven't you ring the alarm bell when patriotic politicians like me have been switched off the social media before the elections with accounts that had tens of thousands of followers? And this wasn't a problem for you. Only now, when your progressive candidates start losing, then that's when you start sounding the alarm. Isn't this pathetic?
Za otázku, mně přijde trošku škoda, že jste si vůbec nic nezjistil o mně nebo o pirátské straně a tady mě napadáte, protože pak byste zjistil, že my jsme byli...
Well, you're accusing me. I think you've just realized that we're the last ones, over the last 15 years, are the only ones ringing the alarm bell. I mean, which has happened in the Czech Republic too, when we were just about to deal with this case that you just mentioned. No, of course, it makes absolutely no sense what you're saying. Trump, who's moved completely to a different new platform, it's like the Pirates Party. They've had to do this in the past when they were not mainstream. So from that point of view, well, I can understand what you're saying, but at the same time, we need to defend ourselves and we need to have a change of system, especially on the centralized networks, which keep all the power in their hands.
Time, colleagues.
Dobré odpoledne, vy jste byla zvolená za Piráty, já jsem u Pirátů taky chvilku byl.
I was for quite some time in this party as well, and the only issue that was brought up was the issue of the freedom of internet. Don't you have the impression right now that these particular thoughts are a denial of a situation overall and an effort to limit what people are to experience from the internet? Isn't it absurd in your view?
Nesouhlasím s vaší základní premisou, protože to, co vy zjevně...
Well, what you are announcing right now, what you're calling and indicating as internet, those are social networks. But social networks are digital monopolies or oligopolies, which themselves are part of a decentralized, anonymous system of information out there. And all pirates have fought against this because the social network have monopolized the entire space. They have their supporters in this limited space, and they draw advertisement to themselves, and they disseminate misinformation and disinformation.
The question shows really well why the non-attached should not be put into one box together. But, dear colleague, you said something about the... yeah? Do you hear me? Once again?
Please.
Okay.
You can repeat, please.
Yes, so as I said, I hope this shows everyone that the non-attached should not be put into one box. Not all of us are neo-Nazis or populists. But you said something about the poisoning of our children, and this children rhetoric is used a lot by special people, so not for me so much, but maybe for them. You can elaborate a little bit more about the poisoning of children's minds with unregulated social media. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Lucas. Of course, I will be gladly explaining this because we have major studies saying that, as I said, because these companies want one thing only, and that is your attention, and to keep the attention for as long as possible, to target you with the targeted the advertisement, they, of course, hired the best psychologists of the world to keep our attention there, with which, however, they are promoting the more and more radical content with which the minds can stay for longer periods of time. And this, based on studies, leads to psychological problems of children, of teenagers, especially young girls and young boys going into the incel direction or going into the hatred of their self-image. And I think this is very dangerous.
Grazie, onorevole. Prego, onorevole.
Well, thank you very much. Our next speaker is colleague Saramo.
Thank you, Madam President. TikTok is a problem, but interfering in elections and fake news isn't limited to that. Elon Musk helped Donald Trump to become president by changing the way X works. Pro-Trump tweets were boosted during the elections, and Trump awarded Musk with a place in his administration. An open social media strengthens democracy, but hidden algorithms have prioritized messages from anti-democratic trolls. Hate speech is used to silence people, and fake news is used to frighten people. Platforms which are important from the point of view of democracy should not be tools for the richest in the world and authoritarian leaders to brainwash. The EU must make sure that disinformation and hate speech do not sideline real debate. We politicians should show an example. Today, I would like to send a message from the European Parliament to Elon Musk. Farewell. Today, I am stopping using X, as many other people have done.
Grazie, onorevole. Prego, onorevole.
Well, thank you very much. Our next speaker is colleague Grajoulis.
There are two blue cards.
Excuse me, two blue cards.
I'm sorry. One from Lazarus and one from Smith. PPE and, okay, non-attached. So first, Lazarus, non-attached.
Dear colleague, should I understand that the Americans knew what they were doing when they voted for Trump? Or
pe Trump. Dacă nu era Elon Musk, nu era Trump. Dar asta nu presupune că dumneavoastră credeți că americanii ar fi proști și manipulabili?
Just 1 second, that doesn't work, the translation, so please. Repeat.
Da, cu mare drag.
Dear colleague, so should I understand that it is your opinion that it was not the Americans who voted for Trump because they thought that he would be better than Kamala Harris, but rather because Elon Musk knew how to manipulate the Americans into voting for Trump? Do you think Americans are so easy to manipulate so that they don't know what president to elect?
Mulțumesc.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. We know that in many countries, people are better prepared against fake news, against brainwashing than some others. I'm not the one who says in which country people are best prepared, but I know that brainwashing always works. That's the reason they are doing it. That's the reason China is doing it. That's the reason why they are doing it in the United States and in many other countries, also in the European Union. And what we need is that everybody knows that what he or she is reading from the social media is not biased, that it's not that it's open and fair to everyone, and not like you are just getting the messages that are trying to disrupt democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. The second is from Mr. Smith. For 30 seconds, please.
Dank u, voorzitter. Ik ben eigenlijk...
Well, thank you, Chairman. I'm a bit shocked from the left and the Green. I've been hearing that they want to get rid of social media. I don't think that's the right way to approach this. You know, the legislation is perhaps to be blamed, and the European Commission, which is directing campaigns towards my own country. Let us look at legislation first, and let us look at our own house first before we start pointing fingers at social media and the United States. Very often social media are perhaps the very last option available to citizens in many countries. What is your view on this?
We have had bigger problems in interpretation today, because I haven't heard what you are saying. Nobody, at least what I heard, that wants to get rid of the social media. People just want it to be fair and open and democratic. And if there are problems and brainwashing, then we are against it. Thank you. And I have to say that I'm not against, I don't want to blame the interpretation. I guess you have been doing a good job, but maybe the problem is elsewhere. Thank you.
Grazie, onorevole. Prego, onorevole Grajuli.
Well, thank you very much. And now, colleague Gražulis.
Alio. Sveiki. Čia daug kalbama apie smegenų plovimą. 30 metų gyvenau Sovietų Sąjungoje.
I spent 30 years in the Soviet Union. I was taught communism, but I didn't believe it. I was never a member of any organization. But in this assembly, I see a lot of pawns from that time. Today in the EU, there are a lot of people amongst us who serve these foreign systems in Lithuania, according to surveys. 80% of people are afraid of saying what they think. It's a democracy. It was the same in the Soviet Union. Speak the truth. If another candidate had been elected in Romania, there wouldn't have been this debate. We see a funeral democracy today. We have to replace the word democracy with the word dictatorship. Today, we don't have democracy here.
Onorevole Mazurek.
Our next speaker is colleague Mazurek.
The European Commission and these progressive politicians are indeed a danger to democracy in the European Union and in the individual member states, not some nonsensical talks about the Russian foreign influence. It's you here in the plenary who ask us to choose what can be on TikTok, what can be on the X. You are talking about Elon Musk and threats to social platforms when your candidates are not winning, when those who are from your camp are not winning. As long as your people are winning, as long as liberals are winning, as long as social media are censoring only people like me, who can have tens of thousands of followers on Facebook, for example, but just before the elections, just as it is, they turn you off and they don't give you an opportunity to defend yourself. That's when everything is okay. That's when you protect democracy. But when in Romania a candidate which doesn't have your opinions wins, this is when suddenly Russia interferes. And this is suddenly, no one has ever proven one single time that this is Russian influence. And now you talk about danger to democracy. Even small children can see the hypocrisy, and they see how EU is changing into a non-democratic monster. And as every single non-democratic regime in the past has fallen because of the freedom and anger of people, the same fate awaits you.
Please, Mr. Sieper, for 30 seconds.
Colleague, do you think that yourself are promoting democracy, given the political background that you come from? And would you be accepting restrictions on TikTok when, just to give you an example, someone would go on TikTok and ask everyone to kill all the blue-eyed, blonde-haired Slovak boys? Thank you.
Toto je úplne nádherný príklad človeka, ktorý...
This is an excellent example of someone who is truly brainwashed and doesn't perceive the reality and cannot distinguish your own dreams from the reality. I don't know what you know about my political background, as you have said, but information from mainstream media, where people like me have no chance to access them, I have no chance to reply, but we are often discussed and labeled by mainstream media. These informations are truly proper disinformation. I have never, ever defended someone who have been openly asking for genocide or murders or anything else. This obviously shouldn't be protected by freedom of expression, but this is not an example of the Romanian candidate who has won the elections and our colleagues don't like it.
Grazie, onorevole. Prego, onorevole Voss.
Thank you. Our next speaker is colleague Voss.
Frau Präsidentin.
Madam President, Vice President, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the practice, this practice, social media, it is a risk for our democracy, whether or whether that would be Telegram for security reasons, X for defense reasons, or any other platform for any other region. It's a type of hybrid war that's being waged. And we've seen with the U.S. elections, we've seen quite clearly, we've seen it with the European elections as well, we've seen it with the Romanian elections, and what we have to do, and indeed it can't be just the owners of certain platform that they be able to send to any user information or misinformation. And this is what happened in the U.S. elections as well. Even the younger generation, in this particular instance, are bombarded by misinformation, and that makes it all much more difficult to really move forward effectively. And to decide what sort of content is actually harmful or harmful for one's health even. So these are questions that we have to talk about. Perhaps the design of algorithms, that's an issue. The systems are a problem, or is it the values of those who post? Is it the monetization as well? Is it the issue of financing and money? But posts are there for the followers, but not only. It's very important to look at this because democracy, of course, can't decide on its own what sort of information is to be disseminated, but there has to be some sort of framework and some sort of system in place. Thank you. Thank you very much. Colleague Ziepel is our next speaker.
Thank you very much. What are the effects of so-called social media? They help us to speak to others, to have information at short notice. They have role models for the roles for social engagement, and they have a role in public discourse and elections. Unfortunately, it isn't just the elections in Romania. How our uncritical use of social media, it can be manipulated by individual actors and used against us. Unclear or one-side filtering of information, untransparent political advertising, coordinated disinformation campaigns, and non-recognition of election results are just some of the points here. So, social media should be banned, excluded from the EU. Well, it is our task to guarantee basic rights like the freedom of information. At the same time, democratic processes and societies should be protected as a whole, but platforms must shoulder their responsibility here. If you offer services in the EU, must stick to EU law, and they must be brought to book if they ignore this. Commission and Member States are called upon to make sure that rules are properly enforced with all the available possibilities, also beyond data protection, DNA, and we must be prepared to meet new challenges. An exclusion from platforms from the EU should always remain an option. On top of this, we need cooperation with stakeholders, civil society, independent watchdogs, and the trust in political debates and political processes and democratic processes. We need to maintain those. Finally, it is our responsibility to make use social media responsibility to be critical of information. Media competence is something for all of us, from the youngest until the very oldest. Thank you.
a blue card for you.
Thank you very much.
She refuses. So, please, Mrs. Ceccardi.
Presents a threat to European democracies. Is it the sovereign peoples who freely choose their representatives through the ballot box, or those self-proclaimed enlightened elites who consider themselves the sole bearers of truth? From Brussels, regulations like Digital Service Act are presented as tools to defend democracy, yet they risk stifling freedom of expression and silencing dissenting voice. The plurality of ideas, the cornerstone of any democracy, is being undermined in the name of a so-called greater good. Today, in the digital age, social networks are the new public squares where free citizens engage in debate. Yet these platforms are under attack by those who seek to control information and silence dissent. A clear example is Elon Musk, who has become a target for defending free speech. And yet these platforms give a voice to millions, promoting the plurality of ideas essential to free society. Freedom of expression is non-negotiable. Limiting it, meaning suppressing citizens' right to participate in public life. The peoples of Europe are not an ignorant mass. TikTok, the time for hypocrisy is running out. It's time to defend truth, pluralism, and authentic democracy.
Thank you very much. So you have a blue card, Madam. Ceccardi, could you take a blue card? Colleagues, because I have all the time again 3 blue cards, I will use a system when I will give a priority for those who didn't ask blue card during this debate. So, and I will try to squeeze to 1. Otherwise, we will be much. So the first come, first served. So please be very quick if you would like to take a blue card. So now, floor, you have a question from Thomas Bajade. Would you agree to take it? Ja.
Otázka od Tomasa Bejadyho. Súhlasíte s modrou kartou? Áno, nech sa páči. Budem hovoriť po maltsky.
So, explain this to me. You're saying that the right to freedom of speech has no structure for responsibility in our actions on social media platforms. Are you saying that you have no right to responsibility for your actions? Are you saying that a fake profile should carry no responsibility in spreading manipulation, in hatred, in lies? Should these people have no accountability? People like me were cyberbullied, were destroyed in our youth. Is this what you want?
So please, you can answer.
I will speak in Italian, my mother tongue. You might understand me. Well, the responsibility is individual. In one's life, in our society, every single one of us is responsible for our own actions. If you're hiding behind a false, fake profile, well, you need to pay for that. You need to pay if you're offending unfairly other people. I've denounced this. Some people have been found and they've been taken to court and sanctioned. But it's not always so easy to find these individuals. But the law is law. Justice is also true for social media. Thank you.
Next speaker, Georg Piperea, for 1 minute, please.
Printr-o decizie fără precedent în istorie,
in an unprecedented decision, the presidential elections in Romania have been cancelled for the first time in history, based on information from the intelligence services, based on allegations, not based on facts, not based on evidence. There was talk about state actors, but nobody called names. The power system considers that people can be manipulated by TikTok into voting for a certain candidate, as if someone could force them into the ballot sections, into the polling stations. This reasoning turns millions of voters into children and cancels the fundamental concept of democracy. We despise what happens in Belarus, Venezuela, or China, or Russia, where presidents are for life and hold on to power for life. But what happens, let's look what happens in our own backyard. The European Commission is congratulating Klaus Werner Iohannis, the current president of Romania, for cancelling the presidential elections with the price of destroying representative democracy, which says that sovereignty belongs to the people. The European Parliament cannot accept such.
Next speaker, Morten Løkkegaard, for 1 minute.
Colleagues, our democracy is under severe pressure, very hard pressure. Every day we are manipulated. There's often intentional and well-organized manipulation. There's a fight for existence. We must defend our democracy, and anybody who doesn't do that should see the consequences. There's an important step taken with the DSA. So we have the elements in place. We just need one thing. That's implementation. It sounds easy, but it isn't. Authoritarian regimes misuse platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. We need a lot of resources and a lot of control to implement the rules. But it's our responsibility to deal with the threat. Some platforms have improved. It isn't enough. We must make sure that tech giants that don't do enough to prevent manipulation and disinformation are brought to book. Anything else would be a letdown for anybody who has political responsibility. Thank you.
Speaker David Cormont for 1 minute, please.
Bonjour, mes chers.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. Well, TikTok is not an app to learn to dance. I mean, inoffensive amusement. TikTok, just as other platforms, is really a Trojan horse against our democracy. It's not a factor of freedom. No, it's a factor of submission. Its weapons are manipulation and mass surveillance of citizens. The revelations of involvement of TikTok in elections in Romania is an alarm bell for national security reasons. The United States have tried to force the owner of TikTok, Chinese, to try and take control of TikTok. So we need the DSA actually gives us a way to regulate these platforms. But for the time being, it is something that is not functioning properly. We need to defend what is close to our heart, our sovereignty, our democracy, our freedom, and our right to a private life. Thank you.
Katarina Martins for 1 minute.
Obrigada, Sr. Presidente.
Thank you, President. What the Parliament is doing is that we're more concerned about TikTok than X or Meta. We see very clearly we have this trade war by the US against China. We have a new dimension here. We have investments by billions by the far right in these platforms, and these must be protected. Elon Musk gets a free hand and can continue, but TikTok is what we're concentrating on. That is becoming a network of lies. At the end of the day, we're concentrating on that, whereas other social media can still continue to distribute hate speech. I think we see that democracy has been undermined and is becoming a plaything for billionaires.
Vielen Dank, Man kann es sich nicht.
Thank you so much. Well, we can't possibly imagine. Yesterday, this Parliament applauds the cancellation of the elections in Romania. When the candidate, the wrong candidate, appears, if the EU elite doesn't like this candidate, well, then we make sure that we prevent these elections from taking place. So what are we doing? We're trying to prevent users from using TikTok because you see citizens as a mass that you can manipulate. So basically, in Germany, all elections should be cancelled because the media manipulate all the time, and we don't do anything about this. But if a 14-year-old says something patriotic on TikTok, well, then the police is basically standing at his front door the next morning. So any election could be cancelled because how can we actually prove foreign involvement? Democracy means to accept the will of the people, even if you don't like this. And please apply this if you really want to call yourself a Democrat.
A blue card question to Mr. Zipper, because I informed you already 2 times ask a question. I have to keep a rule. We will give a priority for those who didn't ask a blue card question until now. The next speaker, Katarina Konečná, for 1 minute.
Vážené kolegyně, kolegové, já jsem upřímně zděšena, že zde máme situaci, kdy soud v Rumunsku...
Yes, indeed. A court in Romania, a member state of the European Union, annuls democratic elections and associates that all with disinformation and TikTok. We've been hearing about the threats to democracy. And why don't we look at numerous other violations of democracy or numerous different cases which are in Hungary and the Slovakia, Czech Republic as well, where we've had indications of undermining of democracy, but nothing has been done. People are sick of this. So the moment has come to deal with this problem effectively. And what we've seen is simply censoring of media with the annulment of elections. This is totally unacceptable. This is just an exacerbation of this undermining of democracy. Thank you.
Yes, Madame Grigorova. Madame Grigorova, the floor is yours.
Dobrý den, já bych se chtěla zeptat na tohle vaše srovnání, které...
I had the following question. You drew a comparison in your speech, and I wanted to ask you, are you of the opinion that the Constitutional Court in Romania is a bigger threat to democracy, a bigger threat than Chinese spying? Well, thank you very much for your question. And I am very glad that I have the opportunity to explain this right now. The Constitutional Court did not annul the elections. So now in Romania, let's not forget that it's the United States that has the largest military base there. And there was mention of 700 TikTok posts. But obviously what's going on now is influence of the United States more than anything else. Thank you.
Yes, at Severia for 1.5 minutes.
Muchas gracias, presidente.
Thank you very much.
La lucha contra...
Thank you, President. Vice President Virkkunen. Well, our fight against disinformation is absolutely indispensable. If we look at transparency law, we try to prevent attack and interference in elections, in national elections, without establishing any particular judgment on what fake news is. We're basically talking about social platforms and the algorithms. Platforms and influencers have been turned into instruments which are very attractive to try and undermine our democracy. That is why the action package presented by the Commission during the last legislative period is absolutely indispensable to protect our integrity. That is why I applaud the Commission's decision to support the decision taken in Romania. Social media are simply there to create more likes at the cost of the privacy of citizens and their opinions. And in this context, to try and stop this from happening, the DSA is actually strengthened by a regulation approved in 2024 and will be applicable in October 2025. So the application of these rules is a priority. These are rules that don't create censorship or ban anything. They don't go against the freedom of expression. Quite the opposite. They're based on transparency to guarantee the dissemination of truthful information. The rules need to be met, and we must send a clear message to the platforms if they want to work on our markets. They need to stick to our rules based on transparency. Thank you.
Next speaker, Sandro Ruotolo, for 2.5 minutes.
Grazie, Presidente, Commissario.
Thank you very much, President. Commissioner, TikTok, now under the magnifying glass of the Commission because of the possibility of violating the Digital Services Act, and also the situation in Romania and what has happened there, tells us something about the gravity of the situation. So very important to initiate a formal procedure against TikTok for this suspicion of the violation of the Digital Services Act. But it's also X that are to be looked at very closely, because Elon Musk and what he's created he isn't simply an entrepreneur in America in social media, electric cars, and so on and so forth. He's also he plays a political role now in the Trump administration. So I think it's important to look at what has happened. Musk has turned this very powerful instrument of communication into a political implement as well. And we have to look at what we can do in Europe about this. Donald Trump and Musk together, they're promoting a vision of the world where representative democracy, our values, are seen as something totally obsolete. X is something which is not neutral. It is manipulating algorithms as well to facilitate this dissemination of false news. And this platform is once a symbol of pluralism, has become a symbol of division, of fragmentation, undermining democracy, criticizing the European Union. Democracy in Italy, democracy elsewhere as well, is under threat with this new implement which is being used. These are anti-democratic forces issuing offensive material and a flagrant violation of the Digital Services Act. This is a direct challenge for regulatory sovereignty of the European Union and our ability to protect European citizens. The European Union ought to show that transparency, security, and the rights of citizens come above and are way in front of all of these issues. So we have to liberate ourselves from these forces, those forces that have been unleashed by Musk. There are serious conflict of interest issues which have to be taken into consideration. We have to understand the threat that exists out there. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, the European Parliament gives lessons in democracy to the whole world, but is it credible in this role? The answer is no. It itself thwarts the fundamental principles of democracy. Defending democracy is respecting universal suffrage and pluralism. But here, the Hont rule has been violated. Roman Haider couldn't chair the Transport Commission. I couldn't chair the Culture Commission. Another paradox, the EU says it's a guardian of democracy and attacks the freedom of expression, which is central. on the basis of suspicions of manipulation on social media, it supports the suspension of the election in Romania. Using tools like the DSA, the EU wants to control democratic processes. Colleagues, in 2022 at Stanford, Barack Obama himself says that he's a fervent defender of the First Amendment, which guarantees the freedom of democracy, which is at the heart of democratic societies. I encourage you, colleagues, to think about those wise words by Barack Obama.
Dick Eriksson for 1 minute.
Tack. Den här diskussionen skrämmer mig.
Thank you. Well, this discussion really makes me a bit frightened because over the last few years, well, the democracy hasn't really been strengthened and has not been made broader and more accessible, just like the internet and the social media have. Hundreds of millions of people have the possibility of being able to express an opinion there in these media. People who might not have had their voice heard. Well, now they can take part in the debate in our society. Surely that's huge progress, which we have achieved through the social media and the internet to strengthen democracy. But here, the old parties that had power in their hands, well, they say that that is disinformation and that democracy is being violated. Well, to me, that really sounds like the Inquisition, where the witch hunts are taking place and where people need to keep their mouths shut because the elites are the ones that run the show. And surely that the speaker's been interrupted.
Hvala.
Thank you. Underestimating colleagues. We are underestimating the danger of influence of social networks on the results of elections, amongst other things. With enough advertising money, you can reach many people that you would otherwise not reach. And more and more people are getting their news through social networks, not through the professional media. The recent example in Romania is only the most striking example, but it's not the only one. In autocratic regimes in foreign countries abuse the openness of our society and use it against ourselves, of course, together with domestic populists who are willing to sell the interest of the country for their own power. But the Commission cannot pretend. We have legislation on online advertising, on algorithms, but it does not work, clearly. And it's not even about censorship. This is not needed. What is needed is clear disclosure on these cases. Who is behind a certain publication? You need informed people for a democratic society to work. This information can only be destroyed by those who know how to discern it. Let us not underestimate this. Truth is the one that needs defenders. Thank you.
Real for 1 minute, please.
Where do we go when we don't know something? Well, online. For me personally, it's Google. Some might also go on TikTok. Particularly for the younger generation, social media platforms are the place to gather information, also on politics. Social media is where elections are decided nowadays. We cannot deny this, but we need to respond to this. We need to make sure that this does not compromise the democratic process, that the algorithmic logic of which content does well is not a deciding factor on electoral outcomes. With TikTok, we risk overseeing the Trojan horse coming for our democracy. Yes, parties and politicians should meet people where they are and speak to them in the way they want to be spoken to, but no, that does not mean that facts become relative or that truth is a question of the most clicked video. One first step was the DSA calling out negative effects on elections. So, for die Bundestagswahl, lasst uns bitte nicht über Haustierverbote und Genderwahn sprechen, sondern über Klimakrise und soziale Gerechtigkeit.
So, social rights are those that have to be defended above all. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. Well, we've had the TikTok criticized without using it. There's a problem with algorithms. As Panic, Ms. Loiseau said young people who use TikTok are idiots. In Romania, the presidential election has been cancelled because there was TikTok was involved. It's possible, but what if it happened in China or Venezuela? We would have said there was a democratic scandal. Even the European Commission tries to illegally influence voters in the Netherlands via networks. But that's the world of social networks, colleagues. Yes, there is manipulation on Elon Musk, a billionaire, tweets on X. On Instagram, it's another billionaire, Zuckerberg, who's showing the way things to go. But it's not the networks themselves, it's the control by these billionaires on these networks. Let's free these networks from the billionaires, colleagues.
Thomas Froelich, for 1 minute.
Herr Präsident, Wahlen verlieren.
Madam Chair, well, to lose elections, to cancel elections, and then to produce censorship on platforms. Well, who's doing that is not surviving, making democracy survive. No, they're getting rid of democracy. This is the hugest, the biggest election scandal, the cancelling of elections in Romania. This is a huge shame, and the excuse is TikTok. But these are just vague assumptions. The Romanians are proud people, very smart people, and all of a sudden you're turning them to idiots, into very dumb people, because TikTok is the one that's changing their minds. This is a case which is creating a precedent. So any election could be cancelled. Today it's Romania. It could be ourselves. Tomorrow the fight of the Romanians for democracy in their country is the fight for democracy in the whole of Europe. We stand on your side, and we stand on the side of Călin Georgescu, your real president.
Ja, vielen Dank, werte Kollegen.
Well, thank you very much, colleagues. In Romania, supposedly it was possible to have a presidential candidate who would make himself known through TikTok videos, and everybody would get to know him that way. Maybe so. But calling this misinformation or disinformation, that's questionable. Now, traditionally, in a swimming pool, training in some sort of sports activity, sitting on a horse, were these types of videos some sort of the cause of a victory in election? Were these some sort of form of illicit influence? So here the effect has to be questioned. Of course, there is the risk for surprise results as a result of this type of promoting one's candidacy, but to call this misinformation is something which is questionable. So I think one has to really look carefully and question whether indeed TikTok and Instagram have this effect that people have purported that it has.
Caros colegas, acredito que
President, colleagues, what we've seen is not just fighting disinformation. What we see, there's a duality. We see democracy, liberal values, transparency, information for citizens. On the other side, we see manipulation and control by social media, so that trust in democratic processes and institutions is undermined. But this isn't just individual cases. It's not black and white. It's about we have authoritarian powers which want to affect our democratic processes. We see clearly that a tool in society is being used, an instrument to manipulate young voters and influence them. And we must have clear answers from Europe. We must give citizens the instruments so that they can stand up to manipulation. We must use the communications platform because they often become accomplices of these strategies, and that they shouldn't have the upper hand. It's about the future of the democracy in this debate, and we must show our resilience here today.
Vice President Christel Schaldemose for 2 minutes.
Thank you. As the rapporteur on the Digital Services Act, my message to the EU Commission is clear. It is time to step up. We cannot wait for TikTok and rest of the big tech to finally decide to follow our rules. Don't get me wrong, TikTok and big tech, they have to remove illegal content from their platforms, and they have actively to contribute to counteract disinformation and harmful content. But it is the responsibility of the Commission to enforce our rules. And when big tech refuses to comply our laws, then the Commission needs to act as an enforcer. We cannot ignore that big tech knowingly dodges the framework of the Digital Services Act. And as we have seen in Romania, evidence points towards TikTok being responsible for damaging the electoral credibility of a democratic election. TikTok has failed to implement effectively content moderation and showed unwillingness to combat the spread of disinformation, and even refused to conduct proper fact-checking, which has proven to be a perfect opportunity to foreign interference. The election in Romania must be a reminder for all of us to be vigilant and proactive in our effort to regulate big tech. And that is why we in the European Parliament need to take our responsibility. We need to make sure that the Commission is doing what they have to do and enforce our rules. And use the opportunities we have in the Digital Services Act to a full extent. And I don't think that that is what happens today. Illegal content needs to be removed, and harmful content needs to be risk mitigated, and we need to have full transparency. And we haven't really seen so much about anything of these. So I really, really urge the EU Commission, please step up now. Use the opportunities we have in the Digital Services Act. We need to use it in order to protect our society and democracy. It's time to act now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Alexander Varro, for 1 minute, please.
Dans l'histoire des prises du pouvoir,
well, in the history of the taking over of power, there were the strongest, the noblest, the wealthiest, the most eloquent, and I think Cicerone has left space for TikTok. Well, the inquiry had only just started, and the elections were cancelled, and the Parliament is getting a tiny bit nervous. Don't you think that proof would be useful? I mean, do you feel that candidates are no longer free, and that we believe that the voters are like sheep? They go tick-tock, tick-tock, following a certain movement. If there's interference of a foreign country, you try to cancel the elections a posteriori. Now, let's criticize the platform a priori, not a posteriori. This is just the growing trend for judges to replace people. Freedom is only on one side. If the people vote wrongly, let us dissolve the people, says the tyrant dressed up as a Democrat. Let us trust our people. Thank you.
If you would like to ask a blue card, please do it not in the last second, but at least 10 seconds before the speaker is finishing, so then I can react. So, next speaker would be Paolo Insalvini. The floor is yours for 1 minute.
La volontà popolare è
The popular will has to be accepted always, even if the result is something that's not desired by the elite or the left. So, indeed, this is something that has to be taken into consideration. Using these types of methods in other countries, in other words, introducing censorship throughout Europe, is unacceptable and very concerning indeed. The annulment, of the Romanian elections was extremely dangerous. All have the right to freedom of expression. That's a fundamental right. And we've heard about immoral, illegal results undermining democracy. But actually, millions of citizens have expressed their will in a free fashion, and this has to be respected. We have to accept the vote, the decision of citizens, and have trust in their capacity to choose, to select, their ability to analyze as well. Even if the result is not something that the left likes. Orwell has warned us about all of this. In other words, the will of people has to be respected.
Please.
Freedom of opinion is the fundament of our democracy. The exchange of different arguments and opinions, the competition around that makes for compromises in society. But this competition must be fair. That is what characterizes our open democracy. If there are attempts to influence that from the outside, Anne Applebaum talks about Autocracy Inc., autocrats who work together and try to influence our liberal democracies. That isn't fair competition of opinions. It isn't freedom of opinion. Free and open societies are being used so that autocrats can influence our opinions, and we must act against that, not by cutting freedom of opinion. That's not part of the DSA. We should create maximum transparency about the algorithms and the influence on those. I was asked by the AFD who is my master. I serve my electors. Unlike the EFD, I have not got any money from Russia.
Blue card question from Engin Eroglu, but because Mr. Eroglu is from the same group, I will not give this time blue card question. So, nākamajam vārds Mārtiņam Staķim.
And now Mr. Mārtiņš Staķis.
Paldies, President Kungs.
Thank you, President.
As parents across Europe, we must be confident that the platforms our children use are safe, not a tool for exploitation or harm. And unfortunately, TikTok failed this test. This platform bombards children with addictive algorithms and toxic content, material that would never be allowed in China, where strict time limits and educational videos protect young users. So why should European children be treated with less care? But the danger doesn't stop there. TikTok has become a tool for spreading disinformation, even influencing elections, as we saw in Romania. No, TikTok has published an expensive ad in Politico, promising billions in investment for security and privacy. But trust isn't built on PR campaigns. It's built on actions, and TikTok has repeatedly failed to deliver on this front. Europe must take a stand. If TikTok refuses to respect our rules on privacy, safety, and transparency, it has no place in Europe. Thank you.
I just would like to remind, thank you very much, but just to remind you cannot show anything from this place, so I didn't notice when I was watching in my paper, so otherwise I would be very strict. Luboš Blaha will be next speaker.
Every totalitarian regime creates their own definition of how to define disinformation just so that they can limit the freedom of speech and introduce censorship. And the EU does the same today, and it looks more and more like a totalitarian regime. And I will tell you what a real piece of disinformation really is. This information was when people were saying that Russia is trying to push to our borders, but in fact it was the West that was pushing to Russian borders. It was disinformation when they said the vaccine would liberate you from COVID. The truth was that was not the case. We were just undergoing a medical experiment. It was disinformation when they said that Israel has the right to commit genocide on Palestinians. That's another big lie. But the biggest, the saddest disinformation was when, after 1989, we were told that liberal capitalism will bring us freedom. That's not the case. Capitalism brought poverty, inequality, destruction, and today even totalitarian regimes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sean Kelly for 1.5 minutes.
Only a month ago, Russia emerged as the real winners of Georgia's parliamentary elections after alleged widespread Russian disinformation likely led to Georgian Dream's claim to victory. In Moldova, Evidence suggests that Russia was behind cyber attacks, ballot box stuffing, vote rigging, illegal transportation of voters to the polls and the purchasing of up to 300,000 votes. We turn to Romania, and the facts are sobering. Hundreds of TikTok accounts set up by Russia activated to support Colin Georgescu, and thousands of accounts activated 2 weeks before the first round. The sophistication of Russia's web of mis- and disinformation to upend political processes is a threat to democracies everywhere. As Russia attempts to pick off European countries one by one, it is also time for Ireland to reflect on our own resilience against foreign meddling. It would be a mistake to think that Ireland is immune to Russian attempts to influence public discourse. As the host country of the European headquarters of many social media companies, including TikTok, Ireland has a large part to play in ensuring their compliance with the Digital Services Act. TikTok must be held accountable for any infringements of the Act if found guilty, and I express my full trust in Commissioner Mann to carry out a thorough investigation.
Thank you. Next speaker, Hannes Heide, for 2.5 minutes, please.
Danke, Herr Präsident, Herr Kommissar.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice President. Well, with the Digital Services Act, the European Union, with the participation of elected members of Parliament, they have legislated and set up rules for TikTok and Meta. They need to take certain measures and to make sure that they can't be misused. But the reality is quite different. Despite these rules, every single time we see manipulation in the large social networks in the EU, and this information is being spread. Foreign interference, which have led to the cancellation of elections by the Constitutional Court in Romania, because there are more and more radical information. You know, I can't attack TikTok because apparently I pretend to be someone I am not. So we're basically faced with disinformation, which is influencing and destabilizing our political scenario and landscape. And we need to try to make Digital Services Act applicable. We need to make sure that the responsibilities are being shouldered. If these platforms cannot set their own rules, then we as legislators need to interfere. And elections, which have to be protected from disinformation campaigns. We need to make sure that these rules not only exist, but must be implemented. Algorithms which spread fake news need to be changed, and social media platforms need to be forced to fight actively against this type of manipulation. No compromise when it comes to democracy. It is very scary to see that the platforms have moved away from the European Codex. And surely these companies need to be forced to meet the standards. Social media platforms are the source of information for young generations. And therefore we need to invest. We need to make sure that young people are resistant against fake news. The spread of fake information is a danger. It is also a political problem, and the EU plays a role to fight against this type of disinformation so that we have a safe and transparent environment.
For 1.5 minutes.
Tisztelt elnök úr!
President. Digital services and the DSR are central. It's essential also that all these legislative provisions take into account the freedom of expression. We can't allow that on the basis of public opinion there's discrimination made between procedures. Legislation should be transparent. The EU doesn't play the role of a censor. There should be no censorship. The criticism of the Commission against Elon Musk goes in the wrong direction. It's not just about digital regulations. We should understand that in a broader context. Overall publicity should be available. Rights should be assured for citizens so that citizens don't fall victim to manipulation. We should do everything, colleagues, to create a balance between freedom and responsibility. Freedom of expression should always be supported as a fundamental value of democracy. That's the basis on which we should act in our democracy. I'm speaking for the last time this year. I'd like to wish you a happy Christmas.
Zahvaljujem, kolegice I kolege. Kupnjom.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. By buying Twitter and creating the X platform, Elon Musk has raised the freedom of speech on a new level, while the EU, with its act, wants to limit the freedom of speech and determine what is truth. Today, the users of X actually create contents that are checked in real time and that are relevant. I hear that the European Federation of Journalists wants to stop publishing on X. It's good for them because they are masked leftists. The so-called fact checkers are their slaves in the member states. They decide what is truth and what is not truth. Sometimes also Mr. Zuckerberg had to apologize. Also, the annulment of the elections in Romania shows where this leads. Censorship is not enough. We also have to annul the elections when this is needed.
Bart Groothuis for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. Dear Commissioner, when they use TikTok to change the course of a nation, like in Romania, or when they buy votes to block the sovereign will of a country like in Moldova, or when they forge elections to keep control over a sovereign nation like in Georgia, what does that mean? It means the Russians are merely dry swimming and practicing for the German elections to come next year. So we know what's at stake. The Commission has been given the tools to counter malign foreign interference, the Digital Services Act, the Code of Practice, the Law on Political Advertising. So now it's up to the Commission to finish the job before the German elections. Uphold the laws we agreed on, because it is the best guarantee for freedom of speech. And Chair, if you allow me in Dutch to say one or two words to my colleague Sander Smit from de BBB, de Boerenbeweging. De heer Smit maakte gewag van één stupide, stomme actie van de Europese Commissie om de opinie te beïnvloeden in het Nederlands. In Nederland. Daar vindt hij mij aan zijn zijde. Hij stelt het echter gelijk aan de miljoenen pogingen. President Poetin miljarden voor betaalt om onze democratie onderuit.
Well, when I just have a final comment to make.
Time to take a question from Mr. Johnson.
Okay, as you wish. You have the order.
Yes. No, you have a question, not me.
Fine.
So, Mr. Johnson, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I will speak in Polish. Please take the chance. Wiele razy wymienił pan nazwisko Putina w swojej wypowiedzi.
Well, thank you. Several times you talked about Putin. That's good that today we talk about the bad influence of TikTok on certain political processes. But what were you doing when we signed an agreement between Putin and his Russia and Germany on Nord Stream? When we signed that agreement, the war against Ukraine started. What were you doing at that time? What was your political group doing? Do you feel that it is really TikTok to be blamed for this?
I protest again. I protest again against the completely irresponsible way we are delivering ourselves in the hands of China, including TikTok. So should you. Foreign interference is not something you ridicule about. It's not whataboutism. Do something about it. This Commission has the tools. Finish the job in order to keep us safe in now and in the long-term future. That you're playing with your future is your problem, not ours.
Thank you. Colleagues, we continue with Madame Benedetta Scuderi for 1 minute, please.
Thank you, President. Deportiamoli tutti, così ne...
So, the hate of the EFD, of the far right in TikTok, also promoting ideas which led to the deaths of millions during the pandemic. It has to be understood that people like Elon Musk, billionaires, are using this particular implement to manipulate people. And it is undoubtedly threatening our democratic processes. And also, we have to speak in a free fashion, and we can't have these different impediments to speaking about different things, genocide or whatever it might be. So our democracies function with social rules, and these rules have to be respective, particularly as concerns information and the dissemination of information. It's absolutely necessary to fight against false information. Transparency of algorithms is absolutely essential and key. Our speaker has been cut off.
You had a blue card asking from Madame Ivanovici. Sorry if I don't pronounce correctly, but you already had 2 or 3 blue cards, so you will not be allowed to take the blue card. Next speaker, Nicholas Aniotis, for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Social networks, of course, form opinion. We have the Romanian example where Mr. Gheorghescu and his clan manipulated the situation to their benefit. Undoubtedly, this is extremely concerning, and it is a multi-leveled threat, not only involving TikTok, but also other social platforms like Instagram, Facebook, X. Particular ideologies or orientations which are disseminated through TikTok are dangerous indeed, with numerous consequences for our democracy. If indeed we would like to have transparent democracy and hear the opinion of people, truly, if we want to hear that, then of course we cannot muzzle these networks, but we have to look carefully without any blinders at the issue of misinformation and disinformation. All of this has to be done in an atmosphere of objectivity, and that is what ought to characterize the media as well. Thank you.
1/2 minute, please.
Dear colleagues, disinformation and misinformation are like cracks in a foundation. Small at first, almost invisible, but if left unchecked, they can spread and erode trust, weakening the very structures that hold our societies together. Today, the cracks are amplified on very large online platforms, the town squares of our digital age. Over the last decade, the role of these platforms has grown immensely. They are no longer just tools for entertainment. They have become gatekeepers of information, influencing elections and even shaping global events. With such immense influence comes immense responsibility. Platforms must take ownership of their power they hold and ensure their digital spaces are safe, transparent, and accountable. Here in the European Union, we have one of the most advanced regulatory frameworks in the world. Yet a rule book, it's like a compass. It points us in the right direction, but the real work lies in taking action. The challenge now, first, is ensuring effective enforcement and implementation, starting by building expertise at the institutional level across the European Union. Second, social networks cannot afford to stand on the sidelines. If they are to function in the European Union market, they must become partners to the institutions, authorities, and society as a whole. And this is not a regulatory requirement. It is shared responsibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Vice President Victor Negrescu for 1.5 minutes, please.
Dear colleagues, more and more of our citizens use social media for information. It is normal because this is accessible to everyone. It is also the reflection of a society searching for faster solutions where we, as individuals, are more and more isolated while still being connected all the time. We have been talking about this for many years in this House, but it seems that our democracies have been taken by surprise once again. The problem is not social media by itself. The real problem is that we have individuals, groups, and external non-democratic powers using social platforms to misinform us, manipulate us, to destroy our democracies. Imagine that due to algorithm manipulation, you get bombarded by false information, paid posts, and mass messaging. This is social engineering, and this has been done while illegally using money for the political campaign. Acting illegally is not freedom of speech. This is what happened in Romania. This is what the report presented by the Moldovan authorities show happened to them. The decision of the European Commission to open an investigation today confirms what happened. Our mechanisms have not been efficient enough. Our coordination needs to improve. Platforms need to pay for their mistakes and recognize their failure so that we can rebuild better and faster. Everyone needs to respect the rules in time for the next Romanian and German elections. They need to start sharing information and present themselves in front of the European Parliament as they have done in front of the US Congress. Dear colleagues, it's not about left and right, about traditional or new parties. If you fail with Romania, your countries will be next. Thank you so much.
So thank you. Colleague, you used to have a blue card from Mr. Lazarus, but you had the opportunity to ask a blue card, so that's why I will go ahead with the next speaker. Sebastian Krasch for 1.5 minutes.
Ja, voorzitter. Hartelijk bedankt.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, here we are. The left mafia is taking further steps to get rid of the competition. We need to introduce censorship. And if we don't like the result of elections, let's get rid of those elections. And countries such as Hungary, Poland, the Netherlands, and other countries are being read lessons about democracy, especially when it comes to questions of illegal immigration. And they were very pleased when they saw that elections had been cancelled in Romania. This is hypocrisy. Of course, Chairman, I'm worried about Russian involvement in Europe, but I can also see and be concerned about the left getting rid of elections. Today it's Romania, but it could be other parties, and they might also find a horse head in their bed in the future. So it depends, everything depends on whether you have the right political colouring. You know, the same happens in the case of Marine Le Pen, Matteo Salvini, or Geert Wilders, who are being made scapegoats. But you know, this is not the way in which you can solve your failure. But, I mean, the will of the people can't be stopped.
Adrian George Axinia for 1 minute.
Modul în care această dezbatere
The way in which this debate is being carried is a dangerous slope for European democracy. We're talking here about the interdiction of some media platforms just because we are no longer able to control the narrative. This no longer distinguishes our democratic system to autocratic systems. Censorship is not acceptable. I remind you, when Putin attacked Ukraine, Russia banned Instagram, WhatsApp, Google. In Romania, the annulment of elections by the political power through institutions such as the Constitutional Court is an immoral action. You should also look at the approximately 1 million euros that the old guard parties paid the mainstream mass media to promote their discourse. And in the mainstream mass media, we see just the narratives of the power. This is what brainwashing looks like.
Again, there was a request from Blue Card, Mr. Smith. I already will continue this debate with the same rules to give a blue card only for those who didn't participate in the same point in agenda, this debate. So please don't wait exceptions. Next speaker, Madame Veronika Cifrova-Ostrohinova, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair, dear Commissioner, dear colleagues. We often think of platforms like TikTok, but not only TikTok, as free spaces, as neutral arenas where some bureaucratic rules are imposed. But this simply is not true. These platforms already are controlled ecosystems. Algorithms drive them, as we heard, and dark forces exploit them. Disinformation, foreign interference, and large-scale manipulation flourish there. And this is where the EU and the EU citizens have power. These networks profit from our use. They must also respect our demand for greater transparency online. Transparency and accountability are not optional. We should not allow for chaos to reign in the digital sphere, because there is no free speech if networks are hijacked by forces we don't understand. Freedom is the power of our citizens, and it must thrive in openness, not in the shadows. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Gordon Bosanac, for 1 minute.
Hvala predsjedavajući.
Thank you very much, dear Commissioner, dear colleagues. Unfortunately, I have to share something that happened in my country, where we are facing the electoral campaign. There is a campaign on the TikTok and Instagram, and are placing misinformation about our candidate. The mainstream media are promoting this also, creating a false picture. In this case, it's not external interference, but interference from political options that have their interest in the campaign. I think that we have to recognize and fight also this kind of disinformation campaigns, although they are connected with internal and not external actors. Therefore, I call for social networks and regulators in the EU to act so that the presidential campaign would be within the democratic frameworks. Thank you very much.
We have a situation, so on my list, the next speaker is Eric Kalinjak, but not on the screen. I'll only follow my printout. So, Mr. Kalinjak, floor is yours.
Vážení kolegovia, kolegyne.
Dear colleagues, is really nobody here feeling embarrassed these days? We have been castigating one country after another for violating the rule of law. And the further away this state is located, the more superior we feel. And then we have the most flagrant violation of the rule of law, where the outgoing US president grants an unblocked amnesty to his corrupt pedophile son, who is also a junkie, for any crime he might have committed in the last 10 years. And the European Parliament, the big standard of morality, suddenly says nothing. There's no resolution, no condemnation, no outreach. Suddenly you have all lost the desire to pry into the internal affairs of foreign states. Or are you just saving yourselves for tomorrow's debate on Kyrgyzstan? There you will really be critical suddenly, huh? But when you're supposed to talk about the corrupt Commissioner Reinders, nothing, not a word. This is the double standards that Europe is doing both internationally and at home, and that's why we are a joke to everybody around the world. But that's okay. Let's continue our debate, 5-hour debate about how bad TikTok is, because unlike the sold-out media, it is not censoring all the politically inconvenient content. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madame Danusia Nerudova, for 1.5 minutes.
Colleagues, do you believe that Ukrainians will steal our European jobs and homes? Do you really believe that women are not smart enough to be top managers or politicians? Disinformation and hate such as these are infecting our society, spreading like a virus on social media. These are not random distortions. They are deliberate attacks on our values, orchestrated by foreign actors to weaken us. This is not just a problem of online trolling. It's a matter of security. Disinformation is a weapon. We are under attack. We know where much of these interferences comes from. Russia has built an empire of lies, pumping money and influence into disinformation campaigns aimed at dividing and destabilizing us. They exploit anonymity, target our youth, and erode trust in institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, democracy is not about tolerating everything. It's about informed citizens, empowered to make real choices about their future. The solution is clear: more education, more accountability of platforms, and more dismantling of sources of disinformation. The truth is our strongest weapon. We must defend it, amplify it, and ensure it rises above the noise.
Kolega Nerudova, you have a blue card from Madame Katerina Konečná. Would you like to take it? Yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, floor is yours.
Děkuji, paní kolegyně. Pořád si ještě myslíte, že ruské rakety zabily 2 nevinné v Polsku? To byl totiž váš tweet a jasná dezinformace, kterou jste... v České republice strach a paniku. Nikdy jste se za něj neomluvila. Prosím, když mluvíte o dezinformacích, mluvte také o těch vašich.
When you talk about disinformation, you talk about disinformation that you're spreading. I've based myself on the information of the Ministry of Defense of the Czech Republic. You have the right to have your opinion, but you do not have the right to possess or become the owner of the facts.
Gracias, presidente. Comisario McGrath.
Thank you, Commissioner McGrath. Well, disinformation on the large technological platforms is a dark side. It's a threat against the values and European legislation, not only as against integrity of elections, as shown in Romania, but the structure of the rule of right and the rule of law, because technological platforms do not want to be regulated by the laws of the European Union, even though they act at a global scale. I mean, they get rid of the confidentiality of one's personal data, and they change the images because it is manipulated by artificial intelligence. And it also prevents an exchange of views and the invasive vertigo of invasive algorithms, and faced with a society that is incompatible and intransigent. And it's only the European Union that can act with digital education, with an anti-monopoly law which fights the social platforms, but also to use sanctions and penal measures when there's an infringement, flagrant infringement, of the laws, especially those behind these platforms, right-wing magnates.
Děkuji. Cenzura není způsob, jak ochránit volby. Sociální sítě jsou nástrojem, ne příčinou. Jejich cenzura není řešení. Tak proč se o ní snažíte?
Thank you.
So it's very important. It's very important to work on this particular issue in a more measured fashion. Communication and what one feels and what one thinks, what's been said and what the results have been are not likable and palatable for many. But one has to understand that this is the will of the people. Things have been said about Babic, about Salvini as well, to eliminate them from politics. patriots are fighting for people, for the citizens, and we will not abandon this battle. We will fight against censorship, of course. And the democratization, it's been said, of elections, we're seeing quite the opposite. For years and years, you've been trying to form the particular structures and the particular institutions and the particular ideologies, promote those that are to your liking. So I think it's absolutely key to really remember that people are in a position to move forward effectively, to make decisions, and they don't want to be affected by fear.
Vendredi, 2 jours avant le deuxième tour de l'élection présidentielle.
Friday, 2 days before the Romanian elections, the constitutional elections cancelled the election. The Constitutional Court cancelled the elections because of the involvement of TikTok, supposedly the manipulation of TikTok by Russia. This exists in other countries and comes from other and needs to be criticized. But how can we possibly believe that Georgescu had moving from 1% to 24% in the polls, and in the second turn of the elections he was going to win? So this has been criticized, and surely we would have criticized it if it would have been happening in any other country. My colleague Georgette is not a has the will of the people cannot be cancelled, and therefore this electoral process has to be taken up immediately. The sovereign opinion of the Romanian people needs to be respected.
I would like to remind before I will give you a floor, so Mr. Smith again trying to get a blue card. It will not happen during this debate. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, the presidential election in Romania has highlighted a grave danger for our democracies. The sudden rise of a candidate chosen by a foreign power, Russia, and boosted by algorithms of online platforms. False accounts, hidden political influences, manipulation campaigns. Romanians have been fed continuously by phantom influences and a electoral manipulation is not a technology, it's an attack against our democracies, and we can't guarantee transparency in line with DSA. When a platform uses a tool of interference, it isn't a social network, it becomes a political weapon, and we can't accept that. All our democracies are at stake. TikTok can't wash its hands. Europe is not a playground for merchants of chaos. And the inquiries launched by the Commission should sanction TikTok in line with the harm caused.
Rainier, one long shot for 1 minute. Closers.
Thank you. We welcomed a Trojan horse into Europe, into our homes, into our pockets. Social media platforms started as a fantastic tool to connect, but have now become secret weapons. In a toxic cocktail of company monopolies, foreign actors, greed of shareholders, and lack of regulation, algorithms push extreme content and bot accounts spread fake news, especially during elections. Dear colleagues, like Troy, we focus on the enemy we can see. We focus on finally building European defense, and we should. But if we ignore the Trojan horse sent by hostile foreign powers, it will be useless. Sending Trojan horses is cheaper and can be effective. We cannot allow China, Russia, or any unchecked force to influence our elections. We have to enforce the Digital Service Acts, create independent audits and transparency on algorithms, and force social media companies to take responsibility if they want to operate in Europe. Quickly. Only then the Trojan horse is dismantled and becomes a tool for entertainment, information and connection again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Andrei Dostal for 1 minute.
Vážení kolegové, tento parlament se rozhodl ve svých rezolucích, že ví lépe než Venezuelci.
So we've seen this right now, with this right now, with the situation in Georgia, or in Bolivia, that we react not in the same particular fashion. So I think indeed we have to look very, very carefully at what's happening. It's not all the same, and the causes are not all the same either.
Premiéra, který byl plodem této nenávisti.
So the Slovak minister right now has been a victim of hatred, and we've felt the impact. People are not stupid. So I think it's the different things that we've heard from Madam Gregorova as well. Maybe she could clarify some of the particular statements that have been made. So it's not possible to say whatever you want and to say that NGOs are the cause behind the particular problem. I think it's quite clear that we have to clarify things and make and be a little bit more specific and detailed. We have a blue card.
To take a blue card from Madame Nerudova?
Yes.
Yes, okay, now it's okay.
OK, děkuji za to, že jste přijal moji otázku. Od komunistů.
Now, my particular question. Communists have spoken about freedom of speech, and I'm quite curious, and I'd like to know, do you condemn in this parliament the aggression of Russia in Ukraine? Do you condemn what Russia has done, the killing of innocent people, the raping of children? Or is that misinformation again? Tell me. Well, I'm not a communist, although communists are part of our particular coalition. I do feel that we find ourselves in a world which is multipolar. And I think we have to look at the numerous different aspects, and we have to deal with the multidimensional character of the political landscape right now.
Panie Przewodniczący, Panie Komisarzu.
President, Commissioner, misinformation is a mass weapon. That should be treated like the way. Hate, conspiracy theories, and hate sown between various groups, extremism, it's an evil which attacks hundreds of thousands of Europeans, leading to the death of some. Misinformation is a very efficient weapon in hybrid war against us. Free nations are being manipulated by the Kremlin. We should develop a community mechanism to identify misinformation which, coming from these tyrants in elections in particular, we need to have a systematic system. And we need to have the technical skills and critical skills. And this would be a vaccination against misinformation, and we could face up to it more easily. We can't just abandon our democracies without a fight. We should fight to defend our democracies.
1.5 minutes.
Sehr geehrter Herr Präsident, liebe Kolleginnen und
Honourable President, colleague, this debate on disinformation and misinformation is extremely important because we see an influence on elections, and we see a lot of results influenced by these platforms. And now, all of a sudden, X is no longer a title. They wanted to have a European debate on social media and transparency, and want to limit it so that they can be friendly with Elon Musk. And I think that we need an open debate as to how this platform actually distorts democracy and public discourse. And that, I think, is the most valuable good in our societies. And I'm proud that in the European Parliament over the last year, through the Digital Services Act, we have created an instrument which removes censorship from the debate and forces platforms to be active when it comes to certain misdemeanors. Now, the Commission, unfortunately, is lagging behind. I mean, we know that TikTok and X are a danger for democracy. That's not enough to say this. We need to make sure we cannot possibly be involved in some kind of cattle trading, simply because of Musk and Trump. Thank you.
Dziękuję. Według Was demokratyczne I uczciwe.
According to you, the democratic elections take place when your candidates win. And when the other candidates win, you are suspicious of the process. That's the elites of Brussels for you. There have been rejections of referendums in France and the Netherlands. You show this when you manipulate elections in Poland. It is your colleagues, Ms. Barley, said that Poland, Hungary, should be penalised financially. I am a member of a party affected by the Cordon Sanitaire, excluded from parliamentary work. Ms. von der Leyen is in the interests of German interests. She signed the FTA with Mercosur against our farmers. You're bringing us towards economic disaster, poverty. If there was democracy in Europe, it's not in the European institutions. Today, you have cancelled elections in Romania because you don't like the candidate who won. You don't defend democracy. You want to impose censorship against the wishes of the people. The European Union doesn't have the right to give a lesson in the rule of law to the European peoples. Be warned, because the free peoples in Europe will soon judge you. Thank you.
Lara Magoni, sorry, for 1 minute.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. Correct information, an impartial media system, impartial and transparent, these are fundamental pillars of democracy in Europe. It is very important for the European Union to deal with the issue of disinformation and fake news online, which constitute a threat for the democratic lives and of democracy in our country as well. We need a decisive strategy which will guarantee to citizens free access to correct information, allowing people proper access to information and not to distorted news. Now, silencing political parties or political views, this is something that has to be done in a very, very careful fashion, because we want to avoid any form of censorship as well. This is something that's been taken up in a number of different member states, in Italy as well. It's important to defend pluralism, and we have to be careful to not erode the trust of citizens who want to feel that they have open access to information. We must respect our citizens furthermore. Thank you.
Next speaker, Anna Maria Henriksson, for 1 minute.
Talman, kommissionär, det viktigaste vi människor har.
Thank you so much. Well, the most important thing for us is our freedom to vote, freedom to be able to choose our own lives. Free and legal elections are important for our countries. All candidates need to be treated in the same way, and we need to make sure that there are no external actors that try to influence our election process. In social media platforms such as TikTok, for instance, threats seem to have an opportunity. People are influenced by all that is read, heard, or viewed. and we don't want to turn all of this into a threat, because freedom, after all, is not really simply an idea to influence our elections through Russian influence. Now, the Commission needs to look into this, because our democracies really need to be protected day after day.
Please.
TikTok is a danger to European democracy and security. Every user of this Chinese platform should understand that the second you log into TikTok, you start giving your behavioral data to the Chinese Communist Party's propaganda machine for them to develop their services. When you click that cat video on TikTok or scroll to see your favorite influencer's page, you help terrorist countries like Russia to have a more impactful and more harmful tool to spread their disinformation. The concrete results of which we now see in Romania. For years, we have been super worried about data flows to the US companies developing their social media platforms with European data. At the same time, our kids and my fellow colleagues in this House are giving free access to their data to help Chinese regime and Putin. We have a data transfer agreement with the US. We don't have an agreement with China, and I think it is realistic to say that we will never have. The EU's digital regulation is powerless in addressing the comprehensive security threat TikTok is posing. We must stop being naive, allowing such a platform open to Russian exploitation to undermine our democracy. We should ban TikTok in Europe until we can ensure it cannot be weaponized to distort democracy and spread Russian propaganda.
Colleague Sala, would you like to take a blue card from Mr. Peter Bistron? Yes or no? Yes.
Yes, yes.
Floor is yours. Normally with buttons, so, but no. So maybe you can use neighboring micro, if I may ask you, or well, technicians will help you. You can take a neighboring micro.
Jetzt. Oh. Ja, vielen Dank, dass Sie die Frage annehmen. Das ist sehr nett von Ihnen.
Thank you for accepting the question. Very nice of you. You said that TikTok is a big danger for democracy. Democracy has been undermined, I'm told. My TikTok channel, as a democratic member of the German parliament, was cut off. When I asked why, the Chinese company said from under pressure from the German government, because I criticized the German government in my speeches. Don't you think that's a bigger danger for democracy?
You can answer now, son.
Kiinan laki on selvä.
The law of China is clear. If the Chinese state asks Chinese companies to provide data, they have to do that, and we have to be very worried about that. We have a data agreement with the US. We don't with China. We can't trust the Chinese authorities. For that reason, TikTok is a much different security risk than any other social media platform.
Next speaker, Vasile Dinku, for 1.5 minutes.
Mulțumesc, domnule președinte.
Thank you, Chair. Democracy works based on rules and responsibility. Without them, there's chaos. So this debate about TikTok and the other platforms is not just a Romanian matter, it's a European matter. It's true, TikTok polarizes communication, political communication especially, but let us not blame platforms exclusively for certain political behaviors or for certain political attitudes. We also tend to simplify things a lot. I'll give you an example. We divide ourselves here between pro-Europeans and sovereignists or patriots. So those who call themselves pro-European imply that the rest are not pro-European, or that the sovereignists claim that Europe has something against national interests. Both statements are false. This is an oversimplification. That is why I believe that we should regulate intelligently without censoring, without destroying the networks. But, however, Meta does not respect European legislation. A Romanian study showed that there were 25 Facebook pages that were viewed 160,000 times, and those pages made political propaganda for the candidate, for the Georgescu candidate. So we need to have a crisis cell at the level of the European Union, a crisis cell that should help the member states solve this kind of situations. The speaker is interrupted.
Next speaker, Andras Laszlo, for 1 minute.
A baloldalnak a régi, jól bevált módszere, hogy
Thank you. Well, the left has a experimented way of simply not taking account of those views that it doesn't like. Well, TikTok used to be a network of the left, and TikTok has actually had many accounts and got rid of many of the right-wing accounts, especially Donald Trump's account. Now, and the left agreed with TikTok, but now that TikTok has no longer reacted, well, now we're all criticizing. So please don't follow the same model. If you don't like the outcome of the elections of the left, it's not because democracy doesn't work. It's simply because the voters are fed up with the lies of the left. It's time to understand we Europeans don't want any censorship. We don't want the wrong left-wing policies. Thank you.
Convenția Europeană a Drepturilor Omului. Article 10 of the European Convention on Human Rights speaks about the freedom of expression. Everybody has the right to freedom of expression, freedom of opinion, to receive or to send information without authorities meddling into this and without borders. The only limitations to this regard national security, the protection of public order, protection of health integrity, and such issues. Limiting social media platforms are contemporary means of censorship. Today, public people can express themselves, and such as just like any normal citizen can do on these platforms. And shutting down these rights without bringing proof transforms freedom in censorship and democracy into dictatorship.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to briefly tell you what actually happened in Romania during the latest presidential elections, because clearly the elections have been influenced, and there was a direct interest of the Russian Federation for this to happen. How was this possible? It's very easy. It's impossible that a candidate having 5% 2 weeks before the elections would end up 9th in the world in the trending in TikTok, whereas this app has 1 billion users. The only media that applauded this victory was the one in Moscow. Putin himself criticized the decision of the authorities to recount the ballots. Russia's interest in placing someone to lead the Romanian state was obvious. So we should not be debating on what is happening in Romania at the moment, but on what is happening with this platform in Europe, because democracy is clearly under threat. Thank you.
Sunčana Glavak, sorry, for 1.5 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. Kolegice I kolege, društvene mreže nedvojbeno se...
Colleagues, social media use various methods in order to influence political processes, and that's very clear. For example, fake news have been spread about the European elections. There were disinformation campaigns on social media, bots, and other hybrid war methods are being used on social media. For example, look at the elections in France and elsewhere. Macron leaks, for instance, from 2017. There are micro-targeted methods in order to influence users on social media. And the users only see what they already think, and that will only lead to further polarization of society. We have already heard about the Digital Services Act and how this has implemented rules, but we can see that these rules are not being respected. There's also the Code of Good Behavior. However, we can see that a great deal of information from social media should be taken down. We can see that there is more and more content which is being shared via artificial intelligence. And now I would like to respond to what some colleagues have said. They're no longer here in this room. But you need to be politically responsible with your work.
I do apologize that I've been informed that technicians will not be able to finalize with your blue card, but sorry, I have to, but I do apologize. Thank you. Next speaker, Sabrina Rep.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you. Brexit, the re-election of Trump, and the elections in Romania, the influence of platforms like TikTok and other social media on our democracy is something we can't control. This just goes to show what can happen if algorithms guided by autocrats decide what contents we get to see. Autocrats deliberately target young people via social media, using videos to radicalize young people and encourage them to accept scenarios of fear and spread hate. If only nobody listened to this. Social media allows unlimited access to a massive audience without having any actual supervision or control. More and more untrammeled right-wing views filter down to the public. These views leave the digital realm and reach the public realm. We need people to be trained in media. There needs to be more control on spreading of hate in the internet, and there needs to be more prosecutions. Social media should not kindle hate and disseminate it. Social media are there to build bridges, bring people together, and inspire people. Democracy should not know any borders physically or on the internet. This means that autocrats must be fought by us. We should not be subject to the daily whims of Zuckerberg, Musk, or Vladimir Putin. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Tiago Moreira de Sá, for 1 minute.
Thank you, President. This debate is about TikTok and social media and the fear that power has of the power that they give to the common citizen. Now, this 20th century was called the century of the people, The 21st could be known as the century of the power to the people, and this is because of X, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Now, on the pretext of fighting misinformation and hate speech and foreign interference, what we can see is really that there's a political revolution ongoing on social media that is bringing the people to power and at the same time reducing the power of representatives. What's at issue here is the current reaction of the political elite of direct democracy and the fear that the elites have of people. And this debate is also against all of the main players, for example, in this technology revolution, Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and the Patriots for Europe, and about direct power. What's worse, this debate is about freedom. If we go back to Karl Popper and his defense of an open society and the paradox of tolerance, then we would have his ideas and his opinions.
Question from Mr. Bruno Gonçalves.
Sure.
Yeah, okay, floor is yours.
Sr. Deputado aqui não faz uma apologia da liberdade.
Now, we're talking about an apology of freedom and apology for victims, the victims of the voters. Freedom that you speak of is the freedom of intolerance, freedom for hate, freedom for false information, fake news. Now, what do you think about your language of freedom, the language of security, of families? I think that you must recognize that families need is security, and what we need on networks, when we look, social networks, for example, when we see that there are 70,000 counts, what can we do to protect the citizens against this? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this. It's not a question of victimism, it's about trust. That's not afraid of freedom, of social networks, of trust in the people, in the common sense of the people, and the knowledge of the people. And prohibiting censorship, that is always worse than the freedom that can be brought because of this. Freedom is total, and it's always welcome. Thank you.
Next speaker, Fernand Kartheiser, for 1 minute, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, President. The events in Romania are very worrying. As a pretext, with the interference in elections as a pretext, the elections were annulled with the agreement of the Commission by the Constitutional Court of Romania. Yet there have been many Western examples of interference in the Romanian political campaigns. The European Commission is getting involved in the democratic process in Romania and is breaching the sovereignty of member states in order to eliminate a candidate which they do not like. Rather than censoring social media, we should be censoring the European Commission. We should stop the anti-democratic tools in the DSA. Romania must not become a precedent to allow totalitarianism from the European Commission. Thank you.
Billy Kelleher for 1 minute. Thank you.
Colleagues, the EU and its democracy is under attack. It is under attack from nefarious third countries who simply do not like our way of life and the values that we cherish here. The rule of law, democracy, equality, media and judicial independence. And it is being facilitated by social media platforms who willfully allow the spread of misinformation and disinformation. We saw firsthand how it can skew elections following the recent Romanian presidential election, where an unknown far-right candidate was catapulted into first place through the use of TikTok. We saw it in Ireland when X's owner, Elon Musk, attempted to fan the flames of discord and amplify the voices of extreme candidates, parties and opinions. In Ireland, we were lucky. The Irish people saw through what was happening and no far-right candidates were elected. But will we be lucky every time? Will we be lucky in the next election? Europe needs to act. I look forward to the work of the Special Committee on the Democracy Shield. I am confident that you, Commissioner McGrath, will ensure that our democracy and our electoral systems are fit for purpose, safe, secure and transparent.
Dank u wel, voorzitter, collega's, meneer de commissaris.
Thank you, President. Dear colleagues, Commissioner, our Western democracy is very contingent on trust and confidence in elections. Objective, fair elections are the very foundation of Western democratic culture. Nelson Mandela said a free press, free media cannot be done without for the functioning of a democracy. For many of us, what is published on social media is not acceptable. It is not acceptable that social media fail to fulfill an important task. You're being hoodwinked by spectral figures like Vladimir Putin. Given the Digital Services Act, and before that, the Commission could pretend there were no legal instruments in place. But now, this pretext no longer applies, and I call on the Commission to thoroughly address this matter. The responsibility of platforms such as TikTok, TikTok must be looked into and called to account of what it did in Romania. Appropriate sanctions and appropriate measures ought to be enacted by the Commission. An autocrat and a war criminal is sticking his oar into European elections is completely unacceptable. If you allow that, then you are basically forbidding free elections. We must ensure our elections remain free and fair. Enough of foreign interference in our democracies.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are facing a flood of disinformation. This is a growing threat to democracy, above all to electoral processes. And we've seen this, for example, in the Brexit referendum in 2016. And although today's discussion focuses mainly on TikTok, it's no less problematic and perhaps even more problematic than Musk's X. And it's a platform that's become a hotbed of manipulation and fake news under the guise of freedom of speech without any real fact-checking. These social networks allow the spread of misinformation to be faster and more targeted. Manipulation of citizens has never been so easy, and its effect has been catastrophic. The recent elections in Romania are very good examples of foreign interference in the electoral process via TikTok, and this led the Constitutional Court to annul the elections. This example shows that we have not fully succeeded in protecting our citizens and our democracy. Strict compliance with European rules on digital services is crucial. This is why I welcome today's decision by the Commission on the formal review process of TikTok. Too often we see platforms act too slowly or not at all, and they are also having a direct impact. Colleagues, we have a joint responsibility to protect our democracy. We must protect against fake news. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, President. When the Commission speaks about disinformation, it knows precisely what it is saying. It is controlling media and social networks to establish its single thought. Recently, it invalidated elections in Romania because electors were manipulated by videos on TikTok. That was the Constitutional Court in Romania. Who could believe that? The European Commission is not the first to interfere in elections, as we saw in Moldova, in Georgia, and now in Romania. The European Parliament itself has organized training for left and hard left influencers in the European elections, and now we're already annulling elections in the EU for suspicion of interference. It looks like a totalitarian regime. In fighting misinformation, that could become the flagship of Europeanists. It is a red line. It is unacceptable. The sovereignty of the vote of Europeans should be something that goes beyond any of these limits. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, freedom of speech is the basis of any democratic system. I have the impression that present in this chamber are people who would like to damage the foundations of democracy by attacking freedom of speech. in the internet in this case. Some of you would be willing very much that in some magical way the European Commission and EU institutions acted in an enlightened way and they would provincially ban some content. Who would be the ones deciding on it? Would it be EU officials, the people sitting on the left perhaps? No. We are supposed to have freedom of speech. So you can speak your mind out under any circumstance. If you want to fight disinformation, let's focus on education. Let's show how you should fight misinformation, how to explain fake news when it appears. But let's not use censorship. We know how it ended up in communist times in Poland. Now, Commissioner, sir, my question to you is the following. Please reply to the actions of the previous Commission against X, because I haven't had a reply as of yet. Thank you.
Mr. Eroglu, 1 minute.
Vice President, dear Commissioner, first and foremost, I'd like to address you. In the European Union, we're responsible for a lot of things. Physical health and mental health of people is encompassed. As to physical health, we are completely over-regulated, too much red tape. If we look at all the rules we have in place, in the steel industry, the dairy industry, and dairy products have this massive list of compulsory ingredients. And if we look at the raw materials, tons of cheese are destroyed so that nobody is physically harmed. Looking at mental health now, we're turning a blind eye, Commissioner. It's up to you. It's up to you to ensure the physical health of future generations. If we look at the list of ingredients, and if we don't get a list of algorithms from TikTok, in other words, the ingredient, then we must demand that list. That's on your plate, Commissioner. No getting around it.
You have the floor, 1 minute and a half. Kalniete.
Colleagues, what happened in the Romanian presidential elections is not a surprise. In the previous term, reports of the Inga Committee warned of such a scenario. The victory of Putin's candidate was achieved through direct interference in the elections by an aggressor state, injecting millions of dollars into the campaign to finance influencers, manipulating algorithms for social media platforms and falsifying accounts. We must not be naive. The first attempt was in Moldova, where this scenario did not work, but the Kremlin will improve on it and will repeat it in every future election in an EU country. We need to prepare seriously for such attacks, and we need to hold e-platforms, including TikTok, accountable for illegally funding political campaigns. The DSE foresees fines, but so far the individuals who engage in these illegal activities have not been sanctioned. This is a loophole in the law that needs to be corrected. It's just as important to neutralize the root of the evil, which is why we must persist in weakening the Kremlin, both by supporting Ukraine and by imposing serious economic sanctions against it until Putin's regime collapses. Democracy cannot be taken for granted. It is our duty to defend it from hostile attacks. Thank you.
Raphael Glucksmann, 1 minute et demie.
Mr. Glucksmann, 1.5 minutes, please.
Monsieur le Commissaire, chers collègues.
Commissioner, colleagues, 85,000 cyber attacks, 8 million subscribers. Influencers were mobilized to support Georgescu, the pro-Russian candidate. 27,000 active accounts with manipulation of information, 1%, 4 weeks out of the vote, and nearly 23% in the first round of the elections. The 1% was just 4 weeks out, and 0 was the reaction from TikTok when the flag was raised about these activities. In this debate, I hear the voices of these pseudo-patriots from the hard right that are not bothered by foreign interference, Russian interference specifically in our elections, but protecting the sovereignty of our nations is protecting the possibility of our citizens to speak freely without foreign interference via platforms that are undermining our democracy. The attack on Romanian democracy is a hybrid warfare by Putin's regime against our democracy. I was at the head of the Committee for Foreign Interference here at the European Parliament, tried to finesse the point of the severity of the situation. Romania isn't a singular case. It is all of us if we do not wake up to this. TikTok today is presented as a fun platform for entertainment, but it is a strong manipulation tool. And Russia is using these algorithms to shift our public debate and sow chaos in our countries. These platforms need to follow our rules, otherwise we are going to have to ban them.
Merci. Mr. Haider, for 1 minute.
Thank you. Now, when it comes to foreign interference in the Romanian election, did this happen? Well, potentially. Could social media have been used to do this? Possibly. And influencing voters through the media is as old as democracy itself. But one thing is without question, and the most dangerous thing for democracy is state censorship and restricting media freedom through censorship. And that is exactly what the EU is doing with the Digital Services Act. A red line is being crossed here. It's legitimate to protect oneself against foreign interference, but censorship can never be the means to do this. Unfortunately, the EU has embarked on a very dangerous path. And with censorship, we will never save democracy. With bans and censorship, we will destroy democracy. Thank you.
Mr. Squarta, 1 minute.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. The fight against misinformation is a pivotal and urgent challenge. We are living in an era where platforms like TikTok and the social media are rejigging our public space, bringing deep influence to bear on public debate and public opinion. But the EU is still not ploughing enough resources into media education. This is a key tool to gear up our young people to recognise and construe information critically. What's more, platforms must be held to account, particularly during elections, without converting this responsibility into a stultifying form of monitoring, stifling everything else. The response to misinformation must not lead to a cultural dictatorship. At the altar of this, we often see freedom of expression being squeezed. The EU must not appoint itself as the prime arbiter of everything. We must bolster our democracy in Europe. That is the main thing.
1 minute.
Thank you very much, President. Commissioner, colleagues. Russia and China are interfering in our democracy and our elections. And this doesn't bother the far-right extremists. They're quite happy about it. And then they come here and talk about censorship. And what is interesting is they use the same words as the Putin's propagandists. And there's a clear, close link here. We have Putin's friends here who are not sharing their opinions, but they're sharing Putin's opinions. Now, obviously, these forms of social media are entertainment, but they're also being used by people like Putin, and we need to protect ourselves against them. We know that there are people who, on our social media, are posting, even though they are sanctioned, because they represent dictatorships, because they are calling for genocide against Ukrainians, that they are banned. There is such thing as a criminal law. There is decency as well, and because Karl Popper has already been mentioned, I think someone from Austria should talk about Karl Popper. We need to be optimistic. Thank you.
Kalari, 1 minute and a half.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we have war in Europe and we are fighting the battle both on the ground and online. In Romania, we see the results of the Russian attacks on European countries and our elections, enabled by Chinese social media platform TikTok. This must be stopped, because next year we have new elections in Europe, in Germany, in Denmark, in Austria, in Poland, Portugal, Romania, Ireland, Czechia. It's a long list, and they are also under the risk to be attacked by Russia. It's enough now with the fine, nice words and the excuses from TikTok. TikTok must follow the EU laws. And if TikTok does not take actions against Russian disinformation, we will take actions against TikTok. It's enough now.
Domnule comisar, stimați
Commissioner, dear colleagues, for hours we've been debating an essential issue. Of course, some ignored the title of the debate and talked about something different. Commissioner, we're talking about the role of the Commission, according to the treaties, as a guardian to make sure that the rules are being observed, because many far-right MEPs would love for chaos to reign. We need to explain to them what democracy means, what freedom of speech means. This doesn't mean that I can be slandered, because I have a right to my image, of course. People have talked here about how the rights of platforms are being squeezed. No, there's a regulation, and that's valid for everyone, not just TikTok, for all the platforms. And we said everything that is valid online offline needs to be valid offline. Everything that comes from third countries on the free market, that's where we celebrated 30 years of, needs to observe our rules. I'm sorry that some MEPs are spreading disinformation. It's sad that in 2024 that MEPs are spreading disinformation, and that's what I want, Commissioner, to make sure that the regulations do apply.
Domnul Hirauta Vital, for 1 minute.
Thank you, President. Now, I'm perceiving a lot of threats about closing down TikTok. It would be great if TikTok were closed down because it's based in Peking. That's where its headquarters is. And they've clustered data of billions of people there in Peking. And that data is controlled by a communist regime, which is pretty darn fierce. Given that this is the case for other social media, well, I'm hearing things doing the rounds which don't seem very democratic. What will we do to halt certain publications on the network, for example, on X, which is a network where community notes allow you to correct falsehoods, false information which other people may publish? You're not appreciating how complex the systems actually are. And self-correction can take place by dint of users' efforts. But interventionists just don't appreciate that fact.
1 minute.
Przewodniczący, panie komisarzu.
President, Commissioner, influencing elections in Europe from our enemies are not a new problem. With internet being there, it's just easier than ever. We have tools to fight against it, and we know how Russian disinformation works. State services must be more effective at doing their job. But many fall for the trap of explaining any political failure with misinformation. Young politicians who start their careers, they're very good at using social media, and they are envied for that. And as a reaction, misinformation is used as an accusation to fight political rivals. There's no way around political enemies, and fears against external interference does not give you the right to cancel the result of an election, even if it's different than you expected. Sometimes it's because of the people who lost the election. We, in the Law and Justice Party, we know how this works. And in democracy, you have to know how to win and how to lose in elections. Thank you.
Mr. Kobosco, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President, Commissioner, colleagues. Fake news, manipulation and simple lies pose a serious threat to the integrity of our democracies. These threats are not abstract. We can see how disinformation is being used today to divide societies, undermine citizens' trust in politicians and in state institutions, or even influence scientific achievements. There are numerous examples, from false information on vaccines to manipulation regarding the climate change. A single fake video or a manipulated post can destabilize democracy and election in our member states. This is not just a TikTok problem in Romania. Just yesterday, reports emerged that before 2023 parliamentary elections in Poland, hackers, likely acting on behalf of Russian Secret Service, sent out nearly 200,000 text messages urging votes for the then-ruling Law and Justice Party. They unsuccessfully attempted to send another 600,000 messages. Our response has to be strong. Democracy cannot survive if citizens do not have access to the truthful information. We must create effective regulations that will target those who deliberately spread lies and disinformation. Thank you.
We'll kindly ask all speakers to respect the timing. Mr. Furlas, for 1 minute and a half.
President, dear Commissioner, as the European Parliament, it is our duty to safeguard democracy and human rights in a rapidly changing world. Social media is like a knife. It all depends on who's holding it. If it's used for good, it can be excellent news. Otherwise, it can lead to disastrous consequences. Fake news are undermining the trust of our citizens in truth. On the other hand, we see that social media are a means of people to get information, and therefore the EU must take action immediately and impose accountability and transparency rules on social media. Citizens deserve a social dialogue based on truth, and we as the European Parliament need to safeguard that. Thank you.
Ms. Incir Evin, for 1 minute.
Commissioner McGrath, colleagues, disinformation is a real threat to our union, all of our democracies, and to our peace and security. It is a cynical but effective tool used by hostile foreign powers as well as right-wing political parties, unfortunately. The troll farm in Sweden, for example, belongs to the Sweden Democrats, a part of the ECR group, and exposed earlier this year, is a troubling example. Such activities, echoed by far-right movements across Europe, use disinformation and misinformation to spread lies and manipulate to try to influence our citizens during, for example, election times. Yet social media platforms also bear significant responsibility for this use and for this issue. Their algorithms prioritize engagement over truth and often allow disinformation campaigns to thrive unchecked. So not only do we need to ensure the Digital Services Act must be quickly and ambitiously enforced, but we also need to ensure that the media platforms, social media platforms, take their responsibility. The year is 2024, and even criminal gangs can recruit young people into organized crime. This is unacceptable.
Thank you. I have Mr. Sanchez Julian. For 1 minute.
Parfois dans ce Parlement,
sometimes in this Parliament, you want to make us believe you're fighting for freedom. And with the Sakharov Prize, you bring people here, you applaud them rightly for their action in the world. But sometimes you're unable to do what needs to be done because there's so much fear in European policy. And you hear freedom is becoming a crime when you want to control the population in Romania. You want to make us believe that TikTok forced or gave orders to people to vote for a certain candidate. And this is unbelievable. It's as if citizens were stupid enough just to vote based on what they see on TikTok. And look at what you are doing. In the PFE group, we believe that everybody has the right to decide and to receive information and to filter that. Now, if we stop TikTok, that's censorship, it's a sect. We do not want to have that in our lives. Thank you.
Cristian, pentru un minut.
Mr. Terhes Cristian for 1 minute. Thank you. Dear colleagues, before talking about the annulment of the presidential elections in Romania, I think that all the speakers intervening on this topic should read the decision of the Romanian Constitutional Court, because what I've heard during this debate is hallucinating. Some said that it is imperative to put TikTok in Europe under censorship. Others have said there was an attack against democracy as a result of the decision. Let me read a paragraph so that you all understand what truly happened in Romania. There was a manipulation of the voters' vote and distortion of equal opportunities of electoral competitors through the non-transparent use in breach of the electoral legislation of digital technology and artificial intelligence in conducting the electoral campaign, as well as through funding from undeclared sources of the online campaign. So we are talking about undeclared financing and use of digital technology in breach of the legislation. This is the problem. Before talking about censorship, it is important to make sure that the funding of all electoral campaigns is transparent. Thank you.
Madame Vasconcelos, for 1 minute.
Thank you, President, dear Commissioner, dear colleagues. In the early days of social media, there was hope that millions of people living under oppressive regimes would be empowered with different points of view and even inspired to fight for their freedoms. Now, social media is considered one of the main threats against democracies because they are wielded as a weapon by those who wish to destabilize and weaken our free societies. If one really cares about democracy and freedom, in particular freedom of speech, one must defend transparency and accountability of those who spread any kind of information, be they governments, be they political candidates, be they traditional media, be they social platforms, especially during electoral periods. That is why historically we've had laws that are more demanding in electoral periods. In a new, fast-evolving information ecosystem, we must make sure that citizens are empowered to make informed choices, that they know who is behind the information that reaches them, how it is financed and promoted. Let us not lose sight of the aim should always be to empower citizens, not to empower platforms or governments, especially not foreign governments who suppress the freedom of the people they rule over. Thank you.
Mr. Hotting, for 1 minute and a half.
Thank you, dear Commissioner. The geopolitical symbolism of Romania's presidential election could not be greater. An ambitious European nation thrown into an unprecedented democratic crisis by a tech platform and totalitarian regimes from outside the EU. After letting the fire rage online for weeks, TikTok finally reacted. But when the fire started, they did nothing, despite having election protocols and almost 100 Romanian language moderators. I welcome the investigation by the Commission and I commend the involvement of the Irish supervisor, who has a significant responsibility for all of Europe in enforcing the DSA. However, the Commissioner, the DSA cannot only be a reactive instrument. By the time the ECJ confirms that TikTok has in fact breached EU law, the online world will have radically changed already. Europe's naivety and slowness is our biggest weakness and the greatest threat to the livelihoods of our citizens. At best, the platforms pursue profits with addictive designs, especially targeted at our children. At worst, they're used by foreign powers to attack our freedoms and democratic institutions. This is simply an unacceptable status quo. We must enforce a technological level playing field, force platforms to integrate similar speed limits for content. Just as we regulate car engines, we should regulate algorithms. If we don't, our laws, our institutions, and democratic culture will be replaced by them.
Madam Guzelina, for 1 minute.
Dear Commissioner, dear colleagues, in light of current developments, it is crucial that the EU strengthens its resilience against disinformation. Russia has announced that they are preparing a war against NATO in the next 10 years. Shame on those in this House that make way to Putin to gain a foothold across European societies. This is not a time to surrender. This is a time to demonstrate our values of freedom, democracy, and just society. There should be no room for disinformation that corrupts the minds of our innocent and weak, our children, our youth. It is unacceptable that platforms such as TikTok and X deny their responsibility where it is evident that their aim is not to uphold democratic values, but on contrary, to cause chaos and damage to our European way of life.
Thank you. Mr. Legheri, 1 minute and a half.
Thank you, President. Today, social media like X and TikTok have become the battleground for our democracy. But we shouldn't be naive. Underpinning the beautiful speeches from Brussels under the auspices of disinformation, the idea is that we should muzzle those who truly defend the people. In the face of a system that takes power from the people, the European Commission states that it will protect our democracy. However, their solution always consists in surveillance, censorship, and control. Deleting anonymous accounts or content is a step towards a society of censorship. 74% of French people believe that any breach of freedom, or that breaches of freedom have increased, and this is according to data coming from the French Senate. Now, the Commission has promoted situations that have never before been seen, where an election was annulled between 2 rounds without any formal evidence. This is what is happening in Romania today. But let's be clear, this is a precedent that could then be reproduced elsewhere in the EU to establish a groupthink. Now, we as patriots, we defend free debate, public debate, and accessible free information. Social media should be a space where everyone can express freely their ideas without fear of being shot down by a Brussels machine. Thank you.
We have a question to you. If you want to answer a question. Yeah. From Mr. Gotting. You should push the button.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Leggeri, you said some very serious things about the decision of the highest court in Romania and that it was somehow based on or baseless. Do you think Romania is a state where the rule of law exists? Do you believe in the institutions of this European member state? Because it appears that you actually don't. And instead of implying it, maybe you should say it explicitly in this House.
I hope that rule of law exists in Romania, and I hope that will continue to exist. And that is why I stated what I just stated. It is incredible that for the first time in history, as far as I know, or at least in the first time in many years, that a presidential election in this part of Europe has been annulled between the 2 rounds of voting. And at the time that it was annulled, there was no proof, evidence on the allegations. In general, the judge of the election, when the Constitutional Council judges on the elections, it hands down a decision after the 2nd round of elections. That's what I wanted to say, and thank you for your question.
Tynkkynen, for 1 minute.
Arvoisa puhemies.
President, without freedom of speech, we have nothing. Look at that title, where we have disinformation in social media. This means that elections can be will be undemocratic. We are talking like in North Korea at the moment, changing the ownership of TikTok from Chinese to another source can be changed for security reasons, but we're talking about shutting down social media. If only correct information can be spread, there is only one truth, and somebody has to decide what this truth is. This is against all principles that we believe in. How jealous I am of the United States, where they understand that having a tough skin is part of politics. If people believe in disinformation, then they will suffer of the consequences. Democracy will get rid of disinformation when people have enough of it.
Madam Abadia.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. The digital tools have revolutionized our societies and they've led to significant progress, but also many risks, because we are fighting for a healthy debate and we can respect freedom of expression, but there are others who want to use it as a form of social manipulation. And today we can see there are serious breaches with these bot farms who acted on TikTok during the Romania elections. And in the previous parliament, we armed ourselves with tools to deal with this, such as the Digital Services Act, and it's already working. It's a framework to demand transparency and responsibility from these digital platforms. We need to have these tools used, not just to deal with what's happened, but also to prevent manipulation in future democratic processes. We also need to see education and digital skills stepped up. This is key so that citizens are able to distinguish between real news and fake news in the digital environment. Therefore, we need a policy of freedom of expression which is fair, equitable and inclusive. We need platforms which are transparent, which apply the DSA and which fight against foreign of its downfall. Thank you.
Mr. De Rupo for 1 minute.
Monsieur le Commissaire.
Mr. De Rupo for 1 minute.
Monsieur le Commissaire.
Commissioner, Elon Musk, as you know, has more than 7,000 satellites around the world. That is more than 60% of all satellites in space. One single man holds, then, exorbitant power. He owns X, and he can manipulate the algorithms to impose his truth. Now, today, our digital connections are existential. The question is simple. Public authorities, can they allow this unbridled power to these networks? In Romania, we've spoken much about this. TikTok gave impetus to a populace to some 9 million users. This is something that is mind-boggling. Information, misinformation, disinformation are whittling away at our freedoms. Commissioner, transparency on algorithms and the use of them, the way they are used, must be an absolute demand of the European Union. We count on you, sir.
Oh, for 1 minute.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie przewodniczący.
Thank you, President. We're talking about disinformation campaigns today before various elections in Europe in recent times. In recent days, we have seen proof come up that Russians were trying to interfere in the campaign in Poland in October of 2023. It was the liberal media, the Wyborcza newspaper, that is difficult to be accused of cooperation with Law and Justice Party. They published proof that hundreds of text messages were set out by Russian hackers, text messages that were aimed at attacking the then ruling Law and Justice Party. We also received information that companies registered in Estonia and in Hungary, they organized a campaign to increase turnout, and they were attacking the then ruling Law and Justice Party, a party that made an end to the reset policy with Putin and brought the most assistance to Ukraine. Was it just coincidence that Russians attacked this party? Less hypocrisy, gentlemen, and more looking at facts. Thank you.
For 1 minute and a half.
President, Commissioner, DSA, the Digital Services Act, was supposed to secure Europe against disinformation online. Recent developments have confirmed that this piece of legislation is not enough. Elections in Romania is the first case or a first example of what other European countries, including Poland, might face soon. Building digital resilience is one of the main challenges for the European Commission and for the Polish presidency. No country, no social media, no money pumped into the Chinese online platform cannot affect the democratical institutions and processes. The system currently does not secure us against disinformation and lies. It is our common duty to draw conclusions from this bitter Romanian lesson. What should be done with the entities that do not control what is published on their platforms and have such influence on our decisions? I would like to underline that it's very important to be aware of the tools that are used to manipulate. These are deep fakes, fake news, disinformation. They exploit our lack of knowledge, and they do affect our attitudes and our decisions. We must make sure that the social media provide only true information and do intervene when fake news are published there.
Panie Przewodniczący, przysłuchuję.
President, I've been listening to this debate for a few hours now, and I'm really disappointed while listening what is being said by the right side in this chamber. I'm surprised that in the 21st century we need to explain to you over and over again what freedom of speech is all about. Young people are listening to this debate. Freedom of speech, obviously, we are all in favor, but freedom of speech cannot be used and abused to divide people, to destroy trust, to make people angry, to why are we doing this? Why aren't you educated? But you like to misinform and disinform, because disinformation results in a situation where people are susceptible to receive information that they were not supposed to receive. That's in your interest. That was very clearly visible on the example of Romania, a country that was mentioned on many occasions today. My question to you, Commissioner, we are going to have a presidential election in Poland, and we are afraid that the Romanian scenario might be played out in Poland as well. What are we supposed to do about it? Thank you.
Madam Carberry, for 1 minute and a half.
Thank you, President. Commissioner McGrath. Imagine a friend scrolling through TikTok or Instagram, stumbling upon disinformation that influences how they vote. This isn't a fantasy, it is our reality. In recent elections across Europe, we have witnessed firsthand the impact of unchecked disinformation. Social media platforms have often failed to detect and address the spread of false narratives, leaving our democratic processes vulnerable. Disinformation campaigns are not just about spreading lies. They are deliberate attempts to sow division, erode trust, and weaken the democratic values that unite us as Europeans. This pan-European crisis demands a coordinated EU-wide response. The Digital Services Act represents a crucial opportunity to counter this growing threat by holding social media platforms accountable for the spread of disinformation and hate speech. The DSA can serve as a robust tool to protect our democracies. However, tackling this issue effectively requires more than regulation. We must also equip our citizens of all ages with the tools and education to identify and challenge disinformation. Strengthening verification procedures is equally essential to ensure information integrity. This isn't just about elections, it's about safeguarding our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Ori Orden for 1 minute.
Our democracies are under attack. Europe has Trump to one side of us and Putin to the other. And in the middle, we have Elon Musk, who is using X to fuel their hateful ideologies. Platforms like X and TikTok are inflaming division and hatred in our societies. I'm particularly worried about the impact racist, misogynistic, homophobic and transphobic content is having on young men. Large swathes of this cohort are being radicalised through their social media feeds. We have to solve this problem. In the EU, we now have the Digital Services Act, which was put in place to stop the spread of harmful content on platforms. The Commission needs to use this law to hold these companies to account. But we have to look to and learn from what others are doing in different jurisdictions. For example, the social media ban recently introduced in Australia for those under 16 years of age. The threat is existential. We need to act now before it is too late for many of our young people.
Thank you. Mr. Bucalco for 1 minute and a half.
Mr. President, a Comissão Europeia deu hoje início.
The European Commission today started a process against TikTok under suspicion of violation of the DSA. What's been set in train involves evidence which has been gathered. TikTok has trampled on the rules and has failed to provide the necessary explanations to the Commission and this Parliament. And what about the basic principles which set us apart as a community in standing up for democracy and regulating the markets? If something emerged from the lack of responses from TikTok is the fact that they do not subscribe to any of these principles. Hearing out their representatives in this Parliament went to show that TikTok thinks it's driving well. It's not failing to slam on the brakes, and it's not even got its eyes on the road. It's not complying with the highway code, but it wants to keep its driving licence. TikTok is not showing us precisely how it's fulfilling the rules. It thinks it's an exception. It's a case apart. They failed to show that they had not interfered in Romania. For how much longer will they abuse our patience? We may not be as swift in standing up for democracy as our enemies are in chipping away at it. Let's not drag our feet in the next few years, because we must stand up for democracy against whatever force.
Sempre for 1 minute.
President, Commissioner, social media bring young people together. And it has an effect like TV did on my generation, but adding a number of voices to the political debate. But amongst those voices, there are some that have one objective: disinformation, manipulation. We've seen this on X, on TikTok. We must establish the mechanism so that electoral integrity is upheld on social media, transparency of the political orientation of those who are spreading information, real-time information. We know how fast the content is. Moreover, young Europeans must have media, digital training so that they can have a critical thought process to look at verified and diversified information. It is important to use the DSA that was adopted by this Parliament if we want to be able to preserve the quality of our democracies. That means that we're going to need to have safe and healthy social media for our young people.
Thank you for 1 minute and a half.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. Social media have a huge influence on our society. In just a few years, the way we have debates and the way we get information has changed radically. But now we have a new monopoly on information. These represent dangers for our democracy, and it's a warning sign that we must not ignore. Instead of well-researched journalistic content, often it's conspiracy theories and fake news that is spread. Instead of transparency, we have algorithms rather than publishers and editors who take responsibility. And this is how democracy is being attacked across the world, in Europe and elsewhere. Fake news are also reasons why the people stormed the Capitol in the United States. They were poorly informed in an echo chamber online. Our political response needs to be twofold. First of all, we need to understand that the space for social media is not just a private space, it's also a public space. Hate crimes must be pursued by the state online, and also illegal content must be deleted. Free democracy is based on free media. We need independent media with diversity and well-paid journalists. This means strong private providers and also strong public broadcasters. This needs to be a wake-up call. We need to protect our society from algorithms, fake news, and these monopolies. Thank you.
For 1 minute.
Mr. Juvet, for 1 minute.
Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Commissaire, nos démocraties.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. Our democracies are being attacked. They are being attacked, and we are no longer responding to it. For hours in this hemicycle, we've heard the far right here at the front saying that the freedom of expression is being attacked. And I can warn you, when the far right denounce an attack on freedom of expression, the reality is the far right prefer to defend foreign interests that have just directly attacked our democracies. The far right prefers to defend here in this hemicycle dictatorial regimes which are adversely affecting our continent here in Europe. They prefer to be in the hands of TikTok, X, and all platforms which have the only interest is to provide disinformation to our citizens, to destabilize our nations. These are no longer patriots. These are lobbyists for the interests of these platforms on social media who provide disinformation. It's time, Commissioner, for our rules to be applied. If not, we will need to shut down these platforms of disinformation. Thank you.
1 minute.
In Europe, the citizens decide who wins elections. Not Moscow, not Beijing, not TikTok algorithms. What we saw in Romania was an attack against democracy and Europe. This is Russian hybrid war in practice. In this war, the social media have been weaponized. They are used to manipulate, to provoke, and to destroy our democracy. 800 fake accounts, an army of bots, 1 million euro, hundreds of bribed influencers, and 85,000 cyber attacks. These are the components of the Russian cyber attack in Romania that supported a Russia-friendly candidate. This also happened in Poland. Recently, a report was published, according to which, before the parliamentary election in Poland, we had a coordinated hacking attack during which 187,000 text messages in favor of the ruling party were sent to mobile phones. Freedom of speech does not mean consenting to manipulation and creating a parallel reality. In 10 months, we are going to have presidential elections in Poland. It is our responsibility to make sure that the EU citizens have access to true information and can take decisions by themselves, instead of allowing TikTok algorithm to decide for them. I welcome the decision of the Commission to initiate proceedings against TikTok. This is a war. We must defend ourselves.
For 1 minute.
President, dear colleagues, we are looking into the maw of a monster. Elon Musk and Donald Trump form an authoritarian axis from the Kremlin to TikTok. there's a radical link between big money and authoritarian powers in the platform economy, and that's a massive threat to our freedoms and democracy. When we talk about digital markets and restricting them and regulating platforms, this means that their dominance will dwindle and will not be used for purely commercial interests. But the danger is ever more present. The platforms, political elites and authoritarian administrations are closely intertwined. Powerful tools are being rolled out by this monster, and we must counter this. Regulation is not enough. We require true European alternatives. For example, open source networks should be taken out of their niche so that we establish a European platform based on open source protocols and hybrid models which counter purely private interests. And of course, social media must change.
Mr. Motrano, 1.5 minutes. President, Commissioner, the free and fair elections are at the basis of the democratic process. Citizens need to be able to vote freely without foreign interference, without manipulation, or without misinformation campaigns. This is one of the biggest challenges that democracies are faced in the digital era. The European Commission has already adopted measures to prevent misinformation and cyber attacks during elections. However, the hybrid attack on the presidential elections in Romania has highlighted the vulnerabilities of democracy in the EU and the ability of foreign actors to exploit modern technologies to sway the elections. Such hybrid attacks have already happened in Georgia, Ukraine, and the Republic of Moldova. And there is a risk that this will spread to other EU countries. This is a real risk. Therefore, I call on the European Commission to come up with guarantees to monitor elections and to enforce measures to prevent disinformation, misinformation in every member state in order to be able to detect, prevent, and combat in real time any kind of interference attempt in the elections. Digital platforms that facilitate or allow the spread of fake news need to be held accountable and need to be sanctioned, because otherwise we're going to lose our democracy and then we're going to lose our freedom. Thank you.
Madam Agin, for 1 minute.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. In 1932, Hitler won elections in Germany. This is something, of course, that we have studied time and time again, but it was a surprise that he didn't have support from the main news outlet at the time, the press. 3 fundamental aspects. So a new type of media, radio, propaganda or disinformation, and the third thing was availing of discontent in economic crisis. Today we are seeing the consolidation of new types of media that have no rules. And, ladies and gentlemen, we are not having a debate just on disinformation, on interference on internet. This is on democratic rules, a debate on democratic rules, as has happened in many places around the world. And we need to be responsible in the use of these new platforms, education, awareness raising, and regulation, because what is at play here is nothing more, nothing less than our democracy.
Adam Lexman, for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you. Colleagues, the threats posed by TikTok are certainly not new. I have been drawing attention to them for some time already and called on the European Union and the Member States to intervene. Many countries have already banned TikTok. Many institutions have blocked it on their devices. And yet the European Union is still counting on TikTok to perhaps start complying with our law one day. How long are we going to watch the Chinese Communist Party using this network and destroying the health of our children by feeding them toxic content? How long will we tolerate their efforts to undermine our democracy? Colleague, it was already too late yesterday. My repeated appeals to the European Commission have not been heeded. Had the Commission started to seriously address the threats posed by TikTok, maybe we would not be dealing with the events in Romania today. Let us finally understand that if we want to protect democracy and the health of our children, we must finally crack down on this network. Otherwise, we will further jeopardize the already fragile trust in institutions. And we know very well that trust is what democracy needs like salt these days. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Maniatis, for 1 minute.
Dear colleagues, social media play a very important role in spreading ideas, in creating and forming and exchanging views, especially during elections. The role is very significant, but equally significant is the role of the providers. They need to make sure that there's going to be a level playing field. We cannot allow for algorithms to control everything. These algorithms are formed by tycoons, by foreign governments. We cannot allow them to dictate our policies and our future. These platforms, just like the traditional press, need to be able to safeguard the transparency in elections. We cannot allow for what happened in Romania to happen again. There, we saw that some tried to use TikTok to manipulate the results of the election. The EU needs to be very rigorous in maintaining the legislation that we have adopted to protect democracy.
Thank you. Hybrid warfare isn't a thing of the future or a risk we can discuss. It's a reality. Every day we are exposed to hybrid attacks. Russian planes in our air space, jamming of GPS signals, or critical infrastructure being cut like the cables in the Baltic Sea. But hybrid warfare has also entered our mobile phones. Russia and China are spreading disinformation online to create tension in European peoples. We don't have one enemy. And I'm sure the left wing will suggest that we adopt new legislation, packages of it, so we can stop misinformation with more rules and more state. But that's where I think we should just wait a minute, because there was a lot of new legislation adopted in the most recent mandate. So shouldn't we give those rules a chance to actually work first before we suggest new legislation? Just because you have a hammer, it might not be to hammer in the nails, but if you have a problem, you might need to work on a solution for longer. Thank you.
Mr. Moșoiu, for 1 minute. Thank you, President, dear Commissioner, dear colleagues. In Romania, democracy is still young, yet solid. We cannot compare ourselves to other European countries with democracies that are hundreds of years old. However, we must admit that Romania is catching up in the field of democracy by making constant efforts. However, my country is also under foreign pressures that are exploiting social media networks in order to bring prejudice to democracy. I think we should defend our country in the face of these manipulations and disinformations coming from a repressive country. And we are also commemorating the memory of our heroes that died in December 1989 to put an end to Ceausescu's dictatorship. My people are of good faith, and I think this quality can be exploited for non-orthodox purposes, as it happened during these elections. I hope that the Commission will take the right action in order to prevent prevent such foreign interference in national and European affairs in order to truly protect our citizens. Regardless of the ways of intimidation used against Romanians, Romania will not deviate from its European path. We are a brave people that learned from its past and that refuses to fall victim to another dictatorship. We protect freedom of speech, but we hate dictators and their discourses. That's why we reacted promptly and not to create a precedent, but we had to draw an alarm signal. Thank you. Mr. Laurent Vince for 1.5 minutes.
So, Commissioner, üdvözlöm a bizottság fel.
Thank you very much. I welcome the Commission's action against these online platforms. We need to find out what happened in these elections. It's the first country, Romania, where we can see that there's been a clear effort from abroad to influence the presidential election result. And given this situation, we can't just focus on TikTok and say that's the only one that's responsible. No, there are very deep reasons for that we need to look at and we need to examine. Now, what we need to do in Romania now is, first of all, focus on the expectations of the population. We need to have proper election procedure and proper government. Now, regulation is necessary for social media because it's more and more it's replacing traditional media outlets, and it can have significant influence. And the regulations that apply to traditional media must also apply to online and social media. And we can't just name certain platforms. It needs to apply to all platforms. But the most important place is in school. And this is where we can combat fake news and help people develop digital skills so that they can distinguish between fake news and real news, because this is the way that we can fight this, and we need to start that as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. So we go to the Catch the Eye procedure, and there are several requests. Depending on the timing, we'll give you the floor. So we'll start by Mr. Buda Daniel.
Domnule președinte, mulțumesc.
Mr. President, Commissioner, dear colleagues. Today, Russia doesn't attack with tanks, but infiltrates our minds and phones with lies. Such is the reality of modern warfare. Algorithms become weapons, and manipulation of emotions and perception becomes a standard practice. We need to understand that manipulation and misinformation carried through platforms like TikTok are not one-off events. These are deliberate strategies to undermine democratic processes. It's not enough to pinpoint the problem. We need to do something. Digital education needs to become a priority, just like we need to sanction these companies financed by Russia and China. Russia wants to wreak havoc in the EU and undermine citizens' trust in state institutions and to fragment society. We cannot let them win. Today it's about Romania, but tomorrow it can be another country. It's about Europe and the future of our democracies. When faced with this attack, we need to stand united and we need to nip the evil in the bud.
Andriukaitis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Commissioner McGrath, I'm glad the Commission has started a procedure against TikTok. The Commission has to demonstrate all its strength as the guardian of the Lisbon Treaty, as the guardian of our values. It is evident that the digital platforms, their activities should be analyzed. We would expect from you the results of the analysis and proposals of what we could do all together in order to improve the situation, because we need to regulate and harmonize the principles of the use of digital platforms during electoral campaigns. the abilities of platforms to dictate, to impose their opinions, to affect people's minds is a very dangerous thing. We should unite forces in order to harmonize our actions, both at the national level and at the level of the EU. We expect quick reaction from you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, President, Commissioner McGrath. For the last decade, democracy has been in retreat, and the idea of democratic recession is not new. Freedom House tells us that in 2024, the year of elections, global freedom declined for the 18th consecutive year. Now just 20% of the global population live in fully free countries. And layered on this already serious problem of democratic backsliding is X, TikTok and others putting the interests of their companies ahead of the interests of the public. We need to stop people being forced into narrower and narrower corridors of thought. We need a free marketplace of ideas and a Digital Services Act that's prepared to bare its teeth. And I welcome the investigations into TikTok's risk assessment policy for new features and into its age verification practices. Ahead of the Irish national election, just a few weeks ago, an NGO, Global Witness, placed paid adverts on TikTok to test its capacity to stop disinformation. One video claimed that you needed 2 COVID vaccinations to vote, and it was approved by TikTok. This proves that the need for a very strong Digital Services Act remains very acute. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. President. This was really something. Listening to that long debate gave me constant déjà vu feeling, because I was born under the Soviet rule in Poland, and I can remember censorship, books sent or smuggled from the West. Western democratic countries would be confiscated. Western radios would be jammed. And here today, so many of you are so much in favor of censorship. And obviously you use your democratic newspeak language, Orwellian language. You are trying to overthrow, to cancel the election in Romania. And obviously you talk about some democratic values. This is pathetic. This is ridiculous. And this is criminal. This is criminal. Euro-Soviet Union is going to fall down, and its fall down will be really great, and I hope to live to see it.
The time, please.
This was outrageous.
So I will have to interrupt because I asked everyone to respect the timing, and this means also respecting this House. I will give the floor to Mr. Jonsky.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you. This debate is very topical, and I want to make it clear. Today, our enemy does not have to cross the borders of the European Union in order to enter our homes. He can do it using a mobile phone, TV, or a newspaper. And our enemy has been doing it during Brexit, during recent elections in Georgia, Moldova, or in Romania. Also in Poland, during the last parliamentary elections, we can see Russian agents spreading disinformation. In Moldova, they invested 100 million euro. In Romania, 70 million euro for spreading disinformation alone. I want to make it clear. Putin, also using those who are present in this room, wants to take over the media. In Poland, our Prime Minister has just decided to enter 2 Polish private TV channels on a list of strategic companies in order to stop a hostile takeover. We need to block the Russian disinformation together. Thank you.
Thank you. I will give the floor to Mr. and sorry for misspelling, but the machine was not working, Wawrzyński.
Panie Przewodniczący, Panie Komisarzu.
President, Commissioner McGrath. First, let me correct some information provided some minutes ago. An ECR member from the Polish Law and Justice Party said that before the parliamentary election back in 2023, we saw a hacking attack in Poland, which was then published by the Wyborcza newspaper, which was aimed at their party. And it was to the contrary. The hacking attack, 187,000 text messages sent and taking control over screens in shopping centers. This was agitation for this party. It was in favor of the Law and Justice Party at the time, and there were pictures of their top politicians displayed. So this is disinformation at its best. It's high time for us to take care of our democratic safety and security. Let's be efficient at it. Let's do it in a clever way. We need, because systematic disinformation on social media is a threat to democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I give the floor to all that stayed in the room till the end of the debate, requesting for to catch the eye. So we go back to Commissioner McGrath. Thank you so much.
Dear President, dear honourable members, thank you all so much for your contributions to this lengthy debate here this afternoon. It is a debate that has run for almost 5 hours, which I think is a reflection of the importance of this issue and also, if we are to be honest, the diversity of views that there are on some of the issues that have been discussed. I want to be clear that the Commission remains steadfast in our commitment to promote and protect democracy across the European Union, including to help ensure the integrity of electoral processes. Free and fair elections are the very essence of democratic systems. They are our citizens' direct tool to make their voice heard and choice known for governing. It is essential that elections remain free from foreign interference and that the information space serves to enhance citizens' knowledge based on facts, not fiction, based on lively debates where all views are heard and not on manipulation. And it is also clear from today's debate that disinformation does not only happen on social media. I heard a number of honourable members of this House claim the assertion today that the European Union, that the European Commission had annulled elections within our Union, including in Romania, which is categorically not the case. The conduct of elections is a competence of individual member states, and the decision in respect of the Romanian presidential election was made by the Romanian Constitutional Court, not any arm of the European Union. The Commission fully recognises the challenges we face, both from outside but also from within our Union. And the Commission has significantly strengthened its toolbox to protect democracy, to fight disinformation, information manipulation and also foreign interference. Executive Vice President Verkunnen has provided a detailed overview of our actions so far at the start of today's debate. The Digital Services Act is a crucial legal instrument contributing to safeguarding democratic debate and the integrity of electoral processes in the online sphere, while protecting freedom of speech. And we will always protect freedom of speech. The freedom of expression is a fundamental right enshrined in the Charter of Fundamental Rights, and I and my colleagues in the European Commission will stand over and defend that freedom all of the time. The Commission is monitoring the situation for the upcoming elections in the European Union and is fully committed to ensuring the full compliance with the Digital Services Act, working in close collaboration with the national digital service coordinators. As EVP Verkunnen said earlier, the conduct of elections is the responsibility of individual member states, but we work closely with the national electoral authorities to share information on national contexts, to learn quickly from each other and adapt the national measures. The European Elections Network offers a forum for hands-on exchanges, and we are ready to step up this engagement. A meeting is ongoing today, and we will look at whether we can make those exchanges even more operational for example by developing checklists and key actions which national authorities could take in the context of electoral preparations. And it is essential for Member States to prepare for the application of the new regulation on the transparency and targeting of political advertising. While formally the regulation only starts to apply in October of next year, nothing stands in the way of voluntarily front-loading its application. And I would encourage Member States to look at what they can already do and to take steps now to implement the measures set out in the regulation, because it will make it easier for citizens to recognise political advertisements, to understand who is behind them and know whether they have received a targeted political advertisement. This is about ensuring that our citizens are better placed to make informed choices, and will also ensure that political advertising takes place in full respect of the right of privacy and the freedom of opinion, and that the freedom of speech are protected. The Commission stands ready to facilitate its application through exchanges with national authorities and developing operational guidance where needed. And of course next year as well, in August, we will have the implementation of many of the measures in the European Media Freedom Act designed to protect media freedom, to protect media pluralism within the European Union. And again, there is nothing preventing Member States from implementing these measures at an earlier date. In conclusion, and looking ahead, we are ready to start work on the Democracy Shield. I intend to lead the development of this initiative in an inclusive manner. I will build on what already exists, identify gaps and pull ideas from all relevant policies to ensure that we develop a strong democracy shield that can respond to emerging challenges, to foreign interference, while respecting our fundamental rights. And this will require extensive consultation with a broad range of stakeholders. I look forward to the continued close and intensive contribution from this House, and I welcome the establishment, should you decide to vote accordingly tomorrow, for the Special Committee on the Democracy Shield, and I look forward to our joint engagement. Debates like the one that we have had here today provide important opportunities to identify where the European Union action is most urgently needed. And again, I thank you all for your contributions here today, and I reassure you of the Commission's resolve to fully use all of the tools at its disposal, including through the Digital Services Act, to deal with misinformation, disinformation on media platforms and related risks to the integrity of elections in Europe, which of course is the title of today's debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Therefore, the debate is closed. Before switching to the next debate, I want to inform you that Mr. Luca Sieper requested a personal statement at the end of this debate according to Rule 180 of the European Parliament, Rules of Procedure. And this has been granted. I want to remind you that the members making a personal statement may not speak on substantive matters. So I will ask Mr. Sieper to take the floor.
Dear colleagues, I am sorry that I have to bother you with a personal matter. It is, of course, something that happened in this debate that we just had. I had asked Mr. Milan Mazurek, a colleague of us, for a blue card, and I asked him about his views on how social media platforms should be restricted. His answer to that was that I am, in fact, not able to divide between dream and reality, and that I am brainwashed. Thereby he was denying me my stable and lucid state of mind. And why is this wrong? Not only because I, as a person, was insulted, because I've been insulted a lot in my life. And it is not only wrong because Rule 10, number 4 of the Rules of Procedure clearly prohibit insultive behavior. It is wrong because freedom of speech, my freedom of speech and also your freedom of speech, is about the freedoms of all of opinions, and it is about the freedom of having different opinions. I'm just wondering, Mrs. President, I have 3 minutes, but it says it's over already. I'm a bit confused.
It's correct. You have up to 3 minutes.
Up to 3 minutes. Okay, wonderful. So, as I just said, freedom of speech is about differing opinions, and thereby freedom of speech also includes the freedom not to be insulted when you question your opponent. And I just hope that everyone here takes this as an example how we should not speak to each other in this House, that we should not insult each other just because we do not like what happens. Just for the record, I think most of you all know that I can in fact divide between dream and reality, because even though I live my dream here in this House, if it would be a dream, people who are deemed as political extremists would not be here, and therefore I hope I don't get insulted in the future. I hope no one here gets insulted in the future. And with all due respect, I would like to ask the Vice President and all Vice President and the President of this House to immediately stop any insultive behavior in any debate in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sieper, and the debate is closed. And I have a couple of announcements before we go to the next topic. The President has not received any request to put to the vote the request from Intercommittee to consult the European Economic and Social Committee for it to issue an opinion on trade-related aspects of the Draghi report announced yesterday. The request is therefore deemed to have been approved pursuant to Rule 1512. And pursuant to Rule 2514 of the Rules of Procedure, I would like to inform you that there was no request to put to the vote the corrigendum announced in plenary on Monday, the 16th of December. The corrigendum is therefore deemed to have been approved, and it is published on the plenary website. The next item on the agenda is the statement by the Vice President of the Commission, the High Representative of the Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy. The topic is use of rape as weapon of war, in particular in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Sudan. And therefore, it is my pleasure to give the floor to Vice President Kallas. The floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you, dear President, honourable members. We will be speaking about horrific wars taking place today where sexual violence is being used as a weapon. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, last year, Médecins Sans Frontières helped treat over 25,000 victims and survivors of sexual violence across the country. That is more than 2 people every hour. In September this year, 80% of displaced women in camps had reportedly suffered rape. Sudan faces the greatest humanitarian crisis of the world. 25 million people who need support right now, and the most basic needs, including food and water. But here too, rape and gender-based violence are also used as tactics on the battlefield. 6.7 million people are at risk of gender-based violence, with displaced, refugee and migrant women and girls particularly vulnerable. The 2 main parties to the conflict are accused of sexual violence, with Rapid Support Forces fighters and allied militias having committed sexual violence on a large scale, including multiple occurrences of sexual slavery. Sexual violence in conflict is a war crime, but in DRC and Sudan, it's part of daily life. It is underreported and likely to be far worse than we imagine. Whatever the EU can do to change this, we must do. In DRC, as we support regional peace initiatives, the Luanda and Nairobi processes, we have also sanctioned individuals who are known serious human rights violators to complement UN sanctions. The current list includes 23 people and 1 entity. 7 of these are linked to armed groups who have committed sexual violence. They are subject to travel bans, which prevent them from entering or transiting through European member states, and an asset freeze. EU citizens and companies are forbidden from making funds available to them. And we sanction those who sustain, support, or benefit from the armed conflict, instability, or insecurity in the country. I want us to constantly review these lists and be ready to add to them with the agreement of all EU member states. In Sudan, we are also pushing for peace. Together with our regional and international partners, including the African Union and the United Nations, we call for an immediate ceasefire and sustainable political solution to the conflict. But there must be accountability for crimes committed too. This is also a hugely important part of rebuilding post-war. We just issued the third package of sanctions yesterday in order to achieve these objectives. And we will continue to support the work of the International Criminal Court. It must be free to investigate and prosecute those responsible for sexual violence and other atrocities in Sudan, as it did in the 2000s when the ICC issued arrest warrants for crimes committed in Darfur. And as we do in DRC, in Sudan, we should also support additional sanctions against the perpetrators of human rights violations and abuses. For both the DRC and Sudan, the EU will remain a provider of humanitarian support. In DRC, the EU provided over €112 million of funding for humanitarian aid this year. In response to the widespread prevalence of sexual and gender-based violence in the country, the EU is implementing a strategy specifically to address gender-based violence with a budget of over €12 million. In Sudan, we have increased funding to humanitarian organizations tackling gender-based violence operating on the ground to almost 4 million in the last 2 years. At the same time, we are working with our partners to ensure that their programs integrate protection services so that survivors receive adequate medical care, psychological support, and any other relevant protection support. Globally, the EU has provided over €50 million in the last 2 years alone to tackle gender-based violence in emergencies. Looking forward, the EU must remain committed to a strong global response to conflict-related sexual violence. First, it is global condemnation and global response that will send the clearest message to perpetrators that their actions will be punished. Second, this requires strong legal systems to hold criminals to account. Globally, 4 in 5 women and girls live in countries without substantial legal protection against gender-based violence. Third, it requires more humanitarian funding that explicitly addresses gender-based violence. We need to do much better than spending a meager 1% of global humanitarian funding to tackle violence against women and girls. And finally, for victims, the EU will keep funding initiatives across the globe that provide survivors with healthcare, legal assistance, and psychological support. And we call on others to do so as well. For victims, wherever you are, the EU's message is simple: you are not alone. Honourable members, we must honour the courage of survivors by ensuring that their suffering is met with action and that their resilience inspires change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we will start the round of speakers on behalf of the political groups. The first one is Ms. Terlag for 2 minutes, please.
Voorzitter, geachte collega's, beste
President, dear colleagues, Commissioner, what's going on if in a conflict rape becomes normal and you can't protect yourself from it? And what if you fall foul of this and you can't speak of your pain because that means you could be shunned by your own community? This is experienced by women and girls in Congo and Sudan. Girls, kids. Some of these girls are just 9 years old. I've seen this with my own eyes in DRC 20 years ago, and sadly this remains a reality. This is a day-to-day occurrence. Sexual violence is a reliable way of humiliating an entire people and throwing a community into chaos. This is a weapon which is free of charge and which is readily deployed. This is not only something which leaves a lifelong scar on the mind, but it also generally harms physical health. An 11-year-old girl died as a result of rape. A woman was detained for 35 days and group raped by men. Women should never be humiliated and controlled as a weapon of war. If there are peace initiatives, we must see to it that women are also sit at the negotiating table, so sexual violence is kept on the agenda, and so that the perpetrators are called to account and the victims are offered support.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Mai for 2 minutes, please.
Ja, dank u wel, voorzitter. Mevrouw de hoge vertegenwoordiger.
Thank you very much, Madam President. High Representative, colleagues. Sexual violence against women and rape, these are used as weapons of war. Women and children are used as weapons of war. And whole communities are punished and denigrated. Sexual violence in conflicts is a war crime. This affects predominantly women and girls. 95% of cases affect women and girls. This leads to physical, emotional, and psychological consequences for those affected, but also their loved ones and their relatives can also be isolated as a result. Madam President, this is about DRC and Congo here today, but it's happening across the continent. Rape, mass rape, sexual slavery, and forced prostitution. And armed forces are carrying this out in DRC and Sudan, and it's right for the EU to act in order to protect women, girls, and of course men and boys. Zero tolerance for sexual violence. So I call upon the EU to provide more targeted humanitarian aid for victims, targeted sanctions on the officers in the armed forces who are allowing this, but also ensuring that these women and girls are protected. But they also need to be involved and sit at the table. They can be a contribution towards peace. Madam President, this is a very important task ahead. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mr. Mariani. For 1 minute, please.
Désormais,
well, not a single woman can go to the fields by herself. They are afraid of being raped or assaulted. And this is what a woman said in the DRC. Rape is a war weapon, not simply a strategy, but a real tragedy of war. And who built this? The Rwanda dictator that the European Commission has supported with and that won the elections by with 94% of the votes. So you state that we should have sanctions against anyone who is an accomplice, but I fear that the sanctions perhaps should have started in Strasbourg and Brussels, because you know very well, Madam, and perhaps you will see, that the European Union has signed an agreement that we consider exemplary, where we buy minerals from Rwanda that Rwanda doesn't have, and that the United Nations confirmed in its report it is being they're being brought in from other countries, and essentially they're stealing the minerals, and then they're selling them to us. So if you want to really fight this, you should change that agreement that I think is an aberration.
The next speaker is Ms. Kanko for 1 minute and 30 seconds, please.
Sorry.
Sorry, I have a problem. Yes, I just accidentally erased my speech. Can I speak up with the next speaker? Yes, you can. Give me minutes.
Skal jeg lige se? Well, then we will go to the next speaker, Ms. Woutman, for 1.5 minutes. If you are here, thank you. You don't have to run. We will. Don't worry. Don't worry. Thank you very much for helping us out here. 1.5 minutes, please. The floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Thank you very much, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, we can no longer close our eyes to the sexual violence as a weapon of war. More than 17,000 women and girls were raped over the course of the last 5 months. This is shocking, brutal. We can no longer ignore this. Today, we awarded the Sakharov Prize to Dr. Mukwege in 2014 for having not cured but repaired women who had been raped. Today, listen carefully. He is repairing the little girls and the granddaughters, the daughters and granddaughters of previous victims. And I've spoken to the girls. Their bodies were destroyed, but not their dreams. And I asked, what do you dream about? And you know what? She answered me, a little girl, 11, 12 years of age. She said, Madam, I dream of having a husband and children. And yet she had been raped for weeks and weeks by soldiers. She was completely destroyed. Madam Kallas, therefore, it is high time that Europe gives the full force to the Addis Ababa agreement and the Rwanda process failed yet again. You know well that the strategic minerals are the driver of this conflict. We must sanction all of the stakeholders and that are accomplices. We must take action today to be able to be up to the task of this role. Europe needs to give a new approach to economic relations with Rwanda.
For 1.5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you, Madam Commissioner. I'm very sorry that I had a little accident on my phone. I'm grateful that we are having this debate, and as you see, it makes us nervous because we feel powerless. We have been speaking about this situation for so many years, and colleagues mentioned Dr. Denis Mukwege, who even won the Nobel Prize, and we should mention also the victims, the Yazidi victims, who also went through so much. Today, the list is very long. Women are always the first victims of conflict. They are not only raped and kidnapped, but also sold and taken to be exploited as slaves. Their pain is never ending. It's not only a woman that is destroyed, but a whole community usually, a whole family, and after that they cannot stand up anymore. The women of Congo, the women of Sudan, they all need us. They're totally abandoned. But today we can also speak about the women of Ethiopia who are also suffering. And we must fight against this, and we must prevent the conflicts that create space for women to be destroyed and for communities to be assaulted. I'm today also especially willing to have us remember the women who were also violated on October 7 and who were kidnapped, who were also raped. This was also rape as a weapon of war. We need to condemn it, and some of them are still held as hostages. And I would like to finish by honoring a woman from my city called Natalie. Natalie loves to go running in the morning. When she went out in 2016 to run in Vilvoorde, where I live, someone beat her up, raped her, and left her down as if she was dead. After that, she went through so much pain, but the perpetrator was free 3 years after. And the pain was so intense that Natalie requested euthanasia, and she was granted the right to have euthanasia because the pain is unbearable. This is what our system does to women who are victims. We need to wake up for all of them. There is a war against women. It's called rape. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Fiveria for 1.5 minutes, please.
Dear Chair, dear Ms. Kallas, there is nothing anyone can do for justice
I just have to report to God. These were the words of a survivor of sexual violence in Sudan. These are words of hopelessness. Amidst the horrible conflict in Sudan, women are raped, often by several men and in front of their families. In some cases, they are underage. In some cases, they are kept as sex slaves. Meanwhile, in Congo, every minute a woman is raped. In North Kivu, women have been targeted by soldiers when they were leaving displacement camps in search of food. So rape, as a method of warfare, is not an act by individual soldiers, but a systematic, deliberate, and cruel warfare tactic that terrorizes victims. It tears entire communities apart, and it has the potential to leave irreparable damage and erase women and girls' participation in public life. International humanitarian law is evolving, and rape is increasingly being identified as a war crime, a crime against humanity, and an act contributing to genocide. This legal recognition, both in the EU and the UN level, is extremely important, but we need to step up our efforts. We need to deploy missions to protect civilians, we must demand the investigation and prosecution of perpetrators, and we must ensure that women are full participants in all peace negotiations. Let us take our responsibility because we owe it to the survivors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Ms. Kyllönen for 1 minute, please.
Kiitos, arvoisa.
Thank you, President. The use of rape as a weapon of war is the worst evil humans are capable of. In Ukraine, Sudan, sexual violence. In war-torn areas, the most vulnerable are often the most oppressed. This is a crisis to which the EU must respond decisively. We need to ensure that international actors have sufficient resources to fight these shocking crimes, prevent them, and assist victims. EU's leadership is now being measured. We need to step up our specific programs in crisis areas to combat sexual violence and strengthen justice. Each victim has to be more than a simple number in statistics. This is a test for our humanity. We need to be more effective and we need to act now.
Thank you very much. And that was the first round of speakers on behalf of the political groups, and I will now open up for the use of blue card in case you would like to use that. And the next speaker is Ms. Temido for 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Madam President. High Representative. 10 years ago, in this very hemicycle, the European Parliament awarded the Sakharov Prize to Denis Mukwege, a doctor who has spent his entire life repairing the bodies of women victims of war in the DRC. Dr. Mukwege said that women's bodies had become the true battlefield in his country and in others, in Sudan, for example, that we're speaking about today. Sexual violence as a weapon is one of the most violent in war. It assaults and traumatizes its female victims and at the same time wounds entire communities with broad impunity. Sudan today emerges as a new battlefield where this weapon, which is cheap, available, and devastating, as Dr. Mukwege stated, is used by armed groups en masse against women, girls, and boys. A decade has gone by since the Sakharov Prize was awarded for the fight to end war rape. I appeal to the authorities of these two countries to condemn clearly and unequivocally these crimes, that they prosecute the perpetrators and proffer humanitarian aid for medical care for these terrible acts.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Goerens for 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Madam President. High Representative. Today's debate is focused on rape as a weapon of war in DRC and Sudan. It's appalling. We could add other countries to the list, not just in Africa, because they have the same scourge that exists in Europe. We need to do all we can to eliminate this scourge. And often, the magnitude of these crimes is incredible. rape is in conflict where respect for human rights is at its weakest. And when a state is at war, it is the powers that are responsible for that, and they should be brought to justice before the ICC. And victims are waiting for justice. But there is impunity. And we need to focus on prevention as well. It's a question of ethics, justice, and political responsibility. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mr. Satori for 1 minute, please.
Par le viol.
By rape, sexual slavery, the bodies of women has become a battlefield in Sudan, much like in DRC. It is a weapon of war. Rape is used to humiliate, leave physical scars, psychologically break down women and their communities. Little girls are not without risk. In fact, in DRC, the minors that give birth following rapes, the number is skyrocketing, and it's used by foreign powers like Rwanda. The idea to displace people, to pillage minerals. The agreement that was signed with Kigali is continuing in silence. We need to understand if the EU is an accomplice in these crimes. If so, what are you going to do to put an end to this aiding and abetting? I'd like to now quote the Sakharov Prize winner and the Nobel Prize winner for Peace, Mr. Mukwege. It's not just those who carry out the crimes that are responsible, it's those who look away. Let us not look away, Madam Callas. Let's act.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Botenga for 1 minute, please.
Merci.
Thank you. Sexual violence as a weapon of war in the east of the DRC and in Sudan. There are countless victims. The testimonies of women and girls are horrifying. And here we denounce these crimes, of course, but what some of you have said really got me thinking, because there are specific policies which fuel these wars in Africa. Let's be frank. What did we do when the UN accused Rwanda of supporting armed groups in Congo? Well, the EU signed a preferential agreement with Rwanda and gave public money to Rwanda and its army. And why now, despite the UN embargo, we have armed vehicles and weapons from Europe in Sudan? It's because it's raw materials from Africa that are more important than human rights. It's time to finish with this interference in Africa and this destabilization. We need to respect people in Africa so that peace can return. Thank you.
Next speaker is Ms. Harul Muri. The floor is yours, and I do apologize for the pronunciation.
Thank you. Good evening. La violencia sexual como
Sexual violence as a war of weapon is one of the most atrocious phases of conflict. It's not just soldiers out of control. No, this is a tactic used to combat families and communities. It displaces and terrorizes women and lasts for generations. And there is sexual slavery going on, gang rapes against women and girls. Often it's done in the presence of their families. Often they are kidnapped and subject to abuse over months. These are crimes against humanity and war crimes. And sexual violence reaches terrible levels. And fighters use this brutality to sow terror and leaving whole communities silenced and divided and traumatized. We need to be clear. We need to end these wars that permit these atrocities. We need to give compensation to the victims and end impunity. This is why we need to see this dealt with at the ICC. We need to have no more wars, no more silence, and no more impunity.
I just want to let you know that please speak slowly so the interpreters have a chance to follow you. And the next speaker is Mr. Andrews for 1 minute. The floor is yours.
Madam Callas and colleagues, just this morning I met women peace activists from Israel and Palestine, both of whom emphasised the importance of UN Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security. It's often said that truth is the first victim of war, when in reality women and children are the first victims. The conflict in Sudan has been marked by grave violations of international humanitarian law and international human rights law, which combined with a breakdown of basic services is disproportionately affecting women and girls. Reports of conflict-related gender-based violence have been widespread in Sudan. We are seeing similar scenes of mass rape and sexual violence in the Democratic Republic of Congo, with children as young as 9 being victims of sexual violence. But we have to put deeds with our words. And the reality is that our development aid budgets are shrinking across the EU member states and here in the Commission. And we have to remember these speeches and these words when we decide on what our development aid budgets will be in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sira Sanchez for 1 minute, please.
Gracias.
Thank you. Sexual violence is a weapon of war. In Sudan and the DRC, a great many women have fallen foul of this tremendous infringement of human rights, also in Palestine. But, ladies and gentlemen, apart from empty words, and as well as noting just how normal sexual violence has become in our societies, no microphone for the speaker.
Please. Thanks.
¿Qué debe hacer la Unión Europea?
What can the EU do? Firstly, more humanitarian aid. That goes without saying, and that's what human rights organisations are clamouring for because they don't have enough resources. Secondly, stop investing in more weapons and further militarisation, catering to the arms manufacturers who deliver weapons to these two countries. Cranking up military expenditure never leads to anything good. Stop pursuing a colonialist policy cloaked under the guise of development cooperation, because this only tends to the needs of big multinational companies, thereby undermining democracy and human rights. Thirdly, do not take the side of the far right, which is denying sexual violence against women in order to form a government. In the EU, and never do business with companies which trample on human rights.
For 1 minute, please.
Thank you, President. In the Congo and Sudan, men are drunk on evil. They live in a world of savagery. They themselves have been destroyed, even as they destroy the women and the men and the children. Every woman raped is an assault on our soul. We do have programs for aid. We do have support for women. We have made endless efforts for peace. We have imposed sanctions on warlords. And yet, I myself am at a loss at what we need to do. Sometimes in our dream world, I think, give me an army, let me solve it like that. Give me an army to save the women and save the men. We have resorted to violence with far less cause, unfortunately. Yet, is that the only solution, violence with violence? Somewhere in the skies, a devil is smiling. Somewhere in the skies, an angel is crying. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Ötchen for 1 minute, please.
Vielen Dank, Frau Präsidentin, verehrte Kolleginnen und Kollegen.
Dear colleagues, President, war is awful, but can we really conceive of the situation suffered by these often very young girls? That makes it all the more awful. It's hell on earth. Just imagine, soldiers arrive in your hometown, rape your mother, rape your kids, one after the other. People are kidnapped, sold as slaves and forced into marriage. Yesterday, Human Rights Watch addressed this in a report on Sudan, and unfortunately, this is day-to-day reality there. So, dear colleagues, we cannot turn a blind eye to this. What's more, we should enact targeted sanctions, because we need to call the perpetrators to account as the EU, and we must see to it that the International Criminal Court is put in a position where it can prosecute such crimes against humanity, having carried out due process and due investigation.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Shedin for 1 minute, please.
I många konflikter, bland annat i Sudan och Kongo, så används våld.
Thank you very much. In the DRC and Sudan, we've seen that rape is used as a weapon of war. This has an impact on the women in situ, but also more broadly. And here in the EU, meanwhile, we are financing rape because business owners can use a number of raw materials from these countries. And there are groups, for example, Human Rights Watch, that maintain that rape is used continuously as a weapon of war. We've seen this in Libya. We've seen this in Tunisia. It is a rape that is financed by the European Union. We must put an end to all of this. We can no longer permit aid to go to those who rape. There can no longer be any migration pact.
For 1 minute, please.
Danke, Frau Präsident.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Madam Commissioner, High Representative. Colleagues, the use of rape as a weapon of war is not only an atrocious crime against humanity, but it also destabilizes whole societies. Rape and sexual violence in war. It's not only a war crime, but it is also the expression of a deep-rooted patriarchal misuse of power, and the European Union must be resolute and use all means it has at its disposal to combat these crimes. Time and time again, we hear the shocking reports from Médecins Sans Frontières, and they say that the number of victims is going up constantly, and this year the figures have gone up again. It's our obligation as representatives of European values to not just judge these acts with words, but we also need to act. Thank you.
Next speaker is Ms. Al-Zalani for 1 minute, please.
Madam President, Madam High Representative, dear colleagues, I would like to ask you, Madam High Representative, to actually initiate a global initiative against weaponizing of rape as a tool of war against women. Let us be taking the lead on this issue, because we all know the fact that women in Sudan are raped by different militias. We know that as a fact. We know that they are treated with no human dignity. We know that there are gang rapes against them. We know that girls are being treated the same way. We know that in the DRC, women have been suffering from sexual violence for so long time, and still we are debating this over and over again, and we have the tools, but no one is willing to actually do the job. And I do believe that you have the stamina, you have the competence, but also the legitimacy to actually take this initiative globally and lead the world against the weaponization of rape against women, because this is totally not acceptable for our standards, for our world. These women, they deserve to live a life in safety. They deserve to live a life in dignity. They deserve to have their whole bodies whole and not used as a tool of war. Thank you.
Thank you. Den næste taler er hr. Clausen for 1 minut. Værsgo.
Next speaker is Mr. Clausen, 1 minute. In Sudan, where rape is used as a weapon of war against women and girls, are an awful stain on humanity. Reports of gang rapes sex slaves and sexual violence against civilians are deeply worrying. This is not only a violation of human dignity, it's a war crime and a crime against humanity. Female bodies turned into battlefields in cultural and political power planes in a battle for resources and raw materials. The women of Sudan are not only victims, they're also opponents and survivors. We have a responsibility to support them in their position. We must ensure that weapons and money do not reach the ones that are behind these crimes. We must use every diplomatic, economic and legal tool at our disposal to put pressure on the warring factions in Sudan and stop this grotesque violence.
Is Ms. Hassan for 1 minute, please?
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Madam President. In the Sudan and elsewhere, the bodies of women are changed into battlefields and rape is used as a weapon of war. A predatory act, foreign interference. 6 million people were massacred in the DRC with impunity and indifference. In Sudan, women are also the systematic target of sexual violence. In 2019, yet they were leading the revolution. In Sudan, for many women, to be safe means to be dead, as we have seen by their statements. Meanwhile, weapons continue to go there, and the survivors are stigmatized and they have no justice. According to the UN, sexual violence increased by 50% in 2023, and yet we know this is underestimated.
A little bit slower for the interpretation. Thank you.
These crimes aim to break communities, and they will until there is persecution. All of this impunity in the DRC and in the Sudan and elsewhere must be put an end to. We must end sending the weapons that lead to these atrocities and call on companies that are accomplice to stop their economic activity. Moreover, we owe them reparations, without which the future will not be able to be built without these women.
We have come to Catch the Eye. I have only one Catch the Eye, and that is, I would say, of course, Mr. Sipa, seat 847. Please.
Dear colleagues, dear people of Europe, whenever I think about the stories that I read about the weaponization of rape in Sudan and Congo quite some months ago, I don't know what I can say anymore, and it sends a shiver down my spine. But I would like to touch on one thing that our dear colleague Mr. Oetjen said. He said we need to enable the International Court, I think he meant International Criminal Court of Justice, to actually do something against this. And I want to agree with all my heart. I think it is time because of crimes like this, as well as because of other crimes, that we actually enable international criminal law institutions to enact international law. You can call it blue helmets, you can call it a world police, I don't care. But in a situation where people weaponize rape as a weapon of war, there need to be other people with guns who can stop those people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will ask the High Representative to close this very important debate. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you for this debate. I was also in this plenary when Dr. Mukwege got the Sahara Prize, and I remember how he explained what is really happening on the ground. And it was so devastating that I couldn't sleep afterwards because the descriptions were just so horrific. It is clear that European Union is resolute in condemnation of sexual violence, and if we look at the humanitarian law, the international humanitarian law, it also says very clearly this is a war crime and it has to be prosecuted as such. This requires strong legal frameworks through which perpetrators can be held to account. And there, I definitely think that we need to work harder. The EU will continue to collaborate with the United Nations, also the NGOs and other stakeholders to build the capacity to do this. In the DRC, the EU has been supporting several international partners, including UNFPA, Save the Children, Solidarité Internationale, Danish Church Aid, all of which have numerous local Congolese partners distributing to the response and whose capacity is being built up with our support. And at the same time, we also focus on supporting survivors with the initiatives that provide survivors the healthcare, legal assistance, and psychological support. But the problem is it's so massive, and this is really very horrific. I want to underline my commitment in this role to do more, and I want the EU to contribute to a stronger global response to conflict-related sexual violence. And this also includes, but it's not limited to, our global human rights sanctions regime. Here we target those responsible for serious violations. But it's clear that this is not the fight of any nation or institution that can take it alone. It requires united global effort to strengthen accountability mechanisms, enhance protections for vulnerable populations, and build societies to uphold the dignity and equality of all people. And I really here call on the men also to understand the worry and the problem, how big it is. I mean, I was counting how many men spoke on this topic. Majority were women, and I know that in this plenary, majority are not women. So as long as this is a female issue, then there will not be a change. Please, men, speak up. It's also, it can be your mothers, it can be your sisters, it can be your daughters that are attacked here. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Kallas, for this. The debate is closed. The next item on the agenda is the statement by the Vice President of the Commission, High Representative of the Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, on Russia's disinformation and historical falsification to justify its war of aggression against Ukraine. And here again we will start with you, Ms. Kallas. The floor is yours.
Thank you, dear President, honourable members of the European Parliament. There is no rewriting of history that can ever explain away the invasion of another country today. But some people just don't care. Putin's justification for his war on Ukraine is steeped in lies. Ukrainians are fighting back every second of every day, and we will continue to support them until they win this war. But there is also a war taking place off the battlefield. It is Russia's war of disinformation. Disinformation is a fundamental part of Russian military activities. And this is what we are here to discuss. When Russia illegally annexed Crimean Peninsula, it began with the disinformation campaign based on falsely accusing Ukraine of a different history it never had. I will not repeat these lies here. Anyone can find them online. We are talking about coordinated and state-funded information manipulation campaigns, but not only in the media. Russian authorities are revising history textbooks for Russian pupils and students, bringing the imperial war propaganda to schools and brainwashing children for years now, and it has a clear impact. Again, you can look at the videos online. Russia jails its own historians and destroys organizations that seek truth, like Yuri Dmitriev, for example, whose work identified the victims of Stalin-era repressions in Karelia. We have seen this all before. We have seen it in action in the Soviet Union. Honourable members, we cannot accept the spillover into Europe of Russian disinformation campaigns. It is a weapon to support the kinetic warfare on the ground. We have to fight it. This is a hybrid warfare. The front line of this hybrid warfare runs through our own democracies, universities, parliaments, media, and other institutions. It aims at creating distrust. People don't know what to trust anymore, sparking domestic divisions, influencing democratic decision-making, including the decisions we make at the ballot box. It aims at changing our policies and deterring Europe from supporting Ukraine. Organized disinformation, or sometimes also manipulated information which is partly true, reaches wide audiences via social media. It sits literally in our pockets, on our phones, in our apps. The best way to counter propaganda and disinformation remains the same. Expose it, provide the facts and the truth, support the free and independent press. Traditional media and journalists play such a crucial role to ensure that propaganda and disinformation don't succeed. Online, the major platforms also have a fundamental role in this regard. The EU has been at the forefront of developing policies and tools to fight against disinformation online. With the Digital Services Act and the Code of Practice on Disinformation, the EU put in place the framework to make sure that digital platforms are doing their job. But we also have to empower users, researchers, and fact-checkers, demonetizing disinformation and ensuring transparency of political advertising. So what is Europe doing against Russia's disinformation aggression? Following Russia's invasion of Crimea in 2014, the EU's work against disinformation began and has only become stronger since then. The E-Stratcom task force was created with a specific mandate from the European Council to counter Russian disinformation campaigns. Thank you for the European Parliament for pushing to set it up. And since then, the EU has done more to fight foreign information manipulation and interference. We have built a rapid alert system to share information, exchange best practices, and coordinate the responses with the EU member states and institutions. Our objective is to collect evidence on all foreign interference activities, act quickly against disinformation campaign, and expose Russia. Beyond our immediate neighborhood, we have expanded our work in this area to support our European delegations around the world. We are working widely to safeguard civilian and military operations from all foreign information manipulation and interference. We have built a Team Europe approach to tackle Russia's interference attacks against the EU and our partners. We have experts in dedicated task forces now, focusing on other parts of the world, such as EU's southern neighborhood, the Western Balkans, China, Sub-Saharan Africa, and CSDP missions. To ensure that the information on the incidents and threats that we collect has a benefit for all, we have created a dedicated information sharing and analysis center. This helps civil society in our member states and beyond to pool their knowledge about root causes, incidents, and threats. Honourable members, disinformation is a Russian military tactic and a threat to our security. Going forward, building on the work of the Commission services and the EAS in combating foreign information manipulation, interference and disinformation, we will cooperate better to make sure that we can better prevent, detect and also address domestic threats to democracy, as well as improving situational awareness of disinformation and crisis response mechanisms. It is key to talk about concrete examples and urge also to invite it's a long day. I urge you to invite our experts also to brief you on them. As we recently saw in Romania, Moldova and Georgia, Russia does not stop its attempts to undermine and destabilize our union and our partners. We know we must work especially with candidate countries, building a resilience to withstand Russia's attempts to keep them away from the European path. And beyond our neighbourhood, we also need to rebuild EU's influence in third countries. We will work together closely with democracies in sub-Saharan Africa and other regions where Russia is heavily investing in its information manipulation operations. To tackle this, we also need to work with our like-minded partners, especially the G7, to pool the know-how, resources, and also respond collectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we will start with a group of speakers on behalf of the political groups. And we will start with Ms. Yuknir-Visien for 2 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President, for being with us on this very important debate. I would like to thank my colleagues in the Informal Remembrance Group for their support in getting this debate with resolution in January on the agenda. I was born in Lithuania, occupied by the Soviet Union. It was a period of brutal lies, when the freedom fighters were called bandits and families exiled to Siberia were called profiteers and prostitutes. When we regained our independence, we hoped for an end of the empire of lies. Yet, unfortunately, the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact was the biggest European disaster of the last century. Unfortunately, it is being revived in the aggressive policies of the current Kremlin and also because communist crimes were not addressed. We must ensure that Russia's war crimes in Ukraine are judged by a special tribunal. This would also serve as a condemnation of the crimes committed by the communists. Today's Russia uses history as a tool, not only against Ukraine, but also against us, against the whole democratic world. Putin wants to bring back the division of spheres of influence, regardless of the will of the nations. We must stand against any attempts to create exclusive zones of interest that undermine the sovereignty and borders of independent countries. Such actions go against international law. Every nation has the right to choose its own security arrangements, including defense partnerships, and to take steps to protect its people's well-being. Let us be clear. No reason, political, economic, or military, can justify acts of aggression. As we prepare for the resolution to be adopted in January, we must highlight these principles loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Mr. Piskula for 1.5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Madam President, Madam High Representative, dear colleagues. I would like to start my speech by strongly condemning persistent Russia's disinformation and historical falsification to justify its war of aggression against Ukraine. Why Russia uses disinformation and falsification? Because their actions have no justification under international law. Most probably, this debate will enable a number of opinions and attempts to justify the actions of Russia, which might then be misused and miscommunicated on the social media platforms. That's also an additional reason for us to be even more committed to defending the historical facts as well as present premises of international law. We insist on special tribunal on Russia's crime of aggression and for international justice to deal with Russia's war crimes and crimes against humanity. We call for legal proposal to use €200 billion frozen Russian state assets in order to arm and reconstruct Ukraine. The use of profits, it's not enough. It's also high time to have reached a common position on the use of long-range weapons against legitimate military targets on Russian territory. The best way to fight disinformation, apart from calling them out, is to respond to them with concrete action to help Ukraine, for as long as it takes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Thionnet for 1 minute, please.
Chers collègues.
Colleagues, Putin has written a whole article on Ukraine, given an interview with Tucker Carlson, and we see that the invasion of Ukraine was preceded by a mental invasion for the Ukrainians and for the Russians and for the West. We will have to acknowledge the inseparable fate of Ukraine and Russia. But that's not true. Russia says that it's committing a fraternal gesture, but it's not. Ukraine is resilient, but we must recognize that we are not well prepared for this ideological assault. Some think that Ukrainian is a Russian dialect, something that Ukraine is the small sister of Russia. No, we've been helping Ukraine since the beginning of this war, and that is important. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Volacek for 2.5 minutes, please.
Dziękuję bardzo. Pani Przewodnicząca, Szanowni Państwo.
Thank you very much. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, disinformation and historical revisionism by Russia are vital weapons in the Kremlin's hands. They've been using this for years to justify a criminal attack on Ukraine and also to indulge in an aggressive imperial policy on all their neighbours. All Russia's neighbours are familiar with this propaganda, historical revisionism and propaganda policy. We're familiar with it in Poland too. Kremlin is engaging in a role reversal, playing the victim, saying that it's engaging in a liberation battle. It's very dangerous to sow chaos and division in Europe and around the world. The Kremlin is expert at this. It's been doing it since the Second World War. It's been saying there is this historical error that has led to us being victims. Tens of thousands of Polish officers were the victims of Soviet actions too, this confusion and historical revisionism. Those crimes that were committed in the Second World War are now being presented by the Russian side in a diluted fashion and pointing the finger of Nazism at others too, including other Germans, just calling them Nazis and saying there were Polish concentration camps. Polish concentration camps. But no, it was Germans who had created these factories of death on Polish territory where Poles, Jews and many others died. These are lies which are an insult to the dignity of the victims. And for that reason, Poland has prepared a document on war losses and a list of historical truths vis-à-vis Germany too. Kremlin is using the same methods that we've always seen, falsifying history and trying to justify the aggression against Ukraine and distract attention from its own crimes. It's using history as a weapon to destroy the present. History has shown us that falsifying history leads to an escalation of violence, and Poles have been fighting against manipulation and lies for decades. And we should not turn a blind eye to what Russia is doing because it's tragic. Our historical duty is to stand up for the victims of the past and indeed the future. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Brandstetter for 1.5 minutes, please.
Thank you, dear President. Dear colleagues, for years already, Putin is waging a war against us Europeans in different ways, with obvious lies, like his essay a year before the full-scale occupation of Ukraine, that there was no Ukrainian nation existing. And he complained that we do not see how great the Soviet Union was, and he always said there are no borders for the Ruski Mir. All this was no accident. His tactic was hybrid warfare, taking land by force and taking people's mind by lies. This strategy was paying off here in the European Union, very often with right-wing extremists. So I really wonder, there was a colleague from the Patriots who also sees how terrible Putin is. So some people are learning, and I'm very happy about that. It's not the same case in Austria. They still love Putin and say everything is fine, what he is doing. But we have to stand up against him. And that's the reason why I really call on the Commission. We have to do something. Kaja Kallas explained how we defend ourselves against misinformation, but we have to do information. I've been a correspondent for a long time in Germany, also in East Germany. The East Germans, they wanted another regime another government, because they saw it from Western television that life there was better, rule of law was better, and so on and so forth. We have to explain to the Russians what rule of law means. We have to explain to them what democracy means, not disinformation. We have to give them information, also by the internet, by all the means we have, and then they have a problem. Putin has a problem, but not we anymore. Thanks very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Lagodinsky for 1.5 minutes, please.
Das Wort Desinformation.
The word misinformation comes from Russian. The KGB said that disinformation was an active measure. Today we see a renaissance of this active measure. For 2 decades, history is part of this attack. There is a parallel universe, a historical parallel universe invented by Putin. There was no division of Poland. There was no handing of the Baltic states to Russia. And something that Molotov-Ribbentrop was a cocktail. And some say that there's no deportation of Chechens, Russian Germans, or Tatars. And they say that 2 Jews are in power in Kiev right now, and that Nazism emanates from Kiev. All of this pushes back against the truth. This year, there were 1,400 pro-Russian accounts on X. They managed to reach out to 4.5 million users. This is the future made by Putin. We have to be armed against this future. We must be resilient against this in technological terms, but it's also about our attitude, our stance. For those reasons, we must tell the real truth. And we will do that in coming meetings in Strasbourg, in the form of our resolutions as well. Dear colleagues, let's get down to work and roll up our sleeves.
Next speaker is Ms. Demirel for 1 minute, please.
Dankeschön. Thank you, President. Truth dies first in times of war. That is true for all wars, with no exceptions. It applies to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, any European aggression in the past. Facts are weaponized to legitimize action and convince people to support warfare. Ladies and gentlemen, wars are nothing more than barbaric action. That is the truth, and misinformation is being used in Russia. That is used elsewhere too. You push back against any reference to NATO in this war. What was part of the run-up to the war? The behavior of NATO, Russia, the US, the eastward expansion of NATO. Ladies and gentlemen, that statement does not legitimize Russia's invasion, but it helps to talk about the background so that we can find a solution. Please do not doubt this. Interruption.
The next speaker is Mr. Stoyanov for 1 minute, please. Remember, 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam President. For nearly 2 years, we witnessed destruction in a fratricidal war in Ukraine. it caused suffering for people in Europe, but it also showed the impotence of EU diplomacy to propose a peaceful solution. The main objective should be peace. Disinformation, lies, historical falsifications on both sides will not help. They are damaging, and more people will die. Entire generations will be destroyed. Regardless of the resolutions we adopt here, the EU should act as a peace force instead of focusing on disinformation in times of war. We should seek a diplomatic solution. This is the most important military conflict after World War II in Europe, with consequences that cannot be predicted. Let's concentrate on giving peace a chance. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the end of the round of political speakers, and I will now open up for the blue card opportunity if you'd like to use that. And the next speaker is Mr. Halicki for 1.5 minutes, please.
Dziękuję, szanowna pani przewodnicząca.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you for raising this group, and the group memory has done a lot of good. It is our duty, those of us who have responsibilities for keeping peace also have responsibilities for keeping our identity. Putin is using history like a military division. Sergei Lagodinsky referred to a very important date. When did the Ukraine conflict begin? 2022? Annexation of Crimea, 2014? No, 2010. There was a strategy introduced with Yanukovych. You may remember there was a conference going on for many hours talking about temporary episodes such as the history of Ukraine, a country with no culture, no identity. You remember that? That was the first act in this war of aggression. And a lot of politicians wanted to do business with Putin back then. There was a partnership for development which was launched at that time. What was our response back then? What did we do back then? How did we react? We need to be ready. Putin signed a military agreement with Lukashenko, an agreement between the secret services, and there's an identical narrative there, 80 years since the end of the First World War, since the end of the Third Reich. We shouldn't be manipulated by these lies.
The next speaker is Ms. Fritzon for 1.5 minutes, please.
Tack, fru talman. Ja, Rysslands krig.
Thank you very much, President. Russia's war against Ukraine is not just a brutal attack on a sovereign nation and people. No, it is also an attack on the very truth, because disinformation and historical falsification are methods used by Russia to justify its terrible war, and it's an attempt to cleave Europe in two. But we won't have the wool pulled over our eyes. History is clear. The Ukrainians have a right to freedom and self-determination. That is clear. Russian propaganda is not just a danger to Ukraine, but it also undermines our European values and the very bedrock on which democracy is built. Tackling these lies is paramount if we're going to protect our joint future. We as Social Democrats are standing side by side with Ukraine in humanitarian terms, military terms, and in economic terms. We are willing and ready to fight against disinformation every day. The truth is the strongest weapon in our armory, the best way to defend democracy. Here we are sending a clear signal, a clear message, a message of freedom, justice, and of liberty. And that will always win out against falsification and mistruths. History has shown that there will be a day when Ukraine is free and we will have true peace in Europe again.
The next speaker is Mr. Girauta Vidal for 1.5 minutes, please.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Every time you have a war of aggression, you hear excuses and pseudo-justifications drawn from history, or supposedly drawn from history. But it always turns out, and no surprise that it should turn out in this case of the Russian aggression against Ukraine, it turns out to be a blatant manipulation, oversimplification of history, and taking advantage of people's ignorance.
There's a problem with the translation. The German the German one, is it okay now? Yes, you have to start again. Is it okay now?
No problem.
Thank you. Thanks. The floor is yours. No, well, maybe.
Gracias. Lo que estaba diciendo.
As I was saying, whenever there's a war of aggression, then you have some kind of justification or excuse, or several excuses, supposedly drawn from history. When people attack others, they always say, oh, no, this is just because of some historical offence, and it usually turns out to be a simplification, or indeed a blatant lie, and they're just taking advantage of people's ignorance, because not everyone is an expert historian. They take advantage of that mass ignorance, and they peddle the most blatant lies. But there aren't only just total barefaced, flagrant lies. There is also hiding parts of history, being selective about what you choose from history, and how you interpret history. In the case of Russia, we have a gross manipulation by an aggressor against a country that has wanted to be free and be part of the free world. But to tell the full truth, we have to say that countries which are supposedly democratic can also abuse history, and I'm afraid that has happened in my own country, Spain. Law of historical memory has simplified and distorted the civil war, and the Catalan separatists, with the support of Russia, have peddled that lie.
Next speaker is Mr. Feriga for 1.5 minutes. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, the Baltic states know very well what is the new world order brought by the Lenins and Stalins. That order came with the stinking food traps, chaos, famine, and the Holodomor in Ukraine. The new nation builders drowned millions in blood, exiled millions, and tried to create a new reality for the rest by falsifying history, trying to destroy language and faith. Now, Putin, rolling in the luxury of the so-called rotten Western world, having taken over the ideas, is trying to redraw the map of the world and decide single-handedly who was, is, and can be. Putin, a former KGB colonel, knows very well why false narratives need to be spread. He knows very well that information and ideological warfare is as important as physical warfare. Putin is trying to convince the Russian public that he is fighting fascism in Ukraine, when the real spreader of Russofascism is himself. The annihilation of the Ukrainian people and the destruction of civilian infrastructure, which he has ordered, has no justification. The order they bring leaves ruins, scorched earth, and murdered people. All this is justified with cheap historical and ideological speculation. Such manipulations must not be allowed to succeed in the EU. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Strack-Zimmermann for 1 minute, please.
Thank you very much, Frau Präsidentin, meine Damen und
President, ladies and gentlemen, what we are witnessing in Ukraine is a battleground similar to World War I. We're seeing hybrid attacks and drones deployed. Some 400 million people will struggle as a result of hunger. We are seeing fake news also. an attempt to sway opinion. This is a tragedy. History is being misused. We saw that in Germany too. It is unbelievable. It is equally unbelievable that here in the European Parliament, in the greatest peace project in the world, we hear from people like Ms. Demirel recounting their tales here and on social media. We must keep a careful eye on developments. We must remain vigilant. We need to guard against influencing of young people via social media. This must stop. Thank you.
Oh, you're not. Please, quiet, please, colleagues. Respect each other's speaking time. And the next speaker is Mr. Sinkiewicz for 1 minute, please.
Dear colleagues, the Kremlin is waging a war not only on Ukrainian soil, but also on the very fabric of reality itself. As a Lithuanian, I know what it means to stand on the front line of history. We endured Soviet occupation, where lies rewrote textbooks, dissent was silenced, and truth was treated as a threat. We have seen how disinformation divides families, erodes trust, and weakens nations. Today's Russia's disinformation machine is more precise, more powerful, and even more dangerous. From spreading false denazification narrative to exploiting social media platforms like TikTok, the Kremlin floods our societies with manipulated stories seeking to divide Europe and discredit Ukraine. We need stricter transparency for political advertising, and we must hold platforms accountable when profit-driven algorithms amplify hatred and lies over truth. We must fight for a world where fact, not fiction, shape our shared reality. The future of Ukraine, the stability of Europe, and the health of our global democracy depend on it.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Della Valle for 1 minute, please.
Grazie. Da febbraio 2020.
Thank you. Since February 2022, we've been immersed in a war of propaganda. We all agree that it's not only a war in the battlefield, but there is disinformation that has been deployed, because we all know truth is the first victim of war. And we also have to be brave enough to say that on our side, on the democratic side, very often there is a battle of historical revisionism, and we have to be extremely careful there. We shouldn't distort 20th century history. The Soviet Union, not just Russia, did lose 20 million sons fighting Nazism. It would have been impossible to fight the Nazis without them. We now have sacrifices of Ukrainians, and we have this hopeless war. It appears hopeless at present because of these phantoms of the Cold War hanging over us that lead some to say that we should still have this fratricide. There was the massacre of the Poles in eastern Gorizia, and we still need to think for a moment before saying sanctions, sending weapons, even sending troops.
Close your microphone. Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Bistron for 2.5 minutes, please.
Liebe Kollegen, Sie haben hier schon.
Colleagues, 2 years ago you banned Russia Today. 2 years later, we're still talking about Russian propaganda. Perhaps because you always shore this issue up. Who do you think you are? We see what you're doing. Your own propaganda. The best example of this year is Voice of Europe. Exiled Ukrainians in Prague, a handful of them, working on this website, and apparently they're going to influence the whole of the EU. Voice of Europe. It was not Voice of Europe, but the campaign against Voice of Europe that influenced everything. You, Ms. Strack-Zimmermann, you want war. You want to deliver further weapons. You defame everyone who is an obstacle in your way. You say that they are an agent, an obstacle, an agent of Russia, of Moscow. And who are the true foreign powers? Everyone knows that the European media has been secretly financed by the US for years. That includes Süddeutsche Zeitung, Le Monde, Guardian, El País, Republica, and all of them are all belong to the OCCRP network. Since it was founded, this network has received 47 million euros of funding. We don't know who is providing this funding. It's all hushed up. And no inquiries into US affairs may happen. And for years, there has been illegal provision of information. And there has been defamation against people for years. Illegal wars have been justified and elections have been manipulated. And you dare to talk about these Russian websites and a few bots on TikTok? Right. Let's look at the content, the so-called dangerous content that you have censored. Voice of Europe pointed out corruption of the Zelensky regime. And what was the most viewed contribution on Russia Today in Germany? A video on the hate that was carried out in Chemnitz, and that is covered up. You are afraid of the truth.
I don't accept that. I have a blue card.
With pleasure.
Please, Mr.
Dear Mr. Bistron, I know that you visited Lithuania 2022 and of November or something like that, and then disappeared for 1 week to Belarus. Could you tell us what kind of instructions did you get from there to speak here about Russia, like говорит Москва?
Mr. Bistron.
Frau Jungnevičienė, wissen Sie aus...
Madam, you're spreading fake news too. I am the foreign spokesperson for the AfD in the National Parliament, and it was an official trip to Belarus. It wasn't a week-long trip, it was just a 3-day trip. That is the truth.
Ja.
Thank you.
Und wenn Sie korrektiv glauben, dann sitzen Sie eben Fake News auf.
Well, if you believe that, then you're reading fake news. Then you are part of the propaganda machine. Don't close your eyes. Look at the actual truth.
No more blue card to Mr. Bistron, so we will keep on, and I will give the floor. Please, colleagues, please do not shout in the chamber. And I will give the floor. Next speaker will be Mr. Siepe for 1 minute. Please.
Ich habe auch eine Frage an den Kollegen Bistron.
I have a question for Mr. Bistron. Could you change €200, break it down for me? I have to refuel. Honourable members, Russia is using violence in Russia, but it is also attacking the truth, waging a war of disinformation. Putin claims that Ukraine is not a nation, not a separate identity. The facts prove this is untrue. Ukraine is older than modern-day Russia, stems from Kievan Rus. Russia has lost 300,000 soldiers and pumped millions into the Ukraine war without breaking the will of the Ukrainian people. Those are the facts that Putin seeks to suppress. Those are the facts that we can use to stand firm against this aggressor. Honourable members, raise your voices. Let us work together to fight disinformation. Slava Ukraina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Siepe. The next speaker is Mr. Gallo.
President, colleagues, normally one cannot change history because what happened just happened. And still it is typical for all kinds of dictatorships and autocratic rule, not only Russia, to instrumentalize a selective or distorted presentation of the past to justify today's aggressions. I stand here as a German, and I feel free to accuse today's Russia of what it is, an utterly Stalinist and, yes, fascist dictatorship. But that is possible only because we have told the truth about the darkest part of our national history, partly being committed on today's territory of Ukraine. Nothing to be relativated, never again to be repeated by Germany, and never again to be accepted by anyone against anyone. Putin's July 2021 essay about the historic unity of Russians and Ukrainians deprives Ukrainians of their identity, pretending it was about one people, one empire, one language, one church. It was the attempt to thereby justify the Heim ins Reich, the back to the empire policy. As democracies, we must have the strength to counter that. As Democrats, we must call a spade a spade. We must expose those who are in the service of the dictator because they suffer from a Führer withdrawal syndrome, from a Führerentzugserscheinungen, and have learned nothing from history. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Michael Gahler.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gahler. The next speaker is Adam Bilan.
We know that Russia's disinformation is not limited to its own borders. It is a global weapon of chaos and manipulation. By twisting facts, faking reputable resources, and meddling in elections, Putin aims to sow discord, undermine our unity, and pressure us into abandoning Ukraine. We have yet another recent example. During last year's parliamentary elections in Poland, Russian actors attempted to harm Law and Justice Party by sending hundreds of thousands of text messages to Polish citizens designed to ridicule and discredit the party, ultimately aimed at eroding its public support and help the authors of the reset policy towards Putin, who are now in power. Let us be clear today. Russia's war against Ukraine is not grounded in legitimate self-defense or historical claims, but in propaganda that blurs the lines between aggressor and victim while rewriting centuries of Ukrainian history. Madam Vice President, the expectations are high. We urge you to outline the next initiatives to bolster our common defence and partnership with NATO, ensuring the safety of our citizens.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Dan Barna.
Thank you, Madam President. I will speak Romanian. Când vorbim de Vladimir Putin,
when we talk about Vladimir Putin, the historical truth is the following. We are being confronted with a severe threat to the international order and to democratic principles. Russia falsified history in order to justify its aggression against independent countries, its hybrid wars. This dangerous reinterpretation of history is a calculated strategy used to undermine our societies. By falsifying history, Russia wants to justify its action and to combat the sovereignty of nations. And this leads the way to other potential aggressions by creating a very dangerous environment for other countries as well. We need to fight all these attempts. Keeping the integrity of historical truth is essential in order to keep peace and stability in our world. The international community needs to be united in condemning these actions. And for Vladimir Putin, I only have one message. History will remember you as a bloody dictator. No matter how much you're trying to justify your actions, history will tell the truth. Thank you.
The next speaker is Nela Riel.
Sigma Boy. Do you know Sigma Boy? If you're an 11-year-old girl in, for example, Germany or even Ukraine, you probably do. Sigma Boy is a viral Russian trope used on social media that communicates patriarchal and pro-Russian worldviews. It's most popular with young teenagers and only one example of Russian infiltration of popular discourse through social media. Russia has understood how to embed these ideas in a society, target young Ukrainians on their phones, change the stories of Ukrainians telling their own society. Last week, Ukraine's Minister of Culture pointed out to me that cultural heritage does not only include history books and also museums, but the Ukrainian language, music, and also current Ukrainian influencers. Russia targets this all. Here, the EU must stand in strong support and target even these subtle infiltrations and falsifications. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Riel. The next...
Thank you very much.
Neuhoff.
Kolleginnen und
Dear colleagues, well, one's own body odour is like propaganda. We don't notice it. So, Russia spreads its propaganda, we spread our propaganda. That's the world. Now, we in this parliament are saying that we will support Ukraine until it wins. Then we are misleading the European people. The truth is that Ukraine has its back against the wall in military terms. Ukraine will not win this war. What we're hearing is not disinformation. It is the hard truth, even if it breaks your illusions, even yours, Mr. Gala. Solving the Ukraine crisis will not be submitting to Russian imperialism, as the High Representative said. No. What has led to this conflict is the extension of NATO to the West, and if you deny that, you are spreading mistruths.
Sandra Kalniete has the floor now.
Colleagues, 20 years have passed since the EU accession of countries whose population had suffered under the communist regime imposed by the Soviet Union. It is unbelievable that events displaying Soviet regime symbols can be organized at the EU Parliament premises. I can imagine the outcry if a poster with a swastika and Hitler's portrait were put on show in our corridors. But Lenin with a hammer and sickle appears to be an internal matter of the communist group. This is totally unacceptable. In Europe, the use of the symbols of both totalitarian regimes ought to be banned. Historical facts must not be manipulated, as most tragically demonstrates Putin's invasion in Ukraine. I remind you that 3,954 days, or more than 10 years, have passed since the beginning of the war. Russia's aggressive revanchism can only be stopped if it suffers a defeat in the unjust war against Ukraine. U.S. Congress recently passed the crucial Communism Teaching Act. Its purpose is to develop civic resilience against hostile ideologies. Unfortunately, Europe has still a lot to do in order to deepen understanding of the complex history of the 20th century. The truth about atrocities had to be taught.
Next speaker is Veronika Vrečonova.
S ruskou agresí vůči Ukrajině je spojena řada.
The Russian aggression has been subject to all kinds of ahistorical disinformation. In the Czech Republic, we were faced with extraordinary fake news. Pro-Russia propagandists said we should be thankful to Russia and understand its policy in Ukraine because it is Russia that liberated us in 1945 from Nazi occupation. That was the line of reasoning. And then they said that in 1968, the Russian tanks which repressed the Prague Spring was the fault of Ukrainians. An independent Ukraine didn't exist at the time, but that appeared not to bother them, and they insisted that it was actually the Soviet army that was absolutely full of Ukrainians. That the Soviet authorities and military were absolutely stuffed with Ukrainians. It's absurd, and we should fight this historical revisionism.
Dear colleagues, Russia's war of aggression is not only brutal attacks against civilians. It has ideological background, often called the Russian world concept. It rather deserves to be named Russo-fascism or Russo-Nazism. This ideology can be traced back to Russia's glorification of the Soviet crimes of aggression, genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. I recall that the occupation of the Baltic states is justified by Russia with the same arguments as Nazis attempted to use at the Nuremberg trial for the seizure of Austria or Czechoslovakia. Just as Hitler, Putin proclaims the aim to take all the so-called Russian-speaking lands, while at the same time denying the right to existence of entire nations. Russo-fascism is built on disinformation and falsification of history, when aggression, extermination of people, torture, and rape are called liberation. War of aggression against Ukraine is the best demonstration of this manipulation. We must respond to the appeal of the Ukrainian parliament by condemning Russo-fascism as totalitarian and misanthropic ideology. Like Nazism in Nuremberg, it must also be proclaimed illegal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Willy Søvende.
Thank you. I'll speak in Danish. Historisk set har det altid været propagandaens.
Historically speaking, we've always seen propaganda. It has always been used as a weapon. If statements are repeated, they become bedded down and seen as truth. Lies are being spread. Days before his invasion of Ukraine, Putin lied, claimed that he was not seeking war. He has not been consistent in his dealings with his own people and the world at large. His propaganda machine is running full throttle. We talked about disinformation this morning, and we talked about Syria. We know that his lies are being spread. Thankfully, we have a majority here in this House that are not willing to play this game. We need to fight for what we hold dear: democracy, free from manipulation and threat, free media. That is in our shared interest. Thank you.
Уважаеми колеги,
colleagues, disinformation about the war in Ukraine is huge, and it comes mostly from the Western power centers, including this parliament. Exposing Western lies goes through the clear statement of the following facts. An independent Ukrainian state was first established as late as 1991, and ever since, the collective West has been doing everything within its power to turn Ukraine into its anti-Russian puppet. Let's recall Victoria Nuland, in fact, the EU, and her admission that billions were being poured into Ukraine to this end. Zbezhinsky, in his book The Grand Chessboard, wrote that to weaken Russia, it is essential to sever its ties with Ukraine. The last thing Western leaders care about is Ukraine's democracy, freedom, and prosperity. This country matters to them only as a means to wage their war against Russia. The West organized the coup in Ukraine in 2014. It was again the West that forbade Ukraine to conclude a peace agreement with Russia at the start of the war. Therefore, the West bears the greatest blame for the current Ukrainian tragedy. Благодаря. Andrei Kuvat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, as we could hear, the voice of Moscow is propagated in this chamber as well. National Socialists and Communists justified the deportation and mass murders with a manipulative presentation of historical facts. Unfortunately, this practice continues today. The Kremlin regime tries to justify its war with the shameless lie that they're combating Nazism. The Kremlin regime is waging a war on the battlefields, but also an information war for the hearts and soul of every European. It is very cynical that the defendants of the Kremlin in this parliament are posing as defendants of peace. The falsification of history creates prerequisites for hatred between neighbors. We could see the relations in the relations with Serbia and North Macedonia and the role of Moscow. The objective presentation of history based on original sources is very important to develop a strong immune system against disinformation. Symbols of communist dictatorship personalities and people have no place in democratic societies. This is why we need a legislation on a European and national level to put these symbols in the museums and to include the propaganda and objects in the museums. We should not allow the manipulation to be promoted. It threatens the security of Ukraine, but also human rights and democracy.
Dear colleague, I think you raised one important point, and this is the cynicism that derives from the fact that especially those who are defending the Kremlin are also defending this regime. So I think this is very important for the people outside this house. Maybe you could elaborate a little more about this. I would be interested to hear your take on that.
Thank you very much, colleague. Yes, I was always surprised how these peacemakers, as they say, and looking for diplomatic solution of the aggression against Ukraine from Russia, are protesting in front of European institutions, in front of national parliaments, in front of national governments, and not in front of the embassy of the Russian Federation, which is the source of the aggression against Ukraine. So we all are for peace, for justice, peace in Ukraine, and that means the territorial integrity and the sovereignty of this country need to be restored. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now the next speaker is Richard Scholz.
Dear colleagues, Russia's practice of rewriting history is nothing new. Moscow keeps organizing fireworks to celebrate the liberation of the capital cities of the Baltics. It denies the occupation of the Baltic states and propagates lies about our past. Now this false narrative machinery is serving an even more cynical purpose to justify the war of aggression against Ukraine. The facts are clear. Russia is robbing, terrorizing and killing Ukrainian civilians, deporting and abducting children and women. It repeats the crimes of the 20th century and, if left unpunished, these will again be celebrated in the future with fireworks. Falsification of history is a tool with which the Kremlin hopes to ensure the continuation of impunity. The distortion of historical facts, including the banning of the organization Memorial in Russia, serves to erase the traces of crimes and to justify new atrocities. We need to build a collective, unified European memory, being fully aware of the atrocities committed by the totalitarian regimes, and also being aware of the way in which they have deformed our societies. And what illustrates best the need for such a collective memory? The fact that Lenin's ghost roams the corridors of the European Parliament, together with the communists of Europe, and it still does. And to conclude, if we talk about history, there is one thing that is clear, crystal clear, and I wish that we all go towards a solution where Russia is small again. Make Russia small again. Thank you.
Bosko.
Pani Przewodnicząca, Panie Przewodniczący.
Thank you, President. For centuries, Russia has shown how it built its empire on lies and manipulation. That was true in the times of the Tsar, the Soviets, and now Putin's pseudo-democracy. Control the military, control the minds of its citizens. In recent years, we've seen Putin seeking to extend this control beyond the borders of his own country. The lie about Russia's greatness and its eternal power is repeated again and again to hide its barbaric methods. At Katyn, the Soviet army murdered thousands of Polish officers and intelligentsia. Stalin claimed that Russians knew nothing about this. Mikhail Gorbachev revealed the truth much later. Today, Ukraine is going through the Russian steamroller of history, Russian disinformation, fake news, falsification of history, a strategy aimed at erasing Ukrainian national identity. Putin must be held accountable for his lies. We need sanctions, sanctions, and more sanctions, effective sanctions.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Dear colleagues, Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has killed and injured tens of thousands of Ukrainian people. But according to Putin's understanding of history, there is no Ukraine. There are no Ukrainian people. Denying the very existence of Ukraine is not a new concept for Putin. He told George W. Bush at the NATO Bucharest Summit 2008, and I quote, "George, you have to understand Ukraine is even not a country." Russia has used falsification of history not only against Ukraine, but it is deeply rooted in the educational system, state-controlled media, and with that in the society as a whole. It is no secret that Russia denies the fact that the Baltic states were occupied by the Soviet Union in 1940. According to the official narrative, the three countries joined the Soviet Union voluntarily. It is the duty of this House to remind the European people that we cannot accept Russian attempts to rewrite the history, and we stand united against it. And therefore, it is also inevitable to treat the crimes of communist regimes equally to those of Nazi and fascist regimes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Michal Dworczyk.
Pani Przewodnicząca, Szanowni Państwo.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, historical falsification is a known Russian tactic. Before the invasion of Ukraine, Putin was spreading lies to justify the invasion in advance. It was the first act of war. It was the first weapon which was used. Historical falsification. Putin also tends to downplay the Soviet role in the 1939 attack on Poland. He still calls it a liberation. We have to fight for truth. That is our historical obligation too. We have to speak up for the victims not only of Russia but of any totalitarian regime. And for that reason, I believe that a monument to the victims of totalitarianism in the 20th century is a worthwhile project, and I call on the Commission to advance it. We need lasting peace in Europe, a fair peace for Ukraine, based on truth.
Puheenjohtaja, sanotaan, että historiaa kirjoittavat voi.
President, we hear that the winners of history write it to strengthen themselves. And then we see the mobilization of resources to defend oneself. But you also need facts about the past and enemies and their goals. Now, Russia is not a winner. Russia can try to suppress others. And Russia can try to mix up the past. These are the goals of Russia, but do we have the resources? We don't have the resources to defend ourselves. Russia is very adept, and Russia is very skilled in what it does, very good at muddying the waters. We, in my native Finland, see what we're becoming increasingly nostalgic. Finlandization is seen as a useful tool, and this is and we see manipulation by Russia, but Finnish people know that that's dangerous.
Na wschodzie bez zmian Sowieci
This is nothing new. Soviets lied, and there are still lies today. The liberation in the 40s for Eastern Europe was no true liberation. Hitler was replaced by a Stalin rule of terror. We need to state the truth. Russian imperialism is built on that lie. Lambinovice, Metsovice, Radjonkova, Radjiko. There are so many small towns where the Russian army carried out crimes, murdered, raped, plundered. This all happened 80 years ago. This was a true tragedy, and we are seeing history repeat itself today in Ukraine. Today's Red Army is doing the same, murdering, raping and deporting. History is being falsified by the Russians. The victims of past crimes were condemned to be forgotten. All victims of the Soviet Union deserve justice, and they must be commemorated. Thank you.
The next speaker is Francisco José Mianon.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President. When faced with Russian propaganda, we have to insist on the fact that the invasion of Ukraine is illegal, unjustified, a threat to security in Europe, and it undermines the Helsinki Agreement's Charter of Paris and of Budapest. It is a flagrant violation of international law, non-use of force, which all of the international community accepted after the Second World War. RT and other unofficial channels and social media want to give us
because the translation cannot follow.
I'll do it. Decía que la propaganda rusa.
As I was saying, Russian propaganda uses media such as RT, embassies, unofficial channels and social media to give a false version of the reasons for invading Ukraine. At the same time, they want to divide and polarize our societies. Their aim is to distort reality, sow confusion, insecurity, and even fear in Western countries. We need to be very active to counteract that. The European External Action Service, EU delegations, EU member states, embassies need to play an intelligent role in attempting to combat this indifference that many people have towards Russian interference, and some people don't even understand what is happening, particularly in the global south. So sanctions approved by Council for some disinformation actors in Council yesterday to conclude. We need to combat disinformation from Russia, and we also need to ensure that they cannot avoid the impact of sanctions.
Hvala predsjednice, kolegice I kolege.
Thank you, President. John Walker wrote in The Guardian in 2018, and he wrote a book describing Putin's manipulation of history in 1945. He wanted Russia to forget 1989, the fall of the Berlin Wall, the fall of the Soviet Union. Falsification of history is a clear sign of an autocratic regime, often a precursor to military invasion. They are looking to link this to the fight against Nazis, use that as a justification to start a fresh war. That is what Milosevic did. That is has caused so much pain in Kosovo, Bosnia-Herzegovina, and people are very sensitive to such repeated attacks. The narrative promoted by Russia is something that Europe must stand firmly against. Europe must defend freedom, liberation, democracy. Thank you.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
President, colleagues, disinformation has always been a weapon. Today it's part of cyber warfare. The internet is a natural battleground for modern armies. Some EU member states have cyber military units. France boasts a cyber commandment, and this is a strategic weapon. It can change the nature of a conflict, international ties, or even an election. So Putin falsifies history and twists truth to justify his war. But that's not the scandal. The scandal is that we failed to act. The scandal is that we are not trying to really understand what's going on and crossing our information. Why don't we know more about INCEN, which is the EU information agency, which is fed by national information agencies? If we understood what's happening better, would be able to act more efficiently. The fact is we don't have a counter-narrative. Where is our war of influence? What tools are we using? We don't have our own strong and sovereign social media. That ought to be our priority to protect our democracy. Thank you.
Reinhold Lopatka.
Dear colleagues, Russia's action in Ukraine demonstrate how disinformation can be weaponized to justify aggression. By distorting history, Moscow frames its invasion as legitimate, falsely asserting that Ukraine is not a sovereign nation, as it was mentioned before by my colleagues. These tactics also aim to divide Europe and the Western world. The Kremlin state-controlled media spreads false narratives and create divisions among EU member states and among the Euro-Atlantic allies in order to weaken and also to make us in a way weaker, that our cooperation, our unity is not as strong enough. This manipulation also extends globally, depicting the West as the aggressor and Russia as the victim. The EU and the member states must actively counter these false narratives by promoting accurate historical accounts from reputable sources and based on verified facts. We must also seek accountability for Russia's actions. Disinformation is part of a broader campaign of aggression. Holding Russia accountable means addressing both its crimes and information warfare that supports them. Ultimately, truth is the strongest ally of Ukraine. By combating disinformation, we defend our principles of democracy, human rights, and the international rule-based order.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Michal Szczerba.
Szanowna Pani Przewodnicząca.
Madam President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, this war has been going on for more than 1,000 days. The lies and the attempts at justifying the invasion and the terrorist acts by Putin have actually been around for longer. Historical falsification, the lies about protecting Russian-speaking territories, the need for a special military operation, all of these lies have been around for much longer. Full-scale war has led to mass murder, rape, schools and hospitals being bombed, an absurd narrative about security or protection. This absurd idea that it's to do with NATO expansion. according to that kind of comparison, Russia goes to war because everyone else is declaring war on Russia. That Kyiv is dangerous somehow. We couldn't let them just act. And there's also all these troll farms online. We have to actually combat all of the narrative of life.
Signora
President, Commissioner, history is also about collective memory, and we have to pay tribute to history through words and through acts. But we also see attempts to revise history, and that is what Russia is doing. Russia is trying to justify the unjustifiable, the invasion of Ukraine. Russia uses disinformation and historical falsification to rewrite history and to justify the present, but above all, to manipulate the future. They want to turn victims into perpetrators and to justify the invasion of Ukraine as a historical inevitability. But we must be clear. Ukraine is a sovereign nation. Its people have chosen the path of freedom. Ukraine has chosen Europe and, above all, democracy. It is against falsehoods and wants to defend true history. The war against Ukraine is also an attack on truth and the values which sustain us. A Portuguese poet said that we see, we read, and we have our eyes open. We cannot ignore.
Is Matej Tonin.
Madam President, Commissioner, it is a known fact that in the past, communists have been using a very simple modus operandi. First of all, discreditation and then liquidation. And exactly the same is being done by Putin. First, he discredited Ukraine, and then he tried to liquidate it. However, this liquidation is called liberation by him. And this liberation represents demolition, killing, and in a way, a denial of everything that was created in the past in Ukraine. Death and ruins are a synonym for Putin's liberation. Today we have to stress that social networks represent Putin's new digital weapon. It is sad that many in the West were convinced by his statement that support of Ukraine is an extension of war. Whoever believes that should be protesting in front of Russian embassies. Putin should stop this senseless war.
Speakers Ingeborg Telag.
Chair, dear colleagues, Commissioner, de anti-EU en de anti-Oekraïnse propaganda.
The anti-EU and anti-Ukraine propaganda is in full throttle in Russia to justify his war in Ukraine. Putin is seeking to break Ukraine. He claims that Ukraine is not a legitimate country. 92% of Ukrainians wish to be independent. They do not want to be a vassal state of Russia. This war has dragged on for some 11 years since Russia invaded Crimea. The differences could not be greater. Ukraine is not Russia. Ukraine is a democratic country with European history. Putin will not stop with Ukraine. Let's not be naive. Slava Ukraine.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Alice Teodorescu-Morve.
Thank you, Madam President. Historical revisionism is a Russian speciality. Since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the Kremlin has systematically rewritten history books to glorify alleged victories and erase actual defeats. According to this homemade lie, Russia is a great country characterized by its victories. The fabricated claims that Russia and Ukraine are the same country, populated by the same people, sharing the same destiny are used to deny Ukrainians their language, culture and identity. They're justifying a wrong war with wrong facts. For Ukrainians, it's not just about surviving today, but about being given the conditions to live as free Europeans tomorrow. The EU must help Ukraine to defeat Russia, and therefore it is crucial that we support Ukraine with what they need, not least long-range weapons. We must make Putin realize that he will never win, that freedom wins over oppression. Only then will he back down, because if Ukraine falls, Russian aggression will continue westward and we'll be next.
Köszönöm, elnök asszony, Commissioner.
President, Commissioner, thank you. The autocratic and extremist regimes often avail themselves of reinterpretation of history in order to manipulate society. And Russia has done this for some time now. Russia does this to try to further its imperialistic reach. It's not easy for Russia to achieve a victory in Ukraine, so it's now resorting to manipulation. We in Hungary also talk about politics of memory guided by the government, and we see a reinterpretation of history, something which is to the liking of the current government. So this is something that we see in Hungary, and what they are trying to do, what the government is trying to do, is to manipulate the Hungarian people. We cannot allow this falsification, and we cannot allow falsification as a weapon.
Dziękuję, pani przewodnicząca.
Thank you, Madam President. Today in the European Parliament, we awarded the Sakharov Prize. Sakharov was Russia's conscience, but today's Russia is not the country of Sakharov, but that of his KGB persecutors. Today we are discussing historical falsification. But it doesn't matter whether the Russians invoke the Third Rome or the Workers' Uprising or the Russian Mir. This is all for show, a fiction to cover up the most brutal imperialism that seeks to destroy Ukraine. Russia is granting itself the right to decide whether a nation can exist or not. This is no longer a matter of historical falsification. It is a matter of planned genocide, using history as a justification. Now, in these days and months, it is up to all of us in Europe to oppose this genocide. Thank you.
The next speaker is Borja Jiménez Laraz.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President. The disinformation strategy that Moscow has been following in its hybrid war has been very clear. We saw that in the Brexit referendum. We saw that in the support for attempts at secession in Catalonia. Russia has its own war on liberal democracy. It has a systematic propaganda campaign with the aim of worsening social division, confrontation, and eroding faith in our democratic institutions. That's a constant destabilization strategy, and Ukraine is the key case there. It's a victim of an illegal, unjustified aggression. Ukraine is the victim of manipulation and disinformation from Putin's regime to turn reality on its head and try to justify the unjustifiable. We need to be effective and active in combating hybrid attacks. We need to unmask the perpetrators. Council and EU institutions need to be active in this role. Ukraine is not alone. History cannot be written yet because those who are telling lies and trying to undermine liberal democracy are currently writing.
Thank you.
Pani Przewodnicząca, Panie Przewodniczący.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Commissioner. Russian disinformation is a weapon of mass destruction in today's world. It splits societies in half. We in Poland have seen attempts at disinformation with Smolensk and with the division of Polish society and Polish families. And what happened with the Smolensk tragedy. Now, we have long been subject to Russian disinformation from Lenin, from Stalin, and now from Putin. It's no surprise. It is a long-lasting strategy, one with deep roots. Russian disinformation is a danger to Europe and democracy throughout the world.
Speaker is Juan Fernando López Aguilar.
Gracias, Presidenta, Comisario.
Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner. We are here in Strasbourg to talk about the power of information, how disinformation can undermine our values. Well, we're seeing disinformation from Russia reach a peak. Russia has a long history of misinformation, the Holodomor famine in Ukraine, and many other examples. We have seen deep fakes, cyber ops, spreading toxic disinformation, seeking to concentrate power. This really is unprecedented. Vladimir Putin is seeking to strengthen his power in Russia. We need to counter this and arm ourselves against this. We need to fight against Russia's propaganda platforms in Europe. We also need to detain those responsible and impose sanctions on those responsible for these platforms spreading disinformation. Thank you.
Much. The next speaker is Vytenis Povilas Andriukaitis.
Thank you, President, Honourable Commissioner. I'm probably the only one in this chamber born in 1951 in the Gulag of Stalin. My parents were arrested and deported in 1941. For 17 years they lived in exile. I am a professional historian, and I can tell you that the falsification of history, the doctrine used by Putin, corresponds to the origin and meaning of all totalitarian regimes. It is only correct now to equalize it to the actions of Mussolini, fascists, of Nazis. That is the same group of dictators who employed historic falsification of history to justify their ideology. That's why the European Commission has to take all necessary measures to evaluate the fascist ideology of Putin, to equalize to the fascism in Italy and in Germany. Thank you.
Very much. And now I close the catch the eye and I give the floor to our Commissioner, Raffaele Fitto.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable members, thank you for this debate. The Global Risk Report by the World Economic Forum ranked disinformation as the second biggest risk the world would face this year. Disinformation threats pose a real risk to democracy. To counter orchestrated and programmed disinformation campaigns, we need to act on all grounds. We must be prepared to recognize the disinformation. We need critical thinking and media literacy. We have to support the work of journalists, fact-checking organizations and rapid alert systems. And we cannot take our foot off the pedal. Going forward, including with a new European Democracy Shield, to address the most severe risks to democracy in the EU. There is a clear commitment to protecting democracy at home. We must replicate this commitment in helping our neighbours too, because as we see in the lies that Putin's regime spreads to justify starting a war in Ukraine, fighting foreign interference and information manipulation is a matter of security. And we as policymakers have a responsibility to our citizens to do what we can to protect our democracies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Die Aussprache ist hiermit geschlossen und die
Our debate is closed. The vote will be held at the next part session. The next item on our agenda is a Commission statement, the situation in Mayotte following the devastating Cyclone Chido and the need for solidarity. I'd now like to give the floor back to our Commissioner, Rafael Fito.
Honourable Chair, honourable members, on behalf of the Commission, I would like to express our solidarity with the people of Mayotte as they face the devastating aftermath of Cyclone Chido. This weekend, the cyclone unleashed destruction on an unthinkable scale. The earth-breaking loss of life, houses destroyed, countless people left homeless, crops ruined and livelihoods shattered, a closed airport and no electricity. Our thoughts and deepest sympathies go out to the families of the victims and to all those affected by this catastrophe. It has been 10 years since Mayotte became an outermost region of the EU, a decade marked by close cooperation and support. But this tragedy is a harsh reminder of the challenges faced by this region, the poorest and the most remote in our Union. Only a year ago, Mayotte faced a major water crisis, and it now faces yet another severe blow. Europe stands firmly with Mayotte in this painful moment. During these difficult times, it is essential that we as a Union come together to support our fellow Europeans in Mayotte and help them rebuild their homes, their lives and their future. You can count on the Commission's full support to do so. In concrete expressions of solidarity, we are ready to mobilise all available tools and funds to complement the measures being taken by France. First, we can offer immediate assistance and medium-term support to help Mayotte. Indeed, our Emergency Response Coordinator Centre has been closely monitoring the situation from the outset. The Copernicus Emergency Management Service was activated in rapid mapping mode, using satellite imagery to track the damage and inform response efforts. Through the EU Civil Protection Mechanism, we can coordinate donations of aid in kind and deploy disaster response experts and equipment from EU member states and partner countries. This mechanism is activated at the request of the affected national authorities. We are ready to assist should France seek support via the Common Emergency Communication and Information System. In the medium term, France may seek support from the European Union Solidarity Fund if the damage exceeds 1% of Mayotte's GDP. We encourage France to estimate the damage and submit a request within the 12-week window. While this fund is not designed for immediate relief and its mobilisation requires approval from the European Parliament and the Council, It can not less cover part of the public emergency and recovery operations. Second, we can help identify investments that can be financed under both agriculture and cohesion policy in the medium to long term. The Commission is ready to reprogram these funds to address the cyclone's consequences as quickly as possible. For example, the POSEI programme for outermost regions can be adjusted to address the cyclone's impacts. In addition, the rural development programmes and the Common Agricultural Policy strategic plans also provide measures for restoring agricultural production potential damaged by natural disasters. Honourable members, just this afternoon, this House reached an agreement on the Commission's proposal on Restore. As I said yesterday in this plenary, the events in Mayotte underline the urgent need for this instrument. I thank you for your support and the continued cooperation on this proposal. Restore will allow France to use up to 10% of its 2021-2027 ERDF and ESF plus allocations for emergency response. This will lead to greater flexibility, higher pre-financing, and enhanced co-financing rates, enabling faster reallocation of ERDF and ESF plus funds for reconstruction and recovery efforts. But our action does not stop here. Third, we stand ready to support efforts to strengthen disaster risk management and build Mayotte's resilience against future large-scale disasters. We have no choice but to act on the immediate emergency, and this is why we are here. But this will never distract me from the long-term objectives of cohesion policy. It is a structural policy. And structure includes the notion of preparedness of prevention. The European Investment Bank has estimated that every euro we fail to invest in prevention and resilience will result in around 6 euros needed to repair the damages. So, this time we need to make sure that we build back better. Honourable members, Mayotte and France are not alone in facing this tragedy. The European Commission is here to help. We encourage France to request the necessary support, and we are committed to deploying these tools and funds as quickly as effectively as possible to aid Mayotte and its people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Now our first speaker is François-Xavier Bellamy.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Madam President, at this moment, as we speak, Mayotte is grappling with death on a huge scale. How many victims will this cyclone leave in its wake? We do not yet know. Since the 14th of December, many of us across the spectrum, hour after hour, have lived with the horrible news coming from the archipelago. Our thoughts are with all the victims and families who are grieving. We think of the people of Mayotte and those in mainland Europe and France who don't have any news from their relatives. We stand by you during these testing times, and we are with those who are providing frontline support. We have so much admiration for the forces of order, the nurses, those who are providing first aid. Now it is our duty to do everything we can to support them in the long term, but also today. This is a combat which unites us, a battle against time, to provide urgent medical care to those who need it. But this must be long-term support. Honourable Executive Vice President, thank you for your support. Mayotte will need this support It will also need water, food, infrastructure. It will need to be rebuilt. This is our common duty, our common obligation to show that Europe will stand side by side with Mayotte over the long term. Mayotte has already suffered so much, but Mayotte is France and Mayotte is Europe. Some of you may have forgotten. Today, perhaps, many of our citizens are looking at this national tragedy with a distance, from a distance, but we are all involved in this tragedy. And tomorrow, we will have to rebuild the archipelago so that it can face the challenges it grapples with. And as I say, it is our collective duty to be there for all the victims and for all of those who want to rebuild this island and which also wants to prepare for its future.
Thank you, Madam President. The news from Mayotte since last Saturday is appalling. Local authorities say that there may be thousands of victims. There's a risk of epidemic spreading and famine. Chido has ravished the archipelago. People are living in misery, no electricity, no running water, rationed bottles, limited food stocks, and the hospital is running dangerously low on energy. And yet Mayotte is one of the poorest regions in Europe. It is suffering since Saturday, but we have seen a failure on the part of France to share its prosperity with Mayotte. The Minister of the Interior wanted an immigration law passed before asking for European aid. The European Parliament voted through the Restore mechanism. It should help Mayotte to deal with this tragedy. We need to show compassion and honour the pledge of the European Union not to fail the region.
The next speaker is André Rouget.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam President, Commissioner, colleagues, last night I posted a message of support for Mayotte, and in the comments this morning I saw, "Thank you, sir. I've had no news from my parents or grandparents." This morning I also talked to Onchia Bamaba, who is a member of the National Assembly for Mayotte. Although there was very bad communications, they said to me that everything was destroyed. Rationed fuel, no electricity, no drinking water. We need water urgently. That speaks for itself, doesn't it, in terms of the tragedy in Mayotte. We'll be looking at hundreds, possibly thousands of deaths. Cyclone Chido has taken away people's homes. Thousands of people have no roof over their heads, and epidemics are threatening the population. They're cut off from the rest of the world on the island. Only an army could bring in aid, and it did that from Réunion Island. President Metsola and Commissioner Fito did say Mayotte is Europe. Thank you for those words. But there are left-wing and Renew members from France who voted against my proposal to include this on the agenda on the 15th of June 2023. I was saying that it was vital to ensure that overseas territories should have access to water. Since then, you have shown that your sectarian politics and infighting is more important than the general interest. When you protested against Wambushu and you protested against the destruction of shantytowns, those shantytowns have now been flattened by Chido. You could ask the European Commission, as we do, for solidarity funds to be used for natural disasters, and especially given the huge scale of the damage on this occasion. Mayotte will not be able to recover alone. The EU should play a full role in contributing investment for the reconstruction and a resilience plan to face future climate shocks that will no doubt be faced with. This tragedy in Mayotte is unfortunately only the latest cruel episode in a long process, abandoning them to floods of immigrants and lack of investment. This murderous historical episode, because of the negligence of politicians and successive governments, creates a gaping hole where France and the EU needs to step in to help not only Mayotte but all overseas territory.
Dear colleagues, this evening we are concerned by the fate of the people in Mayotte, this archipelago which is some 8,000 kilometers away. But today it needs our help and solidarity. Mayotte has been visited by Cyclone Chido, which has brought great grief. There are already thousands of deaths, thousands of casualties. There will be further deaths. The infrastructure has been razed to the ground. Even before the cyclone, the infrastructure was saturated. But let's look at history. For 2 centuries, it has been part of France, and since 1972, it decided to not be part of Comoros, but to be part of France. So that was a choice. We must therefore show our French solidarity. We must show our solidarity with the people of Mayotte. And there's been a great deal of illegal immigration in Mayotte for some time now. That means the ports, the airports and the hospitals, which were supposed to be there for 200,000 people. Now this infrastructure has to cope with an extra 100,000 people. These are illegal immigrants, and we have not managed to bring this juggernaut of immigration to a halt. There's been a failure of the French state, but today action is urgently needed. The people of Mayotte are suffering. We must be there to provide our support and aid. Thank you very much to Vice President Fito. Thank you, sir, for having reacted quickly, found tools and funding to help the people of Mayotte. We must spur ourselves into action, and we must not abandon Mayotte just because it's far away from our shores and mainland Europe. And if we need to find money, then let's stop sending money to President Azali of Comoros, who treats Mayotte as a territory of Comoros and constantly insults France.
Madame la Présidente, chers collègues.
Madam President, honourable members, Vice President, there is a week doesn't go by without us discussing natural disasters here. Spain, in the past, today Mayotte. We've been discussing this devastating cyclone since yesterday. We in Renew and all French MPs are showing our sympathy with those from Mayotte. We hope that those seeking to reach their loved ones will find them. We know they are worried. We need to support Mayotte and support rescue workers deployed last week ahead of the cyclone. I know these forces. They are working in difficult conditions. They are police, military, firefighters, doctors. Last week I travelled to the island of Reunion. They were preparing for the effects of climate change, including cyclones. Europe must be present. Europe will be present. It will show solidarity. Europe will be present thanks to the mechanisms we adopted today, the Restore mechanism. Europe will be present. It will supply key maps to deploy resources on the ground. And I hope that Europe will be present because my country will draw down additional resources. We will need Europe. We need to prepare for the future. We all heard Mr. Niinistu, President Niinistu, talk about the challenges we needed to tackle. We need to stand with Mayotte. Mayotte is France, Mayotte is European. Thank you.
Marie Toussaint.
Le cyclone Chido qui a frappé.
Cyclone Chido is not only a natural disaster. I can't bear to see this resignation and fatalism here. It's a social, health, political disaster. Two, there's been a long history of domination, submission and humiliation. We're just not prepared for climate disasters. They are always social disasters. In Mayotte, extreme poverty has been a vector for much greater vulnerability. Before the cyclone, a significant proportion of the population did not have access to housing, food, water. They already had cholera. They'd been abandoned by the French state and the EU. They were living in shanty towns with scant public services. The population of Mayotte just couldn't cope with Cyclone Chido. Look at the people of Mayotte in the eyes. You will see climate injustice in the face. Climate change is changing the direction of cyclones. There are more cyclones in the regions in 2019, in Mozambique in 2020. We should have seen the danger coming and protected the population in advance. But we didn't, because too many people just don't care about Mayotte. France and Europe have just not got used to the idea of climate risk yet. So we just have to count the victims of our lack of preparation. Yes, there's a need for massive aid. France needs to recognise the health and social emergency. We should not forget the people of Mayotte. But we must also learn the lessons and anticipate extreme climate events, strengthen civil society, deploy mobile hospitals and eradicate poverty in order to remove this vulnerability.
The next speaker is Yunus Omarjee.
Madame la Présidente, Monsieur.
Madam President, Vice President, I stand here in front of you and my thoughts are with Mayotte, in full solidarity with all those who have been hit hard by Chido. It is one of the worst natural disasters in history, particularly in French and in European history. There are thousands, perhaps there are thousands of people who may have lost their lives. This is a national tragedy. In these times, we must show solidarity. I'm sure you'll agree with me. The words we say in Strasbourg will hopefully be heard in Mayotte, and hopefully our compassion will be heard as well. Our compassion for this outermost region, the poorest region of France and of all the European regions. 1 in 3 people there lives under the poverty line. 100,000 people live in makeshift housing. We must also show commitment. We must give all the European aid to Mayotte that it deserves. Europe is big, strong and united when we show solidarity with the people who have been affected by tragedy, when we show solidarity with the territories. This is an obligation that we must follow up on for Mayotte. We must do that in order to save lives and to prevent a humanitarian crisis. In order to ensure that, I say to the French government, Europe can help. Tonight in Mayotte, our fellow citizens are thirsty, they're going hungry. For that reason, the French government must ask for the activation of RescEU. It's possible because we adopted Restore this afternoon. I am coming to a conclusion now. we can now use that regulation in order to repair. I therefore call on the French authorities to submit a request to the European Union. Thank you, President Fito. Thank you, Mrs. Verheyen.
Over is a bit too much, so thank you very much. The next speaker is Paolo do Nascimento Cabral.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Executive Vice President. My solidarity and condolence to victims and families of victims following Cyclone Chido's effects on Mayotte and Mozambique, as other overseas countries and territories have noted, including in Azores. What we've seen in Mayotte is that a decentralized cohesion policy with regional authorities' involvement in design and management is very important. Unfortunately, we're seeing so many climate events of this. We've seen this right across the Azores. We can no longer say that such cyclones are the exception rather than the rule. We're seeing local economies and the future of communities, as well as people's day-to-day lives, people's housing, undermined by these events. We need to ensure that we anticipate events, and we need to ensure that we get quickly to affected communities. Executive Vice President, the Solidarity Fund also needs to be adapted to ensure that eligibility criteria and emergency situations can provide specific assistance to communities, including unpredictable and unpredicted events, not only extreme climate events of this nature. We need to show that the EU is serious about providing assistance to outermost regions. We need to build better. Thank you for your rapid intervention. Full solidarity with my
speaker is Marcos Ros Sempere.
Presidenta.
Madam President, Commissioner. It is as if a nuclear bomb had fell on Mayotte. That is how victims of the devastating Cyclone Chido describe its aftermath. This type of cyclone is one in a century. Used to be in any case, but it is becoming par for course as a result of climate change. We cannot ignore the realities and throw a spanner in the works when we try to move towards greener economy. We need to fight these natural disasters. We have the Restore mechanism now to channel rapid aid to the regions affected and the victims. We need emergency aid. The overseas regions need our full solidarity and compassion. But that is not enough. It will not be enough to draw down emergency mechanisms. This type of phenomenon is ever more frequent. We need a specific fund to show solidarity, sufficiently stocked to deal with natural disasters. We need to accelerate the green transition, prepare for this type of disaster. Lives are at stake. Thank you.
Speaker is Marie-Luce Brasier-Klein.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam President, colleagues, Chido has devastated Mayotte, has led people in grief, without a roof over their head, going thirsty, and more. This tragedy shows once again that our outermost regions are so vulnerable to natural disasters in a context of structural weakness. Faced with this tragic situation, the European Union must show solidarity as not a mere slogan, but a true state of affairs. EU funds will be mobilized immediately, including the ERDF, to rebuild schools, hospitals, and other infrastructure. And then we will also mobilize the ESF in order to boost economic recovery. The EU Solidarity Fund must also be activated to respond to the most pressing needs in Mayotte. But this support is admittedly crucial, but it must only go to our compatriots in Mayotte. It must not be given to projects involving immigration. There is so much immigration which Mayotte cannot deal with. This aid must be transparent and efficient in order to ensure security and dignity for the people of Mayotte. Mayotte is French and it deserves support in line with what has happened. Thank you.
The next speaker is Per Holmgren.
Tack så mycket, fru talman.
Thank you, Madam President. The disaster that has hit Mayotte is one of the worst climate-related tragedies we have seen. It has devastated the lives of those that did not cause climate change, and yet their island is being battered, their infrastructure laid to waste. We need to help them rebuild their lives, support them, but we must also remember that this is happening at a time when we have global warming of 1.5 degrees. We cannot comply with our climate targets. The earth will warm up even more. The risks will become ever higher that we see more devastating natural disasters. And of course, the innocent will be affected.
Senhora Presidente.
President, Commissioner, first of all, let me express full solidarity from the Azores, where I'm from, with the people of Mayotte. They have been hit hard by the devastation of the Cyclone Chido. The outermost regions of the EU are well aware of how geography and climate affects their development possibilities. Alas, there are more and more natural disasters affecting the people. In 2019, we were affected. There was a volcanic eruption in the Canary Islands in 2022. Now we have Chido in Mayotte. These are just a few examples. Now what? Now, we are far away from the outermost regions. Despite that, we need to show full solidarity, and it needs to have a practical effect, this aid. We must urgently support Mayotte. Thank you.
Blue card. Do you accept the blue card for Mr. Tolassi? Yes, please, Mr. Tolassi.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for your statement. I have a question for my colleague about reality on the ground in Mayotte. Mayotte has struggled to develop the country properly for a reason that the left has never recognised, and that is mass immigration that has swamped Mayotte and prevented development and economic growth. There are ever more problems because of immigration. No one has dared to recognise this. We need to face facts and call a spade and recognise the problems that led to this disaster in Mayotte. Thank you.
Senhora Presidente,
President, Honourable MEP, what I think is truly important today is to all sing from the same hymn sheet. We need to recognise that there are victims of a tragedy. Let's not use this tragedy for political means. That would be potentially disrespectful. It wouldn't be a clear response to the victims of a tragedy. So many people are affected by what's happened. And now you want to bring immigration into this debate. I don't think it does justice to the people of Mayotte. No.
Thank you, Valet.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. Mayotte ravaged, Mahmoud Zul razed to the ground, but Mayotte stands tall, standing tall thanks to our police officers, our gendarmes and our firefighters who, hand in hand, saved lives from the very first minutes after Cyclone Chido hit. Today, thanks to my fellow police officers, my comrades in the gendarmerie, the island is protected from looting and violence, yet many of them have lost everything and remain mobilised. My thoughts go out to the chief of the Mayotte police, Matrick Longuet, and his troops, including the raid, who've been applauded by the population. And yet, they are all alone. Wambushu 1, Wambushu 2.
C'est pas Star Wars, mais la seule réponse bien.
No, it's not Star Wars, but the state's only meagre response to defend its Mayottan children, despite the commitment of the courageous and valiant CRS-8 riot squad, who also lost comrades along the way. These operations were in vain because of political cowardice in the face of illegal immigration from the Comoros, which means that almost half of the island's population is of foreign origin. What about the NGOs who are left to do everything, and the judges who blocked the destruction of the Baga shantytowns? Where are they at a time when Mayotte is dying? If Mayotte remains in France today, it's only thanks to our guardian angels, and thanks to the military and the police who are giving their all, despite what little is left on the island. Long live Mayotte, long live France, and long live those forces who defend our internal security in Mayotte and in our countries too.
To ask the colleagues to respect the tremendous work the interpreters are doing here in this House and speak in a speed that they really can make a perfect interpretation like we are used to. So thank you very much for respecting that. And the next speaker is Thomas Pellerin-Carlin.
Madame la Présidente. Madam President, given the horrors in Mayotte and those who are missing, given the tragedy, there are two things we can be sure of. First of all, is that climate change kills people. This climate change, provoked by certain human activities, makes cyclones more powerful, like the one that just hit Mayotte. The second thing we can be sure about is that we need to make serious adaptations to climate change. So there's one simple conclusion. Given science on climate change, Stefan Algat reminds us, a well-organized society where public services are efficient and resilient, that is a society that can face up better to the climate shocks. We must construct this resilience with water, health and electricity and good public services that we need in Mayotte and elsewhere in the European Union.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Rudi Tolassi.
Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Commissaire, chers collègues.
Madam Chair, President, colleagues. Well, last month there was a talk about the risks, and Mayotte was very high up on the list. Mayotte is facing a serious crisis. There are thousands of families with no homes, with no food, and faced with a serious health crisis. So what is the state doing at the moment to protect and build in Mayotte? Clearly shows the lack of responsibility. And there's also an injustice. Mayotte has structural defects, the lack of infrastructure, the lack of prevention, and the incompetence of those that govern us. Faced with this tragedy, do you finally believe that you should create a commissioner that protects the dignity of the French, forgotten by Paris, by Brussels? Mayotte does not need promises. Mayotte needs acts.
Speaker is Sergio Gonçalves for 1 minute, please.
Senhora Presidente, Senhora Vice-Presidente.
President,
Vice President, Executive Vice President. First of all, I'd like to express my condolences to the families that have suffered so terribly as a result of Cyclone Chido. Unfortunately, many regions have experienced these types of disasters, like Madeira, where there were terrible fires. And unfortunately, because of climate change, these types of phenomena will be much more frequent than in the past. So the European Union will have to respond. Will have to respond to these terrible crises, to these natural disasters, without using funds using cohesion funds, rather. Vice President, we need a permanent mechanism at the European level in the regions, deployed in the regions that have suffered from natural disasters. There has to be that access to these funds in order to help local populations.
And I will give the floor to Juan Fernando López Aguilar. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, we've talked about the reform for the regulation for national or disasters, restore. We talked about the volcano in La Palma, the fires in Madeira, and this cyclone with hundreds of victims. What are we telling everyone? If the European Union needs to have a regional policy with sufficient funds, which is agile and which can repair the devastation, it is through the ultra-peripheral regions in La Palma, in Mayotte, which is the poorest region of France. Well, this is the time when the European Union can really explain why it exists. Inter-regional solidarity. So I urge that there is an increase in the sums of money dedicated to the repair after disasters. So the European Union needs to show solidarity with those who need it most. Thank you.
We are closing HDI procedure, and I would like to take floor for the Commission to Vice President Rafael Fito. Floor is yours.
Thank you, President, honourable members. I fully share your concern and your commitment to support Mayotte and its people. Thank you for sharing your insights on the tragic situation on the ground and for your proposal on how we can address it. You can count on the Commission to mobilise all available EU tools and funds in support of Mayotte. With regard to immediate emergency relief, the EU Civil Protection Mechanism is activated upon request from the national authorities. While we cannot initiate civil protection measures unilaterally, we stand ready to act in full support of France when needed. In addition, we are fully prepared to do everything within our power to provide medium-term assistance, from helping reconstruction through the European Regional Development Fund and the EU Solidarity Fund, to supporting farmers through our agriculture funds and helping provide for basic needs through the European Social Fund. Lastly, we are ready to contribute to efforts to enhance disaster risk management and strengthen Mayotte's resilience against future large-scale disasters. I count on your cooperation and continued support in the weeks and the months ahead as we work together to rebuild a stronger and more resilient Mayotte, in a clear and tangible demonstration of our solidarity. Solidarity, which is a core value upon which our union is built. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President. Colleague, point of order, so what? Please, Mr. Bellamy.
Monsieur le Président, je me permets ce rappel au règlement.
I'd like to, Article 20 of our internal rules, and to talk about this debate. Politics have its rights, in particular in the hemicycle. all the political groups asked for this debate, that has been questioned, which is not right. Today, the thousands of victims that we still don't know. I'm sorry that certain people are looking for guilty parties. Some on the left talk about climate change as if there haven't been cyclones before, and the far right finds other victims. And there are emergency services have been working day and night. The truth, there will be a moment to find those who are responsible. I think the duty today. Speaker interrupted.
But you don't. You touch the political issues, or right or left, or things like that, which is nothing said in the rules 20, number 20. What you said. So sorry about that. So colleagues, we are closing this point in agenda. Thank you very much. Point is closed. Nākošais dienas kārtības punkts ir komisijas paziņojums sieviešu politiķu stāvoklis.
We have the Commission statement on the situation of female politicians in the EU, candidate and neighbouring countries, facing harassment and cyber violence. We're waiting for the Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. President, honourable members. As you know, gender equality and women's empowerment is a fundamental value of the European Union. And as such, it is at the core of the work that the European Commission carries out across the world, including the enlargement region in the Eastern neighbourhood. Women's participation in democratic life is a key element of a healthy democracy. And that is why it is also addressed as part of the European Commission's work, supporting gender equality in partner countries, including through policy dialogue and financial assistance. On 25 November, we marked the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. Violence against women is one of the gravest violations of human rights, and yet it is still widespread, with women across the world continuing to endure violence of a physical, sexual, psychological, and economic nature, both online and offline. Sadly, increased visibility and participation has sometimes been accompanied by a corresponding rise in violence against women in public life. We have witnessed an increased use of derogatory terms or hate speech targeting women politicians, journalists, and human rights defenders in public discourse, including the EU candidate countries and in our eastern neighbourhood. Now, gender is increasingly used in disinformation campaigns, often generated by foreign interference and relying on the anonymity and reach provided by digital media. The impact of these attacks extends beyond the individual attacking and are affecting the broad political landscape. When women are targeted, it can discourage others from entering politics, leading to a lack of diversity and a representation in decision-making roles. And this, in turn, undermines democratic processes and hinders progress on key issues such as gender equality. Now, the situation, of course, varies by country, but such types of offences remain widespread. For instance, in Moldova, President Satu faced direct attacks of online harassment and cyberbullying in the run-up to the elections in October. There have also been instances of verbal abuse and harassment against women in the Georgian parliament, where several politicians have indeed been subject to sexist and misogynist comments. In the Western Balkans, there have been numerous cases of gender hate speech targeting women politicians, including in recent election campaigns. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, for example, the OSCE ODIHR mission report on the recent local elections noted the prominence of misogynic language and gender-specific attacks and threats in public discourse. Now, the European Commission has been actively working to address these challenges, tackling disinformation, foreign information and manipulation and interference, and supporting women in political life in candidate and neighbouring countries. Our work on gender equality and countering violence against women in partner countries is notably guided by the Council of Europe's Istanbul Convention. When it comes to enlargement, human rights and gender equality are at the heart of the accession process, as part of the so-called fundamentals for EU accession, which determine the overall pace of the negotiations. In time, negotiating countries will need to align with the EU acquis on gender equality, including the EU Directive on combating violence against women and domestic violence, which criminalises the most widespread forms of violence and produces for aggravating circumstances if the offence is committed against a public representative, a journalist, or a human rights defender. Beyond aligning and enforcing legislation in line with the EU acquis, candidate countries also need to establish institutional frameworks for the enforcement of human rights. Through our financial assistance, we support activities combating gender stereotypes and providing support to victims of gender-based violence, as well as capacity building to strengthen digital, media and information literacy and to empower civil society. Now, in this context, allow me to highlight the Gender Action Plan 3, which commits the Commission to making gender equality a cross-cutting priority of EU external action. The CAP 3 establishes the freedom for all forms of gender-based violence and equal participation and leadership. Finally, in the Western Balkans, the Reporting Diversity Network programme provided support to a regional level of CSOs to improve media messages affecting perceptions of ethnicity, religion and gender to enhance tolerance. A component of the EU for Social Inclusion programme is focused on increasing access to digital essential services for women and girls victims of online violence and to promote legal and policy framework which addresses digital violence. So the combination of such targeted interventions and broader cultural shifts is crucial for ensuring safe, equitable participation of women in politics across the two regions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Kolēģi, tagad vārds Eiropas Tautas partijas grupas vārdā Zunčana Glabaka kundze, 2 minūtēm, lūdzu.
Now for the EPP group, Ms. Klabak.
2 minutes. Now it's 0.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's right. Poštovani povjereniče.
Dear Commissioner, You mentioned Bosnia and
dodati i Srbiju i Kosovo i Crnu Goru.
Bosnia and Herzegovina, but I will add Kosovo, Albania, and Montenegro because we find these examples in other countries. It's a fact that women in these countries are facing gender discrimination and very weak protection from online attacks. There are also women politicians are also attacked because of their appearance. For phrases like "you could go back to the kitchen" or allusions related to how they dress are often mentioned in social networks. Women politicians that publicly oppose nationalist rhetorics are facing intensive threats. Discreditation through disinformation and organized campaigns usually place false news about women politicians, saying that they are loyal to foreign interests. Also, false scandals or affairs related to their private life. They want to destroy their reputation and the trust of voters. We know that there are coordinated attacks through social networks by bots and drones. But we also have to talk about other things. The patriarchal mentality, gender roles in candidate countries are usually rooted in patriarchal views. And politicians that want to oppose this are often attacked. And therefore, there are some rules against gender violence and attacks, but they are not always implemented. And in our process of enlargement, we have to take this into account.
Thank you very much. For the S&D Group, Helen Fritzon has the floor.
Kommissionen. I demokratins hjärta ska hot och våld aldrig få tysta kvinnor.
Now, it's definite that women politicians, females, ought not be silenced because of violence. And let's not forget that cyber violence is something which is truly a threat to democracy, and it undermines democracy. It's a failure of democracy, furthermore. And in the European Parliament, the problem exists as well. And we have called for numerous different actions to be taken by the Commission as well to fight any form of harassment so that we can have a safer place to work in. And there has to be a zero-tolerance approach to sexism and any sort of harassment against women. Equal conditions between all men and women ought to be able to serve equally, not have to suffer any form of risk and danger, and the moment has come indefinitely for the Commission to act.
Mathilde Androuet.
Thank you. For the Patriots for Europe group, Ms. Androuet.
Franchir les frontières de l'Europe pour constater le harcèlement dont sont victimes.
Dear colleagues, my party has a candidate as President of France, one of the people who are mostly harassed about her family, by her ideas. She has death threats, and she's also being harassed by the bank and even by the European institutions. This includes her cabinet and her assistants. This has started from her youth. For some years, she cannot possibly move around without the protection of security guards. Now, I believe that our colleague, Marie Duchy, which is also your colleague, she was harassed. Her aggressor and shook her, made her fall, and harassed her. Now, a militant lawyer, Marie Duchy, almost turned from victim to an accused. So who has spoken about Marie Duchy? Nobody. Well, you obviously stand on the side of those who are her aggressors. The fight against this type of harassment needs to be universal, and no patriots should suffer these kinds of violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For Renew, Ms. Al-Sahlani.
Thank you, President, dear Commissioner. As a woman working on gender equality, sexual and reproductive health and rights, I am too aware that political environment can be very toxic, full of harassment and hate. Today I met a Georgian parliamentarian who is also attending the debate tonight, Anna Natashvili. She spoke to me about the horrifying reality of being a woman in politics in Georgia since the democratic crackdown in the country. She told me about her female and herself colleagues of the members of the parliament. When debating the Russian law, they went to work with pepper spray in their handbags because they were worried for their own safety. Imagine going to work in a house of democracy not feeling safe. Imagine during a plenary debate your male colleagues shouting at you filthy names and calling you filthy things. Imagine security dragging you out from a meeting inside the parliament where you are elected. Of course, the people of Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine, they are fighting for Europe. The people of Georgia, Moldova, Ukraine, and the Western Balkans, they belong to our common European future, and we have to do everything to ensure that they will become part of this future. But that future means also that everyone, each and every of these countries have to fully embrace the fundamental rights that we have common. They have to also fully agree to and embrace that their accession means that everyone is equal and free, because if not, we are not free until everyone is free. Thank you.
Thank you. Nākamā runā zaļo grupas vārdā Aleksandra Gēze.
Now, for the Green Groups, Alexandra Geza, 1.5 minutes.
President, Commissioner, colleagues, around the world, women leaders face horrific levels of gender disinformation and online abuse with dramatic consequences on their freedom of expression and on democracy, on the quality of democracy as a whole. And Moldova is a case in point. President Maya Sandu was depicted as a foreigner, as a foreign agent, as too weak to lead the country, as a pro-Western agent promoting foreigners over her own citizens. And who was doing that? The top malign actors were actually agents of a foreign power, of Putin. They were pro-Putin puppets. Among them, the condemned criminal Ilan Shor stole $1 billion from the Moldovan banking system and now was funneling dark, intransparent funds back into the country to attack President Sandu. In Georgia, pictures of President Zurabishvili were even posted on a porn site. Have you ever seen that done to a male leader? This happens systematically. But why are these attacks so successful? Because social media algorithms amplify hateful content against women and incentivize fake content. It's a toxic mixture. It's a political business model that builds on misogynist stereotypes and toxic algorithms. And these toxic algorithms, we can stop them, because this needs to stop, and we can do it. And the DSA gives us the opportunity to do it, to change these toxic algorithms in order to reduce online violence against women and to protect our public discourse and elections at the same time. And if we do this in the European Union, it shows that it can be done everywhere, that we can have a better internet that gives everybody freedom of expression and real democracy. Let's do it. Thank you.
For the Left Group, Ms. Kontura, 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, President. Commissioner, in a number of different countries within the European Union and in neighboring countries, women politicians are the victims of intimidation and violence, particularly through social networks. This has become a quotidian affair for many women who have decided to serve. And according to the European Institute on Equality, 1 in 3 women politicians receives threats through the internet. It's a reality which undermines gender equality and also threatens democracy, freedom of expression, and the participation of women in public life. Attacks destroy the possibilities of women in public life, and it leads to self-censorship and simply pulling out of public life altogether. With the Istanbul Convention, we have the first European directive in order to fight gender violence online and hate speech. It's important for us to adopt the necessary regulations. The necessary implementation has to take place. Countries have to take responsibility in order to fight internet violence. And we need educational programs and campaigns at the local and international level to sensitize the public and fight sexism and stereotypes as well. We need a more austere framework to protect individuals as well from this type of harassment and forge agreements of cooperation with neighboring countries, use everything in our toolbox in order to be able to secure a safe political environment for women. Thank you very much.
Thank
you very much. Ms. Princi, 1.5 minutes.
Commissario, colleghi.
President, Commissioner, colleagues, it is incomprehensible for our people to see that the government does not protect politicians. And these are not just words of politicians. These are the cries of Georgiana, the president who threatens her freedom. Salome Zurabishvili does not stand alone. In candidate countries, too many activists suffer defamation, violence, and threats, death threats. You can look at the figures. 4 women out of 5 politicians are victims of psychological abuse, verbal abuse. 2 out of 5 receive threats, violence, violent threats, and sexual threats. We cannot talk about a partnership if we don't look at this systemic injustice. The situation of women is not a concession which you can just defend once in a while. It's a pillar of our democracy. From Brussels down to Reggio Calabria, we need to protect our politicians, especially against those who use misogyny as an instrument. We need to give the women who suffer this harassment an applause, not just an applause. We need to make sure that these women feel protected, that a woman in politics is a reality, not simply an exception.
Thank you very much. Ms. Insia, 1 minute.
Dear colleagues, dear Commissioner, acts of gender-based violence, hate speech and disinformation are not only attacks on women. They are also direct assault on democracy. The far right and their cronies stand as central culprits in this cynical trend, and pro-Kremlin groups attack women, journalists, politicians, and anyone who supports women's rights. These acts of violence and disinformation frame feminism as a conspiracy meant to destroy traditional values. But let's say it like it is. These heinous attacks are committed by men that fear progress, gender equality, and the fall of patriarchy that has kept them all too comfortable, and obviously also women who hate women on the far right side. I had the honor of being a rapporteur for the directive on gender-based violence, which addresses this issue. We must call out the actors responsible and ensure the swift and strict implementation of this directive and intensify the work in candidate countries to align their legislations with ours. Attacks on women in politics must be seen as a gender-based violence and must be seen as an aggravated circumstance.
Our next speaker is Victoria Ferenc.
Tisztelt képviselők! Elfogadhatatlan, hogy egyes uniós tagjelölt országokban a politikusokat
In certain countries in the EU, there are politicians who are intimidated. That is what we see in Ukraine, where, with the knowledge of the authorities, and on the list of deaths, there are also women politicians who have done a lot for Transcarpathia. And we have these women on a website. Andrei Bochkor, who comes from Transcarpathia, a former MEP, is also on the list. She can't return home because, despite the fact that this website has been denounced by certain persons in the EU, certain authorities, and they have called for the removal of this intimidating content. The Ukrainian authorities haven't done anything. The EU should make sure that the sites of this type aren't accepted in the accession countries. These countries should make sure and guarantee an environment without intimidation and without any hate speech.
Our next speaker is Cynthia Nimurhu.
Thank you, sir. My group, Renew Europe, organised an action on social media recently, gathering some appalling, offensive messages against women online, politicians mainly. They were shocking. The action showed hate, sexism, and threats of violence that are going on right here in the European Union. You don't have to look outside the Union to find women politicians who are suffering abuse and harassment online. It's happening right here. Now, why aren't the people behind this being held to account? When this isn't done, we allow these people to continue and to oppress women and bully them. But when they are the people who are carrying out this violence and abuse are held to account, we take their power away. So we have to begin by making the big social media companies accountable for the harmful, abusive and occasionally unlawful material on their platforms, the material they themselves ignore. Let's hold them to account so as to protect women who are running for public office.
Anna Stoltenberg. Our next speaker is Anna Stoltenberg for a minute and a half. Thank you.
The freedom fighters of the 21st century are women. Take Moldovan President Maia Sandu and Georgia's President Salome Zurabishvili. Both leaders stand strong despite Russian disinformation attacks against them. And listen to the women of Afghanistan who refuse to be silenced, risking imprisonment, violence and even death. Around the world, women are challenging authoritarian regimes and fighting for democracy. However, female leaders, journalists, activists, they face attacks based on their gender. And in Moldova, disinformation was used to undermine the presidency, the leadership of President Sandu, claiming she's too weak to lead and protect her country. These gendered attacks are often spread by pro-Kremlin actors. They argue that feminism oppresses men and destroys families. It is used to convince citizens to reject a Western European